And I would like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Present. Chair Warren.
I am present. We have one item for our committee today. It is a Memphis Parks quarterly update for those who are excited and want to know. And it's myself and Councilman Ford. So we are here and we want to know. Nick, tell us what we need to know. Not a problem.
There we go. Is that better? Okay. So today is the quarterly update for Memphis Parks Department. I believe we started this about a year and a half ago just to come in and give you all an update of where things are. We try to do it seasonally. With summer camp coming up, we want to highlight everything that's been going on in the spring and everything that's going to be coming up this summer. So go in and but again, the main driver here, if you'll go ahead and take a look at the first page on this, is a piece of software called RecDesk that we have been in the process of implementing for a while. The main reason that I want to bring this to your attention is that we're slowly going to what we call a membership model. So we're not actually going to charge people memberships to be inside the community centers, but by doing this, what it allows us to do is show who is in the building at all times and for what reasons, which adds to security. It also helps us know what type of programming we should prioritize. It gives us better enrollment counts and those sorts of things. We went live with all activities on September the 1st. And so far, there are 276 activities that are available for registration in there. We have 11,000 constituents who have profiles in the system. We've also identified, and this is where we talk about the controlled access part of it, 5 locations have been identified to pilot it. And so very similar if you have a membership at any private facility, you're familiar with this concept. So when you go into your health club, there is a check-in desk and you scan a card. Similar process to this, except we will give out the cards for free. And but again, when you come into the community center, you'll need to sign in and you'll need to say what you're there to do. And so this will allow us, again, to have better visibility into what types of programs our constituents want. And if there are ever any security issues or we need to know who was in the building at what time, this will help us do that. All right, and good. I've stalled as long as necessary, and now I've got the slideshow up. Hopefully I was doing a little bit of both. We go here.
Let the record show Councilman Swearingen Washington is here.
Another big focus for us has been growing the athletics program. I know that when we bring in our nonprofit partners, a lot of times council is very excited about what programming we're putting on for youth. And so we have attempted to expand the opportunities and programs that we offer. Youth basketball season ran from January 10th to the 18th. We had 15 leagues with 63 teams using 10 different centers across 4 council districts. We are currently looking at the number of participants that we had in that. We want to expand that. And the way that we expand that is by bringing in more coaches, bringing in more partners, and using more centers. Our hope is to double that going into next year. The adult programs that we had recently were the adult fall softball and adult fall kickball. As you can see, pretty good numbers. But something to note, and you'll see this on all of the things that we're putting in there. I'm listing the revenue numbers just because a lot of times we'll get commentary about how much we're charging for something or why we're charging for something. The revenue for athletics for the entire quarter was $24,000. And again, if you look at how much programming we offered, we're general funded. So it's a balancing act. We want to make sure that we charge so that there's good quality programming, but that we charge a low enough price that we're being good stewards of the investment that the administration and council has given us. Golf, updates on golf. weather permitting, or as my dad would say, Lord willing, the Pine Hill is scheduled to reopen in mid-May. Anybody that's driven down Mallory and seen it, it's a different golf course, and that's a testament to Accelerate Memphis and all of the good things that we've been doing. Likewise, anybody that's driven down Park or Southern has seen the transformation that's happening over at Audubon. That's an aerial shot of Audubon. We've got weekly drone going over it and making sure that things, I'm sorry, actually I screwed up. That's Pine Hill. And that is where we're building a new clubhouse right there that you see that shot. The rough shaping, that is our goal. So at this point, no, the clubhouse is going to be this fall. So we did the golf course first. Yeah. No, you're good. I got you.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Johnson and Councilman Jones, our chair, is here.
Okay. And so, yeah, no, the clubhouse, actually, they just began work on that in November. And so that is around a 10 to 12-month construction process. The torrential rain that we had has pushed us into that October-November timeframe on the clubhouse. Audubon, again, as anybody driving by can see, there's now a massive lake near the corner of Goodlet and Park, where we're, again, rapidly making transformation there. The driving range at Audubon will be open this fall, is the hope. All right, and again, the revenue's there. So about 20,000 rounds played in that time frame. Junior rounds played, we had 618. And the revenue for the golf courses, all 7 of them during that time frame, was $496,000. Aquatics. This one's near and dear to me. I'm a swimmer, and so I'm really glad to see that our aquatics program is continuing to grow and thrive. The current programs that we're offering, during that quarter, we had 18 participants during the adult swim lessons, 35 participants during youth swim lessons, 112 participants in our water aerobics program, and close to 4,000 folks took advantage of free swim, which again is just offered during the cold months at Bickford and Hickory Hill. It's a balancing act with Orange Mound because that is inside of a senior center, so we don't see as much youth participation in that pool, but we're working on getting more and more of that. Upcoming events, on June 22nd, every year we participate in what's called the world's largest swim lesson, which is a really good opportunity to get youth that are interested in it and interested in learning how to swim to come out to this program. Again, that's going to happen at the 2 facilities where we do water instruction, which are Hickory Hill and Bickford. Those are the only 2 that have enough swim lanes and a zero entry that we can do that. Future splash pads, which are currently under construction, are Hollywood and McFarland. Those are the next 2 that will come online. The hope is to begin construction on Douglas later this summer. And then just so that, because your constituents will ask this, we are coming up on the summer outdoor pool season. Always kicks off shortly after Memorial Day. The outdoor pools that, because of staffing, not because of budget. Everybody, if you Google lifeguard shortage right now, you will see that similar to, I promise you I'm not comparing them, but similar to the situation with police, getting police officers, everyone is struggling to get lifeguards, and it's throughout Shelby County and throughout the nation. Talking to my peers at Germantown, Bartlett, Lakeland, Arlington, they are all struggling to find lifeguards as well. But that's why we circle back to teaching kids how to swim. We grow our own in Memphis. Kids that start with swim lessons in our community centers more often than not end up being lifeguards for us. And so if there's any youths that you're talking to, it's a great pathway to a really good summer job, and we would encourage everyone to consider that. Community centers over the last quarter served a total of 110,000 citizens. This was our 2nd year doing a spring break camp. We did it at 23 locations, serving youths ages 5 to 15, and we're able to serve 1,300 kids. And again, we got 29 centers, and the revenue generated from rentals during the quarter was $11,000. So again, just trying to put in perspective that cost recovery isn't something that we're really striving for. Senior services, total number of seniors served at 5 locations was a little over 20,000. Total number of meals served, 951. The Raymond Skinner Center, although it is in the senior center family, it is primary focus is to serve citizens with developmental disabilities. We served 1,120 citizens with developmental disabilities. A couple of the big things, and I would really encourage anybody to attend it. We do a dance at the Skinner Center that, because this is one of the few publicly accessible centers for the developmentally disabled in a tri-state area, we have folks that come down from Missouri, that drive up from Mississippi, and come over from Arkansas to participate in this. It's a really neat event, and I would encourage anybody to go attend it. Coming up on, we're going to be doing movies in the park, so I just want to remind you of the ones that we did this spring. We had date night in the park over at Marquette Park. It was a really neat event. We rented tents to make it kind of like a dinner and a movie vibe over there. We had Spring Break Maine over. It was supposed to be at House Park, the Good Friday basketball tournament, but because Good Friday was a cold Friday, we ended up pivoting over to the Sports and Events Center over on the fairgrounds, and had 1,500 kids between the Easter egg hunt and the basketball tournament. It was a great event. And then Spring Break Maine, which is, we like to refer to it as our award-winning Spring Break Maine, continues to be a great program. It's a counterpart to the Play Your Park program, which during the summer allows for unregistered programming. So parents that don't necessarily need to sign their kids up for 5 days for the entire spring break are able to bring them out to the parks, in this case 3 days during spring break, to have some good, safe family programming. Capital improvement, speaking of Skinner, we were finally able to put in some fitness equipment at the Raymond Skinner Center. Looks really good. This layout you see here with the rubber flooring and professional equipment is what we're doing in all of the community centers, and I can already feel the question. The equipment for Glenview has been ordered, and so it should be coming in soon. Want to give you some updates on the Accelerate Memphis. Recently completed projects were, we put a new roof on the McWhorter Senior Center. The Geisman Community Center is just popping up. I would suggest, if you haven't been down Macon Road recently, you drive by and take a look at it, because between the soccer fields, which are completely grown in at this point, and the fact that any day now, it feels like there's going to be a community center up there, it really is impressive. And speaking of impressive, Councilman Ford, I can't wait to get you inside the Gaston Community Center, because it is a transformation. If you look there at the natural light that's coming into the building in that tiny picture, it is, we metaphorically talk all the time about letting light in and what light can do. When you take a building where we purposefully boarded up the windows for 20 years, and then you open those windows back up, it screams to the community on South 3rd Street that we want you back in here, and this is a safe place to be and have programming. So between us and our partners with Knowledge Quest, we're really excited to get back into that building on May the 20th. The Riverview Pool, again, we're in the process of relining every pool and doing some deferred maintenance work to it. The most recently one done is Riverview over there and Marion Hale. And then you were asking about the clubhouse at the Links at Pine Hill. You can see from the picture there, I don't think we're going to be opening that one up in May, but we are going to try to get to it in November. Some awards and recognition. Speaking of community centers, there has been a decent amount of acknowledgement of how great the Ed Rice Community Center is. And some of that is not just in terms of the community's usage of it, but the design and the intentionality of it. The Memphis Business Journal awarded Best New Construction for small construction based upon dollar amount. And the American Institute of Architects gave a merit award, both to Ed Rice. And then again, as y'all are aware, our Best in Green, Memphis Parks Meet on Common Ground campaign to make people aware of what's going on in the community centers won an award from the Tennessee Recreation and Parks Association, along with Spring Break Maine. Corey Brown won a special recognition for unique programming. He's the gentleman in charge of Spring Break Maine. And then Christine Strickland, the community center director at the Raleigh Community Center, won a special recognition as well. and Mike Flowers, who is over our planning and development department, because of his work on the Greenway, the Wolf River Greenway, won a Resource Management Excellence Award. And then golf, again, I'm proud of all of our division, but golf was particularly recognized. Mickey Barker, who is the administrator over all 7 golf courses, won recognition as Golf Professional of the Year. One thing to note with that is that in the golf community, there is no distinction between public and private courses. And so Mickey was recognized at the highest level throughout the state of Tennessee, regardless of who he was competing against. So again, in this scenario, some of the other finalists in the region were Spring Creek and Memphis Country Club and Chickasaw. And again, Mickey's work that he's done, and Austin, who is our player development manager, both won statewide awards for their growth of the game. And I think that's kind of a cool thing. And then my favorite. So the bottom picture here is the Good Friday basketball tournament. And because we all chip in, that is Deputy Director Cleo Griffin as the bunny in the middle. One of my favorite things on Facebook, Cleo played high school basketball in Nashville and still thinks he can play basketball. God love him, even though he's my age. And the bunny was putting up shots. Bunny was not hitting jumpers, and so lots of people got to clown him about that. We also participated in the Junior Achievement Bowl-a-thon over in East Memphis, and again, the TRPA West District, where a lot of those awards that I mentioned is in the upper right-hand corner. And so with that, we'll see if anybody has any questions.
Starting off.
Sure.
Summer programming.
Yes, sir.
It's time that we should be getting that information out to people. What are we telling them?
So we have been pushing the message out since registration opened up about 2 weeks ago. I'd be happy to share the links with anybody that's going through the rec desk system. I would tell you at this point, summer camp is filling up quickly. I believe at this point we have 8 sites that are full. Last 2 weeks have been, hey, let's get folks signed up. Beginning this week, we begin notifying people of the sites that are still open. And it's the usual suspects. So the sites that filled up quickly first are always going to be Hickory Hill, Burt Ferguson, McFarland, Marion Hale, Whitehaven. Those fill up quickly because they're in large population centers. And then, so what we want to do is we will share with y'all the list of sites that still have availability, and you are more than welcome to share that with your constituents. But the city and Memphis Parks Communication has been pushing that out.
What programs do you have in Midtown?
What programs do we have in Midtown? You're going to be looking at the Lester Community Center is going to be offering summer camp as they usually do. They're also going to be the site for the Player Park is going to be at that site location. Additionally, the Overton is going to be hosting both the Overton Park Open and is going to be doing a couple more youth tournaments this summer. And
So essentially, Overton's going to be golf.
Well, I mean, Overton is also itself, because it's run by the Conservancy. There's going to be programming there. That is going to be the location of the closing ceremonies for summer camp at the Levitt Shell, Overton Shell. I think to show my age there. We're going to be doing a couple of field days there as well in partnership with the Conservancy and the Greens Ward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman.
Update with the walking trail at
So,
McFarland.
and this is actually, you brought this up the other day. The walking trail, there was work that was done to McFarland, the park behind the community center, as a part of a land and water conservation fund project. Mm-hmm. What they were primarily trying to do was alleviate the flooding that was going on back there by creating some bioswales and some other things. I think there was some confusion about building a walking trail around the park itself. There were not funds that were set up as a part of that grant. So we need to identify a way to get there, because I agree with you. There's an informal walking trail around it right now, but there's not a paved path. But in order to do that, we'll need to make that a project and identify some capital funds in order to do it. I've got some cost estimates, and we can talk about it, but
So it was just a repair.
it was a repair, again, to alleviate the flooding. You kind of had to take care of the flooding before you could consider building a paved walking path around it. And so we did the first part, and now we just need to figure out how to do the second part, including identifying some funds to do it. But I think I agree with you. I think it needs to be done. We just need to figure out a way to pay for it.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, Chair Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Walker. And you know, I still just have to commend you for your leadership and the direction that you've taken this department into.
Thank you.
Question that I have is, you know, a couple of summers ago, we had an activity at the community centers pretty much on Friday nights. And with a lot of the complaints that we get is that young people don't have anything to do. I think that I would be hopeful that we have something similar that we do. I don't know if, I think this may, if I recall correctly, this might have been pre-COVID. Was this? I'm getting my years.
I'll tell you, we've actually done it every year. My first year in the department 4 summers ago, you had mentioned the programming in New Jersey, I believe it was. Yeah. And so we actually that year re-began the program. I'll cue it up and say, stay tuned at 3:30. I think it's probably the easiest way to put that.
Sounds
but
good.
your requests have been heard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. One thing I think we probably do need is an update on where we are with the Memphis College of Art and how
Certainly.
that project
Yeah.
is moving on. I don't
Yeah.
expect you to give us that today. If you've got something, you can, but I did send you those pictures of
You did.
the standing water when I was in there. And it's my understanding that they are 18.5 million to their goal of 25 million to be able to start construction. So that's a pretty good thing there. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what I would love to do, Carissa, as you saw when you walked through the site, lives, breathes, eats, and sleeps it. What I would love to do is we will work with her to come in and have a conversation about both how we're doing our best to keep the facility going until they take over possession, but also to update you on the timeline. And again, I think it would be good because I don't know that everybody in here has seen.
I think it would be great. It
Yeah.
would be good if we could maybe figure out a way to give people a tour. I went through with the group of people that were potential donors to last week, and what they've done with that building and the opportunities in that building, I think are going to be pretty good for the community once they open it back up.
It's going to be transformative. I will say that I'm not big on hyping a lot of stuff, but the work that the Metal Museum has done and will do in that space, I think will help breathe life back into that building.
I think it's going to be another major attraction, just like the zoo, simply based on the stuff I'm seeing. Any other questions? Councilman Ford.
Yeah, thank you. Riverview Pool and Hell Pool, are they gonna be ready for the summer?
Let me flip back to my aquatic sheet because this is where I get in trouble.
And Riverview is right there on Kansas and Jubin, right?
Yes, sir. So Riverview, yes, sir. You're absolutely right. That's where it is. It is not currently listed as one of the ones that is available, and the reason for that is that it has a new liner in it. We are testing it in the next few weeks to see what's going on. When we put the new liner in, we noticed some structural issues, so we got Memphis Pools coming in to reevaluate. The short answer is I don't know. The longer answer is we're working on it and should be able to let you know something in the next few weeks.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Is my understanding when you put those liners in, you have to let them cure for a period of time. It's not like you can just put them in and put the water in. That you have to. There's a certain period of time, right?
There is, and one thing I want to point out, and again, this is inside baseball, and I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but for the longest time in Memphis, to be safe, we drain our pools. Most people in the South don't drain pools. It does damage to the liner and to the plaster when you drain the pool. As a part of Accelerate Memphis, and this is really cool, we are able to put in a liner that does not get damaged when the water is drained. But in order to put in a new liner, it's like remodeling a bathroom. Sometimes you got to deal without having one bathroom for a while. So that's what's going on at Riverview is we put in a new liner. We're like, all right, we're ready to go. And then we had to make some tweaks after we did it. I believe that pool was open 2 years ago, 2 summers ago. So when I say 2 summers ago, summer before last. And it's a popular one. It and Westwood are 2 of our more popular pools, and getting those right is going to be important to us. You're welcome, sir.
Do we know if we have any pools in District 4?
In District 4, yeah, I've got, dang it. So, well,
Bickford is the only
so
one.
you've got Orange Mound, which is also in District 4. And that was, if you'll remember, and I'm dating myself here, there used to be an outdoor pool in the Orange Mound Park. And then the decision was made to make the investment into the old Melrose site and make it into a combined center. It's really the only one we have where you got a community center and a senior center that are physically connected to each other and do that pool. We also have the splash pad at Orange Mound Park. And I'm trying to remember, it's right up there on the 4-5 border with Skinner, but that's actually in 5. So, but to that point, yes, you've got Orange Mound and the splash pad in Orange Mound, I believe are the 2 we've got in your district. And so I'd have to pull up the map to double check it. I've got a nice big map. If you'll give me, when I get back to the office, I'll list all the aquatics facilities that we have in your district. How you can get a pool. Here's the one thing that I will tell you. I think that long term, we need to have another indoor swimmable pool that you can use for high school competition inside the loop. And so where that is, I think we can evaluate needs and those sorts of things. The one thing we're trying to get away from is outdoor pools because the season is so short. You're basically just using it for that 7 to 8 week period. And so for us, splash pads are great because it's a gateway. And then figuring out how do we transition that into getting kids to swim long term is going to require at least one more indoor pool. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Walker, thank you for this informative update, and the committee is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So good to see everybody bright and early this morning. Today is April 25th, it's 8:36, and the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is now called to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones. Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have 6 items today. Item number 4 is going to be held until May 2nd. And at this time, we're going to bring forth item number 5. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We'll go to item number 5, update on drag racing, reckless driving, requested by Councilwoman Robinson. If you're here to speak on that, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and you are recognized. Chief Davis.
Sorry. Good morning. CJ Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. Good morning. Hey, we're good. DC Wright?
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Deputy Chief Paul Wright, 170 North Main.
Deputy Chief Sam Hines, 170 North Main.
All right, I'll be doing the presentation this morning. I'm over investigative service now. I'm going to be passing the torch to Sam Hines. He's still over uniform patrol eventually. He'll take over this, but he's sitting beside me today to assist in what we're doing. We did have a new presentation.
Can you have the mic closer?
We do have a new presentation that we've done for our drag racing and reckless driving. And as you can see, it's year to date. If we can move on to it. Slide 1. All right. It's a little bit shorter and it's easier to read, hopefully, for you all. What we're looking at is a year to date for 2022. And our year to date for 2022, and last year we came in at 186 overall total arrests made, individuals charged for drag racing. And we did a breakdown, if you were interested in seeing a breakdown in juvenile and adults for 2022. And that was 11 juveniles arrested last year this time. And we had adults arrested 175 last year this time, which the overall, if you add that together, would be 186 overall for last year. All right. So this year, drag racing, reckless driving, year to date, up to March 31st, we had 15 juveniles arrested. Those arrests were all reckless driving arrests. And we had, on adults, 108, which, if you look at the breakdown of those arrests, 2 of those adults were arrested for drag racing, and 106 were arrested and charged with the reckless driving. That gives you an overall total when you add your juveniles and adults together, the 115 and 108, that was 123 arrests made on the overall total. When you look at that compared to last year, we are down on arrests overall. That's it.
Thank you, council members. Any council members have any questions, comments? I'm surprised. Okay, there's no one. Well, if there are no questions, thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate that. Next, we're going to move to item number 3, which is a presentation on juvenile crime abatement program and downtown youth curfew, requested by Councilmember Smiley and Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley.
I think we're all aware of the information that was, I guess, put out by the media, and then there's been some changes in the program, as I understand it. I just wanted to hear, from a member of this body, and also as a resident of the city of Memphis, more about this program, so that we have a better understanding of what's to come.
Chief Davis.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning again. And you're absolutely right. I think
State your name. I'm sorry.
again, okay, I'm sorry. CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. So, you're absolutely right, council member. Some of the information was basically prematurely put out before vetting, before
Not a
even-
Supreme Court draft release too early.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, and even though we have a focus this summer on making sure our juveniles and our young people are safe, the messaging is something that we're really concerned about too, to make sure that the public knows that the police department isn't targeting young people. At any point in time, you can go downtown on the weekends and you see a number of young people, not just in our downtown space, but in other areas of the city after hours. And it's been concerning for us, and not just because these young people are, 6, 7, and 8 years old with a 12-year-old older sister or brother. For them to just be walking around, we're concerned about making sure that they're in a safe place. And in the past, we haven't had the staff to really manage the numbers. And we said this year we're going to try to make an effort over the summer to at least find a safe space so that we can reunite some of these young people with their parents. We also will be making sure that we do what we can to suppress juvenile crime in the downtown space. We have a lot of cars broken into, and we end up detaining some of our young folks. But the message is for parents that after, 11 and 12 o'clock at night, hopefully you know where your children are, and that they're not into mischief, they're not committing various types of crimes. The other issue is that in the past we haven't had safe space for children. And what we want to do is we are looking at the Greenlaw Center that we have acquired, and we're hoping that in the next month or so, we're hoping that the Greenlaw Center can be used for juvenile recreation programs. They already have programs going on. We plan to continue those programs, but at the same time, find a recreation space for our young people, that after hours we have programs where we can have what used to be midnight basketball and other types of activities for our young people. So the program itself is not really a program for juveniles, at this point. I think the messaging was that the Memphis Police Department will be targeting children. We have enough adults that we need to focus on in crime issues in the city. So hopefully that helps to clarify that. And we plan to follow the existing ordinances that are in place for curfew as much as we can. And sometimes that's even too much for us to address handling the normal calls for service.
So I have a couple questions. So I'm just trying to clarify some of the things that I heard in the media. So is it downtown only?
No, we have problems at places like Galleria Mall and other areas of the city. We do have a focus in the downtown area because that is where we see crowds of young people after 11 and 12 at night, in an area where it's really in the evenings at that time of night. It's an adult entertainment area, where there's a lot of alcohol sales. We've had other problems downtown, and, we just want to make sure that in that space, it doesn't turn into a block party and children, after hours. But it's not just focused in the downtown area. That's where we just have a large.
So is this a pilot program, something that we are doing to see if it can be implemented, I guess, wholesale, or is this something that we can expect to see throughout?
We would like to move to a place, council member, where we can address our young people's issues on a regular basis. And when I say that, in the past, we haven't had a place to take young people, especially if it's a status offense. If this is an issue where this child hasn't committed a crime, it's still our responsibility not to have the 8-year-old just wandering in the street without finding a safe space and trying to reunite them So moving forward, we would like to be able to utilize one of our centers or even a couple of our precincts so that we can find a safe space for our young people until they can be reunited with their parents.
So the goal is to take the young people to Greenlaw Center.
Once we get that area, sort of upgraded. They're doing work on it right now, but it is centrally located where it would be ideal, especially since we have recreation and other kinds of, events going. And it would be a safe space for them. It's not a detention center or anything like that. But if something happened to one of our young people that's wandering around, the responsibility is on us that we didn't do what we could to try to keep them safe.
Is there a particular date in which this program is supposed to kick off? Will kick off?
I can't give you an exact date, but we're hoping it's going to be this summer, like around June. That work is being done on the facility right now. And, we will probably start, as soon as we start seeing more activity downtown. And when I say downtown, it's because that's where we're seeing a lot of, of our young people sort of congregate. But once we start seeing that activity, we can use precincts in the meantime. And like I said, it wouldn't be a detention type of environment. It would be more of call the parents if they give us their names. Sometimes our young people don't even give us their names so that, we can reunite them with their parents. And really try to hold, some of our parents. The messaging is really, where are your children? Just like the commercials used to be. Do you know where your child is at 9 o'clock?
So if it's not a detention center, so how are we holding so it has to be some type of detention center.
Well, it's basically if a child is wandering around and we see that child and we tell them you've got to come with us. And until their parents, we're not going to let them leave out of the precinct because it really would be against what we're trying to do in the first place, trying to find a safe space for them.
So my only, I guess, as it's being articulated now, I'm not opposed to this. Mm-hmm. I think my only question at this point is, at what point does it become an arrest? You have the child, mm-hmm. and then you saying, hey, you no longer able to freely move upon your own.
Right.
At that point, the police officers now has authority and control over the child, and then takes the child from point A to point B. Isn't it an arrest at that point?
No, it's not, because I don't have a crime.
Okay, so how are we detaining it? So we're detaining the child.
So it's no different than when we have truancy.
Okay.
When we see children roaming around, a status offense, and out of the safety of the child, we pick up the child and try to get family services or some other resource. We're hoping that if we have to detain a young person, we'll be able to reunite that young person with their parents on that same night. We don't want to be in the business of holding on to children. If we can't reunite them with their parents, we've got other concerns at that point. Social services.
I only have two other questions. So is this particularly aimed at curfew violations or any other?
Actually, it's really aimed at the curfew violations. If we have young people that aren't committing a crime but it's after 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the evening, and we see, like we see quite often, 8, 9-year-olds that are just kind of wandering in the streets in groups, then, we're definitely going to be trying to address those issues.
Okay, and then my last question, I guess, is a two-part question. Talk about staffing for this particular program, this initiative, and then also talk about funding for this particular initiative. And then that'll be it for me.
So right now, there is no particular funding. We plan to utilize those officers that are currently in the downtown space. And once we get to a point where we can, build up enough officers where we can focus on, what are we doing with our curfews? And this is basically also as out of an outcry by a number of our residents about children, being left alone. Right now, we're just going to utilize the staff that we have. We don't anticipate adding any additional, funding for this. It's not like we're asking officers to work overtime or anything like that for this particular, they will be just working, but when they see a young person that they might need to address, then they will.
So I was talking particularly about the Green Law Center portion.
Oh, the Green Law Center.
That's what I was talking about when we,
Yeah.
have the child and we take the child.
So the Green Law Center was not, that whole concept was not because of this particular juvenile initiative. We started working on identifying a location for our young people in recreation several months ago.
Was that in response to Councilwoman Logan's call for?
In October.
Yeah, I think it was in October when Councilwoman Logan called for location.
Enforcement of the curfew
and location for.
and identified Green Law as being one of the locations.
Well, kudos to Councilwoman Logan.
So 6 months later, I'm kind of concerned that it's taken that long for us to find it, and the problem has escalated with our youth. I'm glad that we did. I'm glad, but that center was offered in November. Well, it was mentioned that it was available. So I really hope moving forward that we act a little bit more swiftly concerning these areas, or it's going to only escalate as it has. And I want to see if, where we are on looking at wraparound services. I know you mentioned it, but there are organizations out here that provide those, such as JIF and other. They do have evening resource centers that offer programming for the young people. So if they're out 8, 9, 10 at night, more than likely there's going to be a need for other type of intervention as well and prevention. So hope, we all can work very closely together, making certain that we come to resolve quickly when we see these deficiencies. But I do appreciate the fact that you all have come back with that, because we did ask in October for you all to take some time and look at it, because the truancy centers, as I understood, were only for during the day. We had nothing in place for picking up children who are breaking curfew. And as we head into the summer, that's very, very concerning that we, don't have a holistic program at this point. So I'm looking forward to hearing the rollout of the entire program, including the wraparound services that are needed overnight. And I think there were 2 locations that were coming back online that weren't being used as a part of parks. So that may be, if you need another location, that might be best as well.
And the city has been working really close with us. We've gone over to the center several times to just do an assessment with general services, and the infrastructure work that needed to be has been underway, and the roof and several other things. They've been working on that for months now, just to get it to a point where it's safe for us to start utilizing. So.
Oh, great.
We definitely are paying attention to the needs and the requests of council.
And you all are also looking at having that programming for those whose parents don't come and pick them up, but while they're there, they're in our facility, being able to give them information and assistance that can help deter them from going into crime, I think would be the best use of that time. The other element to that is that we plan to make that center our base location for our COPS unit anyway, our community-oriented police. That will be their office. That has been in the plan for several months now. They've got to move. We're still going to have a place in the Orange Mound area where they are right now. We plan to use our impact officers over there, sort of recreate that COAC kind of still presence in that community. But we want to sort of bring all of and centralize all of our COPS programming out of that Green Law Center. Awesome. Thank you for that update. Councilman Warren, then Chairman Jones, and then
thank you.
Councilwoman.
I just was looking at the handout that we had in our program, and I just was sort of wanting to point out that you probably don't want to print things in blue. Okay, this is like really hard to read for old people, but
Or young people.
So I mean, it looks good, but if you could get them not to do that in the future, make it black and white, with the black print. But the thing I was looking at is the part was talking about people who are arrested, juveniles that are arrested, and that us wanting to take them to, we'd take them initially to the juvenile court, and if juvenile court didn't take them, then what we would have to do is we would have to take them to North Main to call their parents. And then if we couldn't get their parents to come at some point, we were going to be petitioning the state to file a child abandonment charge on the parents. How does that process work? And this is for, I take, for kids who are arrested and not being held by juvenile court, and not, the parents not coming to pick them up. Is that what we're talking about?
So, Councilmember, I'm going to let Assistant Chief Crow talk a little bit more about that. I don't know if that's the presentation that we actually provided. We've had to do some vetting of recent information that.
This is what came in our book.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure where it came from.
We're gonna clarify it for you.
Good evening, Don Crow, 170 North Main. So I believe the presentation that you're referring is not one that the Memphis Police Department provided you.
Okay. That would explain why the print was bad.
Correct.
Okay.
And I believe that's going to be the one that the media got hold of, which was considered a very early idea or draft. And
Before it was vetted and figured out where
Before it was
to go.
vetted.
So this is not our plan.
It is not.
No, it is not. And, you know, we're in the process of having our commanders to submit ideas.
Yeah.
And of how we can address various types of issues in the city. And I get those kind of presentations on a regular basis. Some get a check off and some of them don't. This is not one of those presentations that got that check off. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. I guess the interesting thing is going through this, what I was feeling, and I think it's the frustration you guys are feeling and our citizens are feeling, is that if we really don't have some place to take a kid who's doing recurrent criminal acts, some of which may or may not be violent, some of which may or may not be dangerous, if we don't have a place that will accept them and all they do is go back to their parents where their parents are unable to control them, it does make sense, I think, to a lot of people that at some point we have to have the state come in and take control of it, because ultimately it's a state issue. Is that the law as I'm understanding it?
Yes, sir. So it's very complicated. Everything dealing with juveniles are very complicated. And I've got a couple of examples to give you. So Friday the 14th is the day that all the information came out. That night, our North Main Station officers spotted 2 Dodge Chargers driving recklessly on B.B. King. One of those Dodge Chargers rear-ended a minivan. 4 suspects bailed from that and took off running from that Dodge Charger. Our officers engaged in a foot pursuit and caught 2 of them, a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old. That Dodge Charger was stolen, and that Dodge Charger had a pistol inside of it. And so those kind of incidents is what the downtown North Main Station commander is trying to address it before the crime happens, before it gets to that dangerous situation. Just overnight, just in the last 8 hours, 9 hours now, Range Station officers found a stolen Hyundai in Range Station. 4 juveniles in it, all age 17. One of the juveniles had an ankle monitoring device. He took off running. He was captured after a foot chase. That Hyundai was stolen from North Main Station. It was stolen from the downtown area. So our precinct commander at North Main Station is tasked with trying to prevent the crimes, not just capture suspects after crime occurs.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is sort of a sidebar and was sparked just by these general discussions. I attended a Memphis in May board meeting, and they were talking about just activities downtown, particularly I think after, I don't know, it may have been one of the Grizzlies games where it seems like a whole line of cars had their windows broken. I was wondering if for some of those events, instead of, I think a lot of times when I see officers in the FedEx Forum vicinity doing activities, games, concerts, what have you, they're stationary. perhaps from the standpoint, is possible to have patrols patrolling the areas where people would typically park. I think that could be a preventive measure when we're talking about activities like that. I think that they could be looking for guns, could be looking to steal these vehicles, but just as a preventive measure, just this whole conversation about, downtown youth may not necessarily be youth that are doing this, but just a way to help prevent some of that negative activity.
And Chief Crow and I both could probably concur with that. You're absolutely right, because when we have visitors downtown, they're at an event and their parking lots and other areas in the surrounding area become a target-rich location. So we try to get our officers, when they're not on call, to patrol those areas, but we're working on having more visibility, especially as we approach the summer months and we have 3 and 4 events going on at the same time in the downtown space, just like last weekend, African April, and all kinds of other things were going on. So you're absolutely right, sir. Point well taken.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Along those lines, how do we utilize the officers that are on the horses and the motorcycles? How do we use drones, the Blue Brigade, and do we require lots and events to have security for their own lots that are private lots? All of those things in reference to what's going on downtown.
Yes, ma'am, and that's the challenge that the Memphis Police Department face every time there's a special event downtown. So the officers that you see directing traffic, especially at something like a Grizzly game, those officers are assigned by special events. Those officers are working an overtime detail, and their responsibility is to direct the traffic. The North Main Station commander is responsible for the crime in the area. So the North Main Station commander puts together a patrol plan to try and prevent those break-ins. We have met with the owners of every parking garage, parking lot. We have asked them, we have encouraged them that if they're charging fees to park at these special events, that they need to provide security on their parking lots, because there's more parking lots, more cars than there are patrol officers. And we couldn't address the Blue Suede Brigade. That belongs to the Downtown Memphis Commission.
Well, what about the horses and drones? Policemen on the horses and drones.
So the horses, the mounted patrol comes to downtown as often as they can. You'll see them on Beale Street every Friday and Saturday night. And they arrive on Beale Street as the crowd starts to get large, about 8 o'clock. But I promise we put the mounted patrol out as often as we can. Keep in mind, a mounted patrol has shrunk in size, just like every unit of the Memphis Police Department. We can't fill mounted patrol in these special units until we fill uniform patrol.
Okay, what about the drones?
So drones are interesting. Drones can only be flown with a 107 license, and you have to maintain eyesight with the drone. So we follow those. We don't have a large number of officers that have the Part 107 license by the FAA, but we're trying our best to increase that number. We're also working on a contract to be able to purchase more drones.
Will we see that coming forth this season?
Absolutely. That technology is something that we're exploring. The fire department already has drones as well. And we're also cognizant of the downtown space and how we utilize, drones in certain areas. But for the purpose of monitoring crowds and using our real-time crime center to have a downlink to be able to monitor crowds and things that are going on, drones would definitely be helpful. And even in those private lots sometimes, we really don't want to get in the practice of taking care of private owners, private lots. We're hoping that we can encourage more security through them, but as a responsibility of public safety, we don't want our citizens coming downtown and being victimized with their cars broken into either.
They're requiring, security at those private lots is important too. Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
Hello, thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
I've heard a lot this morning. You have a lot of work to do. I don't think there's any one answer. It just amazes me, though, to think if these kids, if they're under 18, I guess they're kids, how are they getting downtown? Are they walking? How are they getting down there? Have you investigated that to start with?
Well, I think from my observations, sometimes when I'm downtown on the weekends, they come in groups, they get on buses, and they come downtown. And sometimes they even know the schedule and the time that, the Beale Street corridor is opening up. There's no more security after, I can't remember what time, maybe after 12 and 1 o'clock sometimes, and they wait until, those individuals are gone. But we are working with the downtown community and have met with Mr. Young as it relates to how much longer can we keep certain areas prohibited for young people, because it does become an attraction, for them. Music is still playing at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, and it turns into a block party sometimes out there. But to answer your question, sometimes they come in cars, sometimes they come, in groups. Most of the time they're in groups, little packs, that are running together.
Okay. So if you take them to one of these off-site facilities, what makes them stay there?
Well, sometimes just the fact that you're in the custody, and we don't want to say it is an arrest, but most of the time young people don't resist when a police officer says, you're going to have to come with me. And really, you coming with me is not for me to put handcuffs on you and lock you up. You coming with me is that you don't have any business out here, and that your life is in danger, because they don't really understand that part either. But the minute something happens to one of our children, it's our responsibility that we're allowing them to walk around. And what we're trying to do also is to discourage them from even coming into that area if they know that the police are going to, pick them up and take them to a safe space until they're reunited with their parents.
Then my other concern is that that's a focus on the downtown area, and you also mentioned, of course, you will do it any part of the city once you see kids, after the curfew. What is the curfew again? 10, what is it?
I think it's 11, isn't it, on the
10 and
weekend?
11.
So my understanding of Tennessee state law, there's 4 different curfews.
Right.
So Sunday through Thursday, 16 and under, you have to be home by 10 p.m. 17-year-old is 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday night, 16 and under is 11 p.m. and a 17-year-old is midnight.
Okay. So what type of publicity are you going to be using to make everybody aware of the fact you will be picked up, carried to a safe place, and it can occur any place in the city of Memphis? I think once people start understanding that's going to happen, maybe some of the parents will start being a little bit more responsible about their actions, and maybe some type of legislation does need to be passed in order to make these parents more responsible, some type of.
Absolutely. So, Councilman, we are working with the marketing and working with city communications on various marketing and videos. And we actually talked about the fact that, there have been various videos that really, reach the right audience, in the past. As I gave an example, do you know where your children are? And really just to try to engage community members and parents more about how we're going to address this issue, and hope they will be more responsible not to have their children out at a certain time of night and to inconvenience them, because at some point they're going to have to come and pick up their children as well. But we are working on what that messaging looks like, some video messaging, and we'll be working with our local media outlets.
And I assume, too, that you're working with the school system, because some of those afternoon activities may last past 10 o'clock.
Yes.
So how are you going to address that? Because there's going to be quite a few kids under 18 attending the football, basketball games.
So there's an exception in the curfew law for school-sponsored events. So as long as they're at that school-sponsored event.
But leaving it is another issue.
Right, but if they're going straight from that event to home, the chances of being wandering around the downtown space.
I'm not just talking about downtown. I'm talking about any place, in the city. That creates a problem. So we need to get with the school system and tell them that they're going to have to change the time to try to get these activities finished early in the day than they are currently doing it.
Well,
So-
and hopefully with the school system, they can help augment our messaging, you know, to parents when they're having various types of events. That, you know, after the event, if it's past curfew, then they are encouraging
To be with them.
to be with their young people and not allow them to, you know, if it's a football game, if it's a basketball game, not to allow them to wander into other areas, not just the downtown space, but just in communities everywhere.
Right.
Yes.
All right, those are some of my basic concerns. And the last one is, what can the community do to help you?
Keep getting the message out. We've been talking to even some of our clergy too, who have offered up their assistance in, you know, how can they be more engaged? We graduated 59 clergy members from our clergy academy, and another group of individuals who want to use their facilities to have activities. And it's going to take more than the police department to have, you know, wholesome space for our young people to engage in activities after hours. Kids don't want to be at home, you know, during the summertime, you know, after 5 o'clock. They want things to do too. And sometimes they don't have the kind of governance and supervision that, you know, we could provide, recreation centers could provide, and even some of the church activities could provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Easter Thomas, and then Smiley. Councilman Smiley.
I think this is a great beginning conversation. We are going to have to think about partnering with some wraparound services because we don't want our police department to end up being a daycare. So there are a lot of organizations that exist, as you mentioned, JIF and some other organizations that we definitely need to partner with. We don't want to be able to call our officers and they're distracted with a lot of children, but we know we're going to have to do something. The other thing is, it would be interesting to know, I know we're not the only city that has this challenge. What are some cities that are utilizing the police department in that way and trying to organize and get our children and taken somewhere in a safe environment? We need to research and see what are some of the other big cities doing to try to secure a safe environment for our children and transport them.
So I know there are a number of programs that are out there outside of the police department where recreation centers and other entities, you know, have programs that are centered and geared towards young people. This is, you know, our effort is just a start so that we don't have a larger crime problem or victimization problem with our young people too.
But I just wonder if their police departments are having to transport children. How are they doing it?
Well, from what I know, they're transporting them, especially if they're committing various types of crimes. If it's a crime being committed, you transport them to juvenile court. And then the court system has a responsibility of assessing what needs to be done. We find quite often that, you know, it may not be a crime committed, and we just have children, and we don't have the facilities. You know, we mentioned this one facility, but this facility is one that we feel like we have to do something. You know, we can't have our officers riding around with children. We can't have them ignoring them either.
Right.
So we feel like we have to do something. This is just a start, but hopefully those other entities and, you know, community organizations will help with how we manage our children in the city.
And even in transporting, if you have a group of children and an officer, how are you going to get all of those children to a location? It's as if you would almost need a bus.
And that's just it. You know, this approach is going to be from a case-by-case basis. When we see the most vulnerable out there, that we can address it, but we aren't going to be able to just load up all of the children that, you know, come downtown and put them on a bus and take them someplace. We don't have the capacity to do that. So,
and then for the council, it was interesting. We went to Washington for the National League of Cities. Most of the buildings had cameras on top of them. We may have to think of some additional monitoring that we can do for our city, for our downtown area, and utilizing our technology. It was just very interesting to see all of the cameras that were on top of the buildings.
I think Deputy Chief Crowe mentions it.
Well,
Chief Davis talks about that.
So the Connect to Memphis program is an effort to do just that, to, as a force multiplier, so to speak, to have more eyes on the exterior structures of buildings downtown from a private sector standpoint, to be able to tap into those cameras that are on the exterior. Most of our buildings downtown have cameras. Banks have cameras. You know, the access to the camera is not to see inside the building, but to be able to monitor areas that we have crime problems, where we may have an incident that we need to investigate. So to expand our camera footprint is what our effort is through that Connect to Memphis program, not just from buildings in downtown space, but buildings and facilities all over the city.
And how can someone become a part of the Connect to Memphis program?
It's on our website, connecttomemphis.com, and it's a relatively easy process to register your camera. You can have the option to register the camera so that we know you have a camera if an incident occurs, and you also have the option to actually integrate your camera network into the Memphis Police Department Real-Time Crime Center, so that if an incident occurs on that block or at that bank, we would have access to that camera and be able to actually see the ingress and egress of vehicles and descriptions real time, which is a huge help in solving crimes.
All right, thank you, Councilman. I do want to say that we are going to need you all, would like for you all to come back as soon as possible to give an update on the rollout when you actually get all the nuts and bolts worked out and are ready to promote it. If you could come back and share the details with us, that would be great, because as you see today, all the things that council members are mentioning, I'm sure are things that you're going to be incorporating into the program. Before we leave this, Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilman Smiley both have brief questions that they want to ask or comment.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chief, Deputy Chief.
Good
morning. I'll say that, one, thank you for starting to think about a path forward for this year as far as the juvenile crime abatement program. But colleagues, I think that we are taking a wrong approach on how we're looking at this. And this may be, I don't know if this is media or how this stuff gets formed, but it seems as though we're looking at it at a viewpoint of youth as a problem and youth as a target issue. A lot of the rhetoric is around, well, they're doing this that's interrupting my blank, blank, blank. Or they're here doing this, why aren't they somewhere else? And it's not a lot of conversation about the opportunity rather than the issue of kids. So I think that we all, myself included, can do better on how we're framing this conversation. I know as far as the police, y'all are concerned on safety and crimes, which is what you're supposed to be doing. But as far as the council and everyone else in the city, we're not framing that conversation correctly. I'm not too old, but I remember when I was growing up, 90s, early 2000s, Peabody Place being built and opening up. Me and my friends are going down there and other folks from other places. The question was asked, how do the kids get down there? They walking, and back when it was Peabody Place, they really be walking because we had two public housing projects still there now, South City, to have that direct access. But I remember after a certain time, once you came out of Jillian's, once they kicked you out, or once the movie was done at Movie Co., and once you're done walking, going up and down the escalator at Tower Records 50 million times, looking at the mirrors and seeing who you seeing outside by the Starbucks and everything else, the paddy wagon was out to come chase folks to go home. And although I was not one that would probably have been a target of the paddy wagon, or whatever the correct term it was, we were still running from it around the block consistently, trying not to be one of those youth that got picked up and caught up. However, that was after we had exhausted all the things we could do downtown. So if we're looking at downtown as a place where it sounds like we're trying to keep kids away from downtown. That's what the conversation sounds like. If it's not that, we need to do a better job at how we're discussing it. But we haven't discussed how are we gonna make an opportunity for kids to have something to do in the areas where we're saying they're an issue. And so we have to do better as a council, encouraging people to develop things that are family friendly, that are youth friendly. We can't keep depending on the churches to have something to do and the schools to have something to do and the community centers have something to do. They have stuff to do and they probably have exhausted all of their programming as much as possible for every day of the week, for all times. But colleagues, I'm saying that to say, this is not a new conversation. People, when we had, I say that's probably why people had a place didn't work out. They were tired of young Black kids coming in there. But this is not a new conversation. And however, there is still a new context surrounding it in our community. There's not enough conversation about how our youth an opportunity instead of an issue. It's always, what are we gonna do about the kids? What are we gonna do about the kids? What are we doing for the kids? And how are we allowing dollars and developments and programs to go back into our communities and really provide opportunity for folks? And Chief, it's not a question, that's just a statement that everyone has had a part in not having a clear and beneficial conversation around youth. So, colleagues, I charge us to have a better conversation around it. In every sector that we're looking at in our committees and when folks are coming before us and saying about safety issues, this is not about kids as an issue. It's not about kids as a target, but how our youth that are ultimately going to take our places in everything that everybody's doing now, how are we seeing them as an opportunity to do better and provide more for them while we have the chance to?
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And we definitely want to put those topics on the agenda for the budget or some other, our other on the agenda. Because we're going to be asking about safety and security in this public safety one, but we definitely need to put it on the agenda, especially coming up to budget season. I totally agree with you. We're going to wrap it up. Councilwoman wanted to, Chairman, if you would, she had asked to have a quick statement.
Well, just a response to.
Okay, go ahead.
I brought that up during parks earlier.
And we did talk about that.
Mr. Walk is going to have something to talk about.
Absolutely.
Well, no, but he said, hey, stay tuned for 3:30 because, I stepped out for a second, but we need activities and stuff. We need to engage our children instead of looking at them at the problem. So I'm looking forward to how he responds to us
Quickly.
I just wanted to say for the record that we did have that in-depth discussion this morning, even with parks, to have some after-hours opportunities and program and constructive activities available for our children. So we did have this discussion, and we are on the same accord for that. Right.
We just missed you at parks.
Yes, we did.
I'm talking about more than parks. I'm talking about as a city, this conversation is not going in the correct direction. I know we on the same accord with a lot of things, but I'm saying what we're asking for, they're giving it, parks and other folks included. They can't be the only things. And then we can't say, go to the park, play basketball, but stay out of downtown. We can't say that. Go and do I do commend, I think that was your Smiley when you brought the resolution for Teen Fest and NLE Chopper is coming to do it and other folks are performing. That can't be it. And what are they gonna do for the rest of the month? What are they gonna do for the rest of the summer? So we thinking about it holistically and not just, parks will take care of it. Police is not a daycare, parks ain't a daycare either. So we have to make sure that as a whole conversation, developers, businesses, communities, everybody put together, that we're just keeping this on our forefront. Not to say that we as a council have not in particular sectors, but as a whole, the conversation is not going in the correct direction because you can look at the headlines. I don't know who's to point at, but I'm just opening hands for everybody to have
Absolutely.
part in it. blind.
Such as the zip line thing that's coming downtown, things like that.
If it's affordable,
right.
Otherwise, they're just gonna be standing there watching other people who can afford the zip line.
Yeah. All right. Well,
So I have
thank
a
you
couple,
so much.
couple
go
quick
ahead.
questions. So we spent a lot of time, well, briefly touched on green law. I'm trying to figure out, is green law moving away from parks and will be managed by MPD?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
And, yeah.
And then also when we are talking about this, I guess the pilot of this particular program, I'm more concerned about, what are the intended outcomes, the measurables. Jones, go back to his quote, if you can't measure, you can't manage it. I want to make sure that after we implement this program, let's say the first 30 days, that you all come back to us and say, hey, this many individuals were detained for a violation of this particular ordinance on the city's ordinance, this particular state statute, so that we can understand whether this program is one that we need to expand or one we need to say, hey, it's not working, let's revisit and let's dial it back. But we need to have measurables, we need to have intended outcomes so that we can determine whether this is beneficial for the people of Memphis. And to what Councilwoman Easter Thomas said, we had Celebration Station, Liberty Land, Adventure River, there was Excite, there were so many different programs around when we were here. The conversation can't be just between this council. The conversation has to be with what I call good corporate partners. We need to do everything we can to bring them to the table and say, hey, look, if you believe the city of Memphis is worth bringing your company to, you also need to invest in our youth so that they can have the things to do. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that. Now we're going to move to item number 6, which is a discussion on the MPD sidearms RFP. And that was sponsored by Councilman Covette. Councilman Covette, you recognize?
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. I guess walk us through, and I think we prepped you for what we were looking for, but walk me through the RFP process. Walk me through kind of how does this work? 'Cause it sounds like we're doing something huge, but I just kind of walk me through from 0 to we make a decision.
So I have Ms. Frances Brooks here through procurement. Isn't that correct? Through our procurement office, and she is the expert. So we're gonna let her walk you through.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frances Brooks, purchasing supervisor.
Address, please.
125 North Main. Our process as far as RFQs, because I think what we are discussing today is an RFQ, which is a request for quote. Once the process begins, once we receive the requisition from what I would call the end user or our internal customer. The requisition.
The police being the end user.
Yes. The requisition is what we use to put out a request for quote. The requisition is telling us what they want to order, how soon they need to get it, and it gives us the specifications of what they're ordering. Once we receive the approved requisition from the end user, we review it, look at the specifications, determine if we have any questions or anything before we start to put everything in Oracle, which is the system that we use to process.
Mm-hmm.
So once we enter the request for quote in the system, it goes out to vendors for quote. It's normally out for 10 days. At the end of that 10 days, bids are due on a Wednesday by 12 noon. Once the bids are in, we open, which I normally open the bids, review them. We have a process where we list everything on a spreadsheet when the bids come in, which tells who the vendors are, what the quotes are. All of this is posted on the city's website. So once the bid session is done, I will let the contract analysts know that the bids have been open. They can contact the divisions and let the divisions know the bids are open. They can go online to review their bids. This is the process. Once they review the bids, they will determine who they're going to make their award to. They contact us, let us know, send us all the necessary paperwork, which includes the B&C, the contract, bids and contracts. The contract along with that, and any other necessary documentation that we need. Once we receive that, we go ahead and process the RFQ into a contract. Once that is done, it goes through all the necessary approvals, which starts with legal. Then it goes to the COO and eventually makes its way up to the mayor for approval. Once that's approved, and the way it gets to the mayor is we set it up in DocuSign, which is basically a storage.
I'm a realtor, yeah. That's how we do all our deals.
Yes. So, and that's how it's approved through DocuSign. Once it's approved, a copy will go out to the vendors to let them know who the winning bidder is. And then we store copies with records management.
Okay, why don't let's back up. When did we send out the RFQ?
This particular RFQ?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, please.
I don't have the exact date. The bids came in on the 22nd of March, so the RFQ would have had to go out around the 12th, the 10th or the 12th of March.
Okay, let's back up before bid day. You said you were given specifications to prepare an RFQ.
Yes.
Who sent you the specifications?
We received it from the police department.
Okay. So police chief, how were the specifications put together? I mean, I know it wasn't just as simple as we need a one. How did you come up with that?
Well, what we typically do is we take into consideration what our current state is too, with our current weapons. Our current weapons are almost obsolete, and we're in the process of looking at what is the weapon that most agencies around the country is using, and we also look to see whether or not those weapons have had problems, and not necessarily a vendor, but a weapon type, whether it's a 40 cal, whether it's a 9mm, who the manufacturer is, what kind of problems they've had in it. Of course, I haven't been personally involved in that process. I kind of leave it up to, some of our subject matter experts in the police department that have had more experience in the actual process of weapons. And once we come up with what that scope is, we hand it over to the procurement office, and they handle the process from there.
Okay, so I had been hearing about this because, and I'm not a firearms guy, but I'm hearing that's where everybody's going. Okay, so I get it. We're making the change. Let's talk about, because you clearly empower the experts to come up with the specs and the scope of what we're trying to do here. Who was that? I mean, or the MPD? I mean, how does all that come about? I guess I'm more fascinated or curious as to, before we spend a lot of money, and this is our officers, in a terrible situation, this is their safety.
Well, not just with this particular, piece of equipment, with anything, I try not to focus too much on what people want or what they like. I try to focus on what's best for the department, what's best for the industry, and really paying attention to the direction of the industry as well. So we get input, but we ultimately make a decision based on, the information and the data that's out there about a particular product. And as I said, we don't think in terms of, who the vendor is, because I don't have a clue who those individuals are who actually bid it for our, typically I stay out of those processes, same with body-worn cameras and everything else. But we went through the same process in my previous organization about body-worn cameras. What is the best type of body-worn camera? Not what people like. Some folks wanted the new cell phone type, but it wasn't the best thing for police officers. And we ended up going with a product that was more durable, a product that, had a lot of different features. And that's the same with our weapons and the scope of what we're looking for.
Okay. Who in the police department is on your team, leading your team to figure out the best, because again, as much as it is a financial, what are we spending, but then it's a, how are we coming up with this?
Right. Yeah,
Please.
because I'm not exactly sure who those
You
individuals.
appoint the right people.
Councilmember, will you ask your specific question of him specifically, if you would?
Yes, ma'am.
Restate it.
Sean Jones, 170 North Main.
Thank you. All right, so the question becomes, who was the team that decided to put the RFQ out? How did y'all come up with this? Because, I mean, I know obviously y'all looking nationwide, but y'all are also looking within MPD, and y'all also relying on your expertise. Who's the team? Who made that decision?
So my firearms unit are the ones that put the information together. We try to stay out of the process. It's illegal to try to get involved in these type processes once these processes start moving.
I'm just
down the
talking
road.
about the scope, the
The
specs.
scope was put together by the
all I'm
firearms
interested
training unit. So this just as has before, previously, prior to us, and other weapons that the agency has purchased, been the same process, the same exact process. Hasn't changed.
Okay, and you're in charge of this?
I'm over the firearms training unit, I am.
Okay, so you were leading the group that was putting these specs together before they even hit RFQ. You were leading the group that turned around and said, okay, based on national, based on MPD, based on our expertise and recommendation, this is the scope and the specs we're looking for.
I didn't put the scope together. The firearms training unit put it together as they've done in previous years.
Okay, the firearms training unit of Memphis Police Department.
Right, unless you know something I don't know.
No.
which you shouldn't.
I'm just, forgive me. I feel like I'm kind of running down the rabbit hole because I asked a simple question. Who called the play? At the end of the day, who do I turn around and say, who made the recommendation?
So even though we have officers at our firearms unit that work together to make recommendations, their recommendation is not the end of the discussion at all as it relates to which direction we go in. I don't just let officers, I respect what they have to say, but then I have to recognize, from what point of reference they're holding on to something that, from my experience, is not necessarily a good recommendation. So sometimes, it's not that particular, group is making the decision. We have them to put all the information together, and then we make a decision, not just based on what the Memphis Police Department is doing, not just with this, but with our vehicles and everything else. What is national best practices? And that may not have come from, my firearms unit.
Okay, so Chief, what we're saying is, and forgive me for running out this rabbit hole because I'm a little confused. So we have a firearms group within MPD. They make their recommendation, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with you in terms of what does the final 15-round magazine, semi-automatic, whatever it is that we're asking for.
Yeah, it does, because if something goes wrong, the buck stops with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I know for a fact that a particular piece of equipment might not be the safest piece of equipment or may not be the most accurate piece of equipment, sometimes our officers push on what they like as opposed to what's best. So what I try to do is think in terms of what is best for the department as a whole. And it's not just to be insulated here with what we've always done, is comparing, and that's what everything, our technology, our vehicles, our body-worn cameras, what's best for the department. But we absolutely respect and take, into account, what their recommendations, and I think that's what we did in this case too.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear where we were going, because it's not just money, it's safety.
Absolutely.
Okay, so our group has made the recommendation, final call, hits the RFP. You put the RFP out, ma'am, and where are we currently sitting? Because March, we're April, almost May. Where are we looking on, because it's public, but where are we in the decision process before it hits the mayor going up the legal channel and all that?
We are waiting to hear from the division on who the award will be made to.
Which division, police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the RFPs are in, RFQs, the responses, the bids, they're in your lap now, in your inbox, correct?
No, well, they might be, but I hadn't seen them yet. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen, what the outcome, I don't know when that happened. Recently, obviously.
the process is they would have to go into the Oracle system. They need to log into Oracle in order to see the quotes. And normally, our point of contact for police has been Gerald Shumpert, I believe, and Brandy Jackson. So those emails should have gone out to them.
Okay, so just to understand where we are in the process, the RFQs have been received, but we're taking our time, making sure we get this right because we have not applied best practices and final decision. When do you suspect you might make a final decision?
Well, I'll go back today just to go into Oracle and see where we are with it. This has been somewhat of a lengthy process because this is the second time that we've actually gone through this iteration because there was only one bidder in the previous one, and then we started all over again. We conferred with legal, and they basically told us we can't have just one company. We need to be able to choose from other companies as well. So we went back out. Now we have three.
Oh, okay. So now you have three bidders.
Yeah.
Now I get
Now
it.
we have a selection instead of just one company getting a contract that we know that there are other companies out there that would be interested in. We put it back out for RFQ.
Councilmember, it's been 10 minutes on this topic. Do you have any final questions for her before we move to the next council member in the
I'd
queue?
like to, then I'd like the chief to come back and let's have a further conversation on this. Do I safely assume you will not sign any contracts or forward any contracts to the mayor for signature in the next 2 weeks?
Well,
Sorry, 1 week. Our next council meeting. My bad. Or better, please don't, can I have your word that you won't sign it? I would love to meet with you and review the bids because as much for anything else, Chair Lady, I don't know who the distributors are that they're potentially considering. I don't know the firearms that they are considering. And I also don't know how much money they're going to be asking for our new sidearms. So there still remains a lot of questions, but with permission.
You'll meet after this. Okay.
Yeah, can we get offline and no decisions before we meet in council next week? And may I have this back on committee in 1 week?
Okay, we will look at that definitely. All right. Councilman Canali, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I have a quick question. From my understanding, the firearm that our men and women carry, the Sig Sauer, has been discontinued.
that was my understanding, yes.
Did we do any departmental testing of other weapons, other brands?
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they've tested several different types of weapons.
Okay.
Can we ask council?
That's my own.
Can we ask
Chief, Assistant Chief Jones?
Again, I'm not aware of that. Again, once we get into the RFP process, we don't get involved in that process because it's illegal.
If you're asking whether or not I've tested several different types of weapons before, and I have, my own, I'm not a subject matter expert, but I have my own opinion about the weapons and what weapons have been excellent weapons and what weapons have problems and so on. But I still leave that up to the RFQ process as it relates to who we go with. Our firearms folks, they test all kinds of weapons on a regular basis, so I'm pretty sure they also have, an opinion as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much for your this discussion on MPD sidearms RFP. Now we're going to move to item number 1, which is an ordinance vehicle impound storage lot. All council districts sponsored by administration with a request to add to consent agenda for first reading. May I have a motion and a second for this item? Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Covette. Who's here to speak on this item? Please give your name and address for us. And you're recognized.
And Antonio Adams, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, jointly with
Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
we're here to present one of the many one of the many proposals that will be coming to you all to rectify the operations out at the impound lot. This one I will say, was championed by the Memphis Police Department. They worked hard on these particular revisions. They worked in concert with the tow operators. So we feel comfortable that these revisions are solid. We ask for your review and your passage as we move forward. If you have any questions, we'll be willing to kind of provide summary and explanation as we move forward. So I'll just open the floor now for questions.
Councilman Warren.
Yes, thank you. There's one section here about the cars shall be towed to the impound lot. And one of the things after talking to some of the tow operators, they were wondering if that could be may, as in some situations it may not be appropriate to always tow something to the tow lot. And I'm wondering how we would look at that as we move forward. This is a first reading. And as the first reading means that we got 2 more readings, so we're going to put this out and start the conversation back and forth between the police department, hopefully, and our tow operators, so we can see if we can work that out in a way that will be more effective for us. Because I think some of the issues we have is if we're shall towing everything and we're still overloaded in the police impound lot, there may be things that we may want to divert just to keep us making that lot work. Y'all get together with them and talk if that would be okay.
We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right, I had a quick question. How long will, under section 41-8, when it talks about, let's see, if the owner does not pick up the vehicle, how long will they have to pick up the vehicle from the record service lot before storage fees are assessed?
5 days?
5 days.
5 days?
5 days.
Okay. All right. All right. Next we have Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. I will not. Usually what I like to do when we're, I guess, passing laws that is dealing with affected group, I like to give them an opportunity to say a few words. So if anyone from the industry would like to come speak and join, Deputy Chief, all the chiefs up here and say something to us. And let us know how this particular ordinance impacts your industry. Go ahead. And state your name and address for the record.
Angela Inman, 4000 North Watkins.
And your affiliation with the industry.
Tow owners of Shelby County and Memphis.
There we go. The floor is yours.
Alrighty. We do think that this will help the impound lot. This will help our drivers maybe cut down some of our wait time. As I've addressed with you guys several times, our wait times are between 3 and 5 hours. We are still completely overcrowded at the impound lot. We are not seeing much progress. The new forklifts are going down. So we have tons of issues. Our trucks cannot get in there at all without being damaged. It's a mess. So I do think us sending these cars to private lots will help some. However, drivers are still going to have to go out there. So we are still going to have several issues that we have to address at the impound lot.
I'm sorry. I guess my ultimate question is, does this move the needle? Does this help?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson.
And thank you. That was one of my concerns too, to make sure the industry did have an opportunity to speak. But can somebody give me some reassurance that something else is going to happen to those lots in regards to all the other issues that's been addressed? How you going to clean it up? Why won't you just get rid of the cars? What's going on?
So in conjunction to this ordinance, I know MPD is working with our counterparts at the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office is looking to revise their policy. It's not a quick fix. as they will have to work with the Attorney General's office as well to ensure that their policy is in concert with state law to allow them to allow MPD to discard evidentiary proof on site so that we can remove cars immediately on site. Once we do that, we can remove cars that have aged on the lot. Then you can remove those on site as well as take those to private lots, which will immediately start drastically dwindling the inventory on lot. We then will improve the site itself. So you'll have 3 prongs of approach to start remediating the lot itself.
Okay, that seems like we're always pushing the can down the road in this particular situation. Because the other issue is, I don't even think y'all know what's over there. I mean, I've had so many people to go over and say, I've been looking for my car, I can't find it. They brought it in last week, they don't know where it is. So, I mean, we got to do something a little bit more drastic than sit there and wait. If the cars just disappear, you wouldn't know they were there or not. So, why are we waiting forever in this process? I understand the legal aspects of it, but you still got to identify those cars, and that's a problem.
So I can answer that. That's a part of what we're trying to do from a technology standpoint. We've had some conversation with some of the vendors that, so when all cars come in, they will have a particular tag that's attached, affixed to them, and it has GPS location, so we will always know at all times where that particular car is. So we're looking at that technology.
I agree, that's a good idea. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones already there that need to be removed so we can have some space.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But this process should kind of, move those cars along.
Okay,
Get them off the
so,
process.
I mean, we're only going to move them if we go through the DA office where he just described the process, and we're going to have to wait on it.
Right.
Can't we just lift them and dig a big hole, and just put them in?
There are a number of things. The DA holds, which the police department will continue to hold. The issue is separating them from just regular tows and having a specific area for evidentiary cars that's secured and gated in. But this new ordinance, this new step will begin to move cars out of our custody and onto private tow lots and give us more time to start really because right now we are taking in cars, just hundreds a week, and there's no staff and resources to really start working on. I'm not going to say start work. They are working on auctioning off cars every week and also destroying cars, and they're making a lot more progress than they have in the past. But the big difference is going to be, thank you. The big difference is going to be when we stop taking these, especially stolen vehicles. When we stop taking stolen vehicles in and they go to private, tows, that's going to cut down on the number of vehicles that are coming to the city's tow lot considerably.
Okay.
We're anticipating, yeah. Absolutely.
It must not be. All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Excuse me. I have one other question under section 4111. What is a reasonable walking distance considering elderly, disabled, single parents with children, et cetera? And when is there not an opportunity to pay online?
So that's already in the ordinance. That's already in the ordinance, the reasonable walking distance, a part of the ordinance already. So what we tried to do, in the event we bring in the technology, they will be able to pay online. So right now, the way they set up the record companies, they're in zones. And those, so assuming the car would be towed within that zone, which means the person living in that zone is probably why that ordinance came into existence in that fashion. So but that was already there in the ordinance.
Okay. Is there a time when you're not able to pay online?
Well, now you can't. This would be an addition to bring technology into the fold.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Anyone else, colleagues, anybody else have any questions? Oh, one question was, how will the record services be selected under the new ordinance?
So it doesn't change. The process that's already in existence for the record companies are lined up in the various zones, the 9 various zones that they're in. The ordinance, I think, is clear and specific. You have to have a record company in the zone in which you operate, but that's already a part of the ordinance.
And one other thing, they mentioned that there was this one line for all of the cards, whether it's coming in from police or whether it's coming from private. How will this change, or are there any new procedural changes that are going to be put in place to ease that, whether it's routine or emergency versus emergency?
Yeah, so I think what happened is the area, the roadway kind of clear up for the most part. We get in about 1,200 to 1,300 cars a month, and we're getting in. So those cars have stacked up on the lot. Once we're able to clear the lot out, we can have ingress and egress from various directions. But right now, we're having to try to maximize all the space in the area to accommodate the cars. So once we get those cars off the lot, we'll be able to manage that process.
Okay. Once you get the cars that are going out.
Yeah, those 1,200 cars that won't be coming on, and we auction off or get rid of about 1,000 cars a month. So now your lot is reducing in size. So now you have space to be able to redirect that space.
What percentage of the number of cars on the lot will now be on private lot?
So you're talking about cars that are stolen cars. You're talking about wrecked cars. You're talking about those that were traffic citations where it had 3 or more. They were coming to our lot. They won't come to our lot anymore. So none of those cars will come. So we'll just have evidence primarily, things that we need, and cars that we're seizing either federal or state. So that's all we have. So it should take us to hopefully to about 800 cars that we may have on the lot at any given time.
So how many cars do we have on the lot currently?
2,732 current cars on the lot.
All right, and of the 2,732 vehicles, how many of those are not affiliated with a criminal proceeding?
So 800 of those cars would be affiliated with criminal cases.
So 800 of those cars are affiliated with criminal cases. So about 2,000 are not. Of those 2,000, how long do we legally have to keep them before we start discarding them?
I'm not certain. Okay, 30 days.
30 days, and
after we finish with it. Right.
So 30 days, we have to keep them, legally keep them, and I think we have an overcrowding problem. So what is our process right now to significantly reduce the number of vehicles that we do not have a legal obligation to keep?
So every week we're doing auctions, and so every month we're moving out about 300-400 cars a month. Just depends on how the auction goes.
Okay, and those funds go back into
general fund.
General fund, not to MPD's line.
No, general fund.
General fund.
General fund.
Okay, and the vehicles that are not able to be sold, so I'm assuming
so
there's
all
some vehicles that
over time. So all vehicles over time are able to be sold, whether they're being sold as a car to drive
or junk
for scrap, for parts, etc. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it seems like we do have a plan to reduce the number. Okay, that's all I was trying to figure out. Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
How many people work on the lot?
I don't have the exact number. We have several civilians. We have one sworn person that oversees the lot, then we have about 6 vacancies of our technicians that work on the lot.
And the lot is seriously understaffed right now, because once we began to get a significant increase in cars, then the workload of not just managing cars coming in, but also just from answering the phones and dealing with the business from individuals calling in. So part of the work is also coming up with a better customer service type of interaction with the community as well. So I think we're hiring some.
Well, that's a part of the process as well, in terms of making it a whole electronic process. So it have self-serve components on it as well. But once the cars start going to the private lots, we won't need that or have to depend on that as much once they start going to the private record companies. That'll kind of allow the personnel to kind of redirect.
Oh, okay.
in terms of what they do. But right now, because you got so many coming in and so many going out, and they're trying to manage the coming in and the going out simultaneously, and the phones ringing simultaneously, it creates that problem. So once the volume drops, then we'll have an opportunity to, like I say, redirect that personnel, and they'll be more efficient in terms of what they do.
So you have people answering the phone,
Yes, ma'am.
people directing,
Right.
and then people actually moving the cars.
Well, we have employees who have to move the cars. That's what the forklifts are utilized for.
How many
And,
forklifts do you have?
we have 2 forklifts for
Two
that
for the whole
process.
lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So you need some more
Yeah.
forklifts too. sounds
Well,
like
I
it.
think we'd be good, once this process kind of come into play, we'll be good.
But she said you can't even drive in a lot without tearing up your truck.
Well, currently.
So what do
But
they do?
once-
Just dump it on outside of the lot?
No.
So is what a lot of companies do is they instruct them to drop outside of the gate, and they will then pick it up with the forklift and move it to its spot. However, sometimes that option's not available, and these companies have no choice but to go back there.
Need to outsource some help to come in and help get it together?
Right now, from a spatial standpoint, you can add a lot of resources to it, but you really have to look at it. If you add a lot of forklifts, that's fine. You're still not going to be able to move a lot of equipment because you just don't have space to even add the forklifts. So the 2 forklifts is just enough right now to maneuver the vehicles. Right now, we have to relieve the lot of the inventory. If you relieve the lot of the inventory, then you can probably add the forklifts so that you can start moving the other vehicles there. We
Does
just
the-
gotta.
I just wonder, does the DA realize the sense of urgency?
No. So I know I don't know yet. Right now, what we need to do is just honestly remove the vehicles. And to your point, I think that's where we are. And we do have other options that we like to come to you with. They're not fully baked, and before they're completely baked, I don't want to release those at this point in time.
That was my question. I was just wondering, does the DA realize a sense of urgency?
The DA does, and we've been working with them. Again, it's just a process there, and the same on our end as well, as far as looking at the older vehicles and extracting and compacting on site, because again, that's an older conversation that we've had as well. And so again, looking at that, we do need to reconcile that inventory and make sure that we can actually take care of that as well. So, and again, looking at additional property so that we can relieve and move cars as well. So again, we got a menu of options, but we need to make sure they're fully baked, make sure that we can put price tags behind them and present them to you.
How long do you think that will take, Director?
How long we gonna be talking about it?
Or when can you come back with that information?
Let me get with the rest of the administration, and I can at least tell you when I can come back with a full amount and make sure that it's within the mayor's. I know it's within the mayor's priority, but I want to make sure that I get with Chief Ford, Chief Ryan, so that we can come back with the full list of options in the menu. Because I do want to come back to you as well with a date where we can kind of let you know what's happening with the DA as well. Because I want to give you reasonable expectations.
All right. Are you
wanted to say
hold on
something.
1 second. Let's get Councilwoman Johnson's question or comment as well as Chairman Jones before they speak, because they may need to speak to everybody's question.
Thank
So,
you, Chair,
Chairman,
for the opportunity. My question is, so you're telling us this is just a temporary arrangement?
Referring to the ordinance?
No, in reference to, well, I guess the ordinance, other towing operators being able to store cars on their facility?
No. The ordinance is permanent. The ordinance is one of many options that we are going to implement to ensure that this never happens again. What we're telling you is there are other options that we want to bring to you to ensure that this never happens again, but we want to make sure that it's fully baked. We don't want to bring to you something that's half baked and we end up in this predicament again.
Okay, that's good. My question too is, where they are taking the cars, will that require a special permit for them to be there? Is it zoned properly where these cars are going to?
So these are the record companies. I just handle that. These are the record companies that are already record companies that are contracted with the city.
Okay.
So they can go there. They're already permitted to operate in their various
Yeah, but
locations.
is there a limitation on how many cars based on the zoning that they're working within?
So I can't answer that
No,
question.
the ordinance itself expands their capacity. Within this ordinance allows them to expand the capacity from 25 to 100.
Okay. I think that may be interesting for the community to really know that, because right now they're not dealing with it. I guess it would depend on where these operators are. That if the community is going to want to have a 2 cents in us approving these particular ordinance, that would be one of my concerns as well. That's why I was hoping it was only temporary and that you'll clean up your lot and everybody can go back to doing it the way it was initially planned to.
I think I could speak to that a little bit. Evan Mealer, Blue City Towing, 1828 Thomas Road. So I think the towing industry agrees with most everything Mr. Adams has said and that the chiefs have said today. Well, as we support the language that they're presenting to you. It's my opinion that MPD should be able to turn off or turn on the faucet to their lot whenever they need to. And that's not the case right now, the way the ordinance is written. Everything has to go there except things that were in a wreck. So if they change that, that allows MPD in a situation like right now, they've got to turn off the faucet. This is just math. It's just logistics. If they keep having 1,400 cars a month come in and they're selling 800 a month, again, that's just math. Exactly. So if we can allow them to do what they're asking, shut it off for the time being, get caught up, that's the only way to handle it. They've got to cut that intake back. And then, as you say, once it starts to open up and get empty, if they want to bring more cars in out there to get that revenue back up, we say go for it. But in our minds, and we do this every day, you know, we've got y'all are doctors, y'all are administration, funeral people, whatever. Y'all know that we know cars, and that's the best solution. They're offering you the right path.
Okay, and so what is the cost to the city for these cars to be stored in these individual properties?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yes, no cost.
That's fantastic, fellas. I mean, I appreciate
Everybody wins.
Lots are taking on more liability, but they also have potential to increase their revenue. And the city says, we want no parts. Y'all have at it.
We're
I
very
think it's a
efficient at
win-win.
turning customers in and out of our offices. The public should like it, I hope.
I would like to thank you for your participation, cooperation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. But I do want to make note of what you said. There is a clause in here, a section in here that, so what you're saying is this ordinance gives each one of the tow companies the permission to store up to 100 vehicles on their lot, regardless of the size of the lot.
No.
And that goes by question. If let
Okay,
me
go
follow up with
ahead,
that.
Chairman.
There's, I got to take exception to the statement that you made, Deputy Director. You said it allows them to expand. This requires them to expand.
Correct.
So,
You're correct. I said
so
correct.
we're putting an increased burden. If I'm an operator right now that has a capacity to store 25 vehicles, in order for me to get a permit, is this a new permit or a renewal? I think we need to make an exception and perhaps have a grandfather for those that are currently have the permit. If I operate 25, I shouldn't be required to expand 4 times.
Right.
Is that a motion?
In order to still have my yes. So
Let's move.
All right.
Well, yeah, we need to clean up the language here to make sure that the grandfather is included in here, and we're not requiring operators to go out and expand in order to do this.
Second Jones's motion.
So how will that impact your plan?
So it doesn't because once if the person cannot, we have it may go to our lot in the very first one, so it still can go to our lot if that lot couldn't hold more than the 25, or we can do the rotational list in that particular zone. So it may rotate to the next record company who would have the capacity in that particular zone. So you have two options. So it still can come to us.
Okay, so now this is down for first reading, but between now and then, or for it to go down between now and 3 o'clock, we'll work on the language to modify this part of it. But here's something else. So let's say that I have 10 outstanding parking tickets. What now is becoming an issue between me and the city is now becoming an issue between me and a private operator. And so I take exception to that because they're going to put me on the hook. In order for me to get my car, I got to pay this fee for a certain amount of days. So we need to work on that because there are unintended consequences.
Right.
This tow company didn't have anything to do with me.
Right.
But now my car is on their lot. So we need to work on so I would say we do not send this down yet. We send this down next week. Because this is the one that there's a request to send it down for first.
I think as it relates to your question, there's storage fees anyway. I don't think it's necessarily undue burden. They already have to pay this money. When the law enforcement tows a vehicle, the vehicle is kept for a particular time. There's storage fees anyway. So in addition to whatever traffic citation you have to take care of with the court, there's also a fee that is attributed to the city of Memphis in order to store vehicles. So either whether you're paying the private company storage fee or whether you're paying the city of Memphis storage fee will be paid.
Is it the
Is it
same?
They agree
Is it the
to
same?
keep it the same.
The number is the same. We're not. This is not undue burden. This is something that's already written into the law.
And in our conversations, those were some of the concerns that we had. We didn't want our private towers to have different fees for storage. One same fee, and they agreed that the fee would be the same that it is now, so that there wasn't a shock to the conscience of some. And we also took under consideration the smaller tow companies too, because we didn't want to work on an ordinance that would keep smaller tow companies from being able to continue the business in the city as well.
So I think I've also seen, don't they charge like an administrative fee? Because I've seen some ancillary ways for them to, so if we set this fee as 30, it needs to be flat 30. They can't add administrative fee, processing fee, or hitch fee, right? So along those lines too, if we're not charging it at the city lot, then it needs to be that flat fee across the board. And that's my concern that I have about this.
Well, I can't really. Well, I'm gonna say this. It doesn't appear that is the goal to allow these ancillary fees. I think the goal for the city, just looking at it, considering the totality of the circumstances, appears the goal of the city is to significantly reduce the lot size, but also reduce liability. Because I think there's been a lot of stories reported about vehicles being lost in there. The tow truck companies are saying, "Hey, we driving there with a brand new, nice, shiny tow truck is gonna come out looking like it's been in a war." That's an issue as well. So I think looking at it now, especially with your amendment that you're gonna make, or as Director Adams or Chief Davis may amend it on their own accord, I think it seems to capture what this body is attempting to do, which is to address some of the concerns we have with the storage lot, to also address some of the concerns from the industry as well.
All right, thank you, Council.
Just point of information.
One second. Councilwoman Robinson was in the queue, and then Dr. Warren.
Okay, thank you. At some point before our next meeting, since we're going to bring this back, can we get a list of why cars go to the impound lot? Because I get different stories. I have had different experience myself. And if I can tow my own vehicle, Why does the police department require that I use somebody else so that I can pay somebody else? Sound like everybody trying to make some money off of poor people in Memphis. And we got to figure this out where we have some continuity, why we do what we do. And when I saw the new list of charges, I was going, wow, we're getting more in the hole. So just provide me with information about how your car ends up in there. And we need to have a discussion with the community. I don't need to know today. So they'll know what they need to do if something happens so they don't have to pay any of those fees. Thank you.
We're gonna get you all to come back and give that. We don't need it today,
And how
but you
many
can come
tow
back.
trucks are participating in this process?
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Yes, point of information, as far as holding this, we have a problem on that lot now, and we have 2 more meetings to fix this. There's no reason not to send it down today to get it going. In my opinion, we need to be working on this. I appreciate everybody's comments. I think everyone's right. You're right. We need to have that information. You're right, Councilman Jones. I'm going to vote for your amendment, but sending it down now, we still have 2 meetings to make it work, and that gets us closer to a resolution of a problem that we've been having for a long time. I don't think we should delay, and I would prefer not to delay it if we could, my chair. Thank you.
One caveat with that. What's different this time, we only have 1 week between our next meeting versus.
It means we have more
So we
work to
have
do.
3 weeks instead of 4 weeks. I'm sure we can do it in 3 weeks instead of 4 weeks.
So I still would hold.
I wouldn't. I don't want us to hold it.
Call for the. We have.
Okay, we're gonna take a vote. We'll take a vote on it.
On sending it downstairs.
On sending it downstairs, but first, Councilwoman Johnson.
Let's say for some reason we cannot get it resolved on the first and second. Can we not hold the third reading until we get there?
Okay, let's do it like that.
I want just clarity on my vote.
Good idea, Councilwoman. All right, well, thank you. Oh, yeah. We need to, well, we already just said that we're gonna hold it. Chairman Jones, you accepted that to hold it on the other end as opposed to now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, we need to take a vote. There are no more members in the queue. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, say aye.
Minutes.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So moved. Okay, thank you so much. The last item on the agenda is an ordinance to amend Chapter 41, Records or Towing Operators of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, to update fees prescribed. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is an ordinance to amend Chapter. Angela, would you say it? Thank you. Amend the Chapter 41 Records Towing Operators to the Code of Ordinances. So basically, 2 main points here. Our tow truck operators have not had a fee increase in 16 years. In the meantime, gas has gone up tremendously. Insurance has gone up tremendously, and they're bearing the burden of that at their expense, and it's not right. So if you see some of these fee changes and you see a larger jump, it's because we didn't incrementally change it over time. And when you wait 16 years to change something, you have to true it up to what they deserve to be receiving. We compared it with our peer cities. This is very fair. In fact, it's still less than some of our peer cities tow truck drivers receive. So with that, you should have a copy of what the existing ordinance says, what my proposed ordinance is. And I'm sure over the next several weeks, we'll have to mirror this ordinance with what the administration is bringing on their side so that the fees match up in certain categories. But with that, I would like to turn it over to Angela Inman. If you'd give us your name and address for the
Let me
record,
get a motion and a second for this.
Move it.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Smiley and seconded by, who was that? Covette. All right, go ahead. Give us your name and address. You're recognized.
Angela Inman, 4000 North. Can you turn on your microphone? Angela Inman, 4000 North Watkins. I'm going to drop down to Article 1, Section 41.6, record fees prescribed. Right now, we are at a fee rate of $125 for a Class A wrecker call. We are requesting $225. If you spread that out over the 16 years, that's a $6.25 raise every year. Our drivers actually only make about 25% of that $125. So these drivers are working the accident, waiting at lots, and for $32.50 an hour, or $31.50 for that entire call. That's all they make, no matter how much time they're there. So that's one change that we would like to see an increase in our rate for. Another one is nights, weekends, and holidays. We would like to see the fee go up to $250. A lot of cities currently do that. That's to help our drivers. We have drivers that work daytime that take night shift and get up and work accident scenes. So I think that's very important for you guys to look at. The other thing that we added in was the $100 extra winching. We are required to have 50 foot of cable to winch on our trucks. However, sometimes these vehicles go 100, 200 foot off the road, and that's a lot of work winching these trucks up. We are not saying that we're going to need that fee on every one. That would be a by case situation. On Class B, the wrecker fees, $500 per hour. That takes a lot of manpower. Those trucks are way more expensive. They use a lot more fuel, a lot more maintenance, upkeep, and our insurance is definitely higher on those. If you drop down for the weekend, night, weekend, and holiday, we've asked for $525 an hour. That's raising it $25. Extra winching for a Class B wrecker, $300. The reason we are requesting that, same as Class A, they can be further off the road, and it also takes more manpower to get a Class B back on. And then if you move down to our Class C wrecker, we're asking for $675 per hour on that and $700 nights, weekends, and holidays. $100 for a helper per hour, and that is to help clean up huge accident scenes. We definitely have to have a team put together. Each of those are paid an individual amount. The airbag fee. Airbags are $1,500 per hour. Airbags go under 18-wheelers, different things to raise them up. They're very costly, they're very expensive, and it takes lots of manpower to put those under there and make that accident scene work properly. The oil dry fee, we have asked to go for $15 a bag. Right now, most companies are paying between $8 and $10 a bag for oil dry. So I do believe that, and we have to pay someone to go get it. We have to, it goes on and on. Wreck cleanup fee, $45 is what we are asking. And we are not asking that on just a normal collision. We are asking that whenever there is significant bodily injury, bodily fluids, debris everywhere. And again, that would be a case-by-case basis. We all pretty much take pictures of our wrecked vehicles. It all kind of goes into every tower system. So that's something that, we can definitely look at. The fee to drop, $75. And then I also requested a biannual review. I never want it to get like this again. I had no idea this industry had went 16 years without a raise until it was brought to my attention. And whenever I got to researching, the cost of inflation went through the roof in these last 16 years. So I would like to request that we come back every 2 years and us give you guys an update and you guys give us an update. I think that's very important for all of us. The administrative fee of $75, I wanted to explain that. We file paperwork the same as a city lot. We file paperwork. We send certified letters to the registered owners of these vehicles. We hold insurance while these vehicles are on our lot. We pay employees to handle these customers. The $75 is for our employees and to help cover some of our insurance premium. Same with the gate fee. The $50 for the gate fee is whenever we need to release that car. Whenever we go through and we've kept that car and we've done everything that we were supposed to do with it, that's what we're asking for the gate fee for. And I believe that is all I have.
Angela, would you go over the difference between Class A, B, and C so everybody's aware?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm actually going to let one that drives a tow truck explain it to y'all. I think he will do a better job of giving you the gist of it than I will. Okay, Evan?
Come on down and give us your name and address.
Hello again. Evan Mueller, Blue City Towing, 1828 Thomas Road. So an A-class wrecker is what you see all the time going down the road. It's what would come get you in your vehicle, a little, what you might call a wheel lift truck, or some people call it a snatch truck, repo truck, depending on where you're at, or a rollback. Most of the time, it's a rollback for the police situation. So that's a Class A. A Class B, essentially, it's a light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, A, B, C. So your A class is your light duty, average, everyday stuff. B class is medium duty if you wreck a daycare bus, a box truck, something like that. C class is your 18-wheeler wrecks, your big stuff. That's the Reader's Digest. We can go as deep as you want to go, but I don't see any reason to get mired up in that.
You good?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I would just say that this is the first reading will be next week. I'm not asking for same night minutes. I'm not asking for it to go downstairs tonight. I still need Attorney Wade to review it. We'll probably have to make sure that it matches with what the city's bringing on the administration side. So I would ask that if we could just move this along for first reading in 1 week.
Okay. Chairman Jones, and then Councilwoman Johnson, and then Mr. Smiley.
She put me at the end because I got too many questions.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you. I'm looking at some of these. Some of these are fees that really jump up there. Inflation has gone up in the past couple of years, but in the past 16 years, interest rates have come down because inflation rates haven't been that high. So if we look at just the 125 to 225, that's a 5% annual inflation rate, which is higher than it's been in the past 16 years. If we look at the Class B, that's a 150% increase. If we look at that on a year-by-year basis, that's a 9% inflation rate. Inflation rate hasn't been that. So to look at, and then in the process of taking a 93% increase over 16 years, that's going to be higher than what inflation has been. So I know that this is a first stab at this. I'll have some amendments to this, but it's not our. I will not be supporting anything that there's some give and take in this. This seems to have been, hey, this is our first stab at it. I'm not going to co-sign to that. I'll be bringing some, and we can somewhat have the middle of the road between this.
We agree that outpaces inflation, but so have our costs. And we can show that to you.
Well,
a truck that cost $65,000 5 years ago, now costs $120,000. So
I get that, but
this is why there's only half the number of towers that there used to be, because it's unaffordable at these rates.
So just from the standpoint of the part, everything that you all bring in is not regulated by us, is it? If we're talking about private tolls.
Oh, no, y'all are sticking on that 125 all-inclusive. We've had big arguments about that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if I got a half a mile of debris down the highway. If I charge more than 125, I'm in trouble.
Well.
So we're not allowed to charge anything beyond that.
Chairman,
you control all of it.
We hear you, though, in terms of
You're right.
That's just
You
the
are right,
process.
sir.
So, you have a right to say that, and that's what it's going to be in terms of, this is the first stab at it. We'll look at it and go from there. Today is just the beginning. Councilwoman Johnson, and then before we close out on this, we'll give administration opportunity to speak to it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. First of all, I think y'all do a fantastic job. I think the first problem is y'all need to make sure everybody knows what you do. Because if you stop doing what you're doing, we're going to have another problem on the highways with all the broken down cars. You're going to have apartment complexes with cars sitting there or people taking up parking spaces. I think you may need to do a better job, too, in regards to explaining the significance that you actually have in this city as tow truck driver. But saying all of that, I still need some questions answered before I go ahead and agree to these increases. My first question is, what you charge the city and what you charge an individual private car owner, how much difference is there in the fees for towing?
I charge more for a private tow than I charge the city.
Because we can't charge anymore for the city. We are stuck at 125, no matter if we've been there for 7 to 10 hours. 125 is all we are making.
So what do you charge an individual?
I start at $150.
Okay. So
But that's a lot different than an accident also.
Okay. Now, you had all these extra fees. My question is, what is the total fee going to be for one tow? If you have impound fee, you have gate fee, what is the actual amount going to be compared to what they're paying currently?
There should be some regulation on these fees. I think a gate fee would be for after-hours releases, because if we're already paying somebody to be there during business hours, we shouldn't be charging a gate fee for that. Highway Patrol is that way. Highway Patrol actually is at $375 for a Class A tow recently. So just to put that in perspective, the state agency that regulates towing has said that it valued it at triple at what we're at in Memphis right now.
So information like that is important, because I wouldn't have known what a gate fee was and that you were charging that because of after hours.
Right, that'll be if I have to send somebody up there.
You putting out there.
Right, yeah, that's not going to go on every job.
Okay, so
yes,
I
no
think
ma'am.
Clarity.
Most of these
your
fees should be on a case-by-case
Yeah,
basis.
and that's why I want to make that clear. A lot of these are on a case-by-case basis. It's not every record call is going to be $350 or $400. It could be the 225. They come get their car within 1 day, and I mean, they're right there at it, the mark. I mean,
you may need to come up with some examples, different situations,
Okay.
so you'll see what your current fees are and what the proposed fees are. The other information I would like to see, it was stated that you have made comparisons with other cities.
Yes, ma'am.
Please bring those comparisons in and let us know what the surrounding areas are actually charging.
Yes, ma'am.
For the services that you're providing, so we'll know we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you so much.
I'd like to
All right.
point out, an insured motorist shouldn't really have to pay us ever.
Yes, their insurance company.
There's always that.
That's another big thing. If they carry insurance, they will not pay us. The customer will not be out any money.
They follow the law.
Yeah.
All they need is insurance.
Which a lot of people don't have. Okay, Councilman Smiley, and then after that, we're going to hear from administration, and then we'll go to vote.
So initially, well, thank you, Chairwoman Logan. I almost got you. I almost called you Robinson. Lord, I need some more caffeine. But thank you. I have a couple questions, and one of the reasons I do want someone from the administration to speak to this issue. I think generally, I think everyone on this body understands that you all need to have some increase here. I think our questions, because I don't think anyone up here is a tow truck driver, so we're trying to understand the industry and some of this language. One thing that I would like to see going forward, especially so that we know exactly what we're voting on or determining, what the nuances of all of these different fees are. Like we can explain, like you broke down what a Class A record is. Could we break that down? Could we break down what a Class B record is? But particularly for me, airbag fee, oil dry fee, there's nothing specifically here that kind of defines these things. A lot of times when we implement ordinances, what we see when we have community input, there's language that we use that the general public does not understand. So what I would like to see going forward, when we're talking about a gate fee, this is what a gate fee is. Here's an instance in which, flesh it out a little bit. This is somewhat, I don't necessarily like ambiguous things. I like it to be clarity. And one of the reasons I wanted Chief Ryan to speak to this is, is this going to place a burden on the city? Like how will these fees that are needed but significantly higher than what we've seen in the past, how is this going to impact the city of Memphis? My job is to put the city of Memphis and the people who live here in the best position. So we can't do that if we don't hear from both sides.
Absolutely.
The public.
Good morning, everyone. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We, at administration, we have not had an opportunity to speak with the tow truck industry about these fees. So we are, sort of taking them in as you are taking them in. I would love an opportunity to take it back and get more information about how it will impact us. I will say that there is a state law that governs or that puts limitations on the amount of fees that can be placed, and I don't know if this aligns with that or not. Okay, so that's it.
I think she's talking about the rule where the no rate can be higher than whatever the highway patrol's rate is for that area, right? Yeah,
Correct,
we're well within
right.
those. Yes, ma'am.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that, and I wanted to remind everyone that I think the couple of council meetings, not the last one, but the one before. So police made a presentation, MPD made a presentation about the toll lot, and as a part of that, they put a comparison in their presentation that spoke on the fees of neighboring or some of the local cities in the state, and then some other ones. So there was a comparison in there, and we'd be happy to share that with you all as well. We can update that and send that back out to everyone. But I would definitely love an opportunity to look at this more. We have not had an opportunity to do that with the towing industry.
Okay, thank you.
So my question, I'm assuming y'all gonna get together with the administration to make sure.
We welcome it.
They, I take Chief Ryan at her word. She keeps her word. So if she says she's gonna get with you all, she's gonna get with you all. And also, there's a copy for you. I look forward to you all getting together.
Madam Chair, perhaps if the administration can come back with their recommendation.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's why you're the chair.
Thank you. All righty, and I want to say this though, just to add a note, whatever we decide, whatever is decided, it is so important if you all, I know you have a coalition, so association, I'm glad you all are here. On my way to work today on Interstate 240, there's just car parts all everywhere, just car parts all up and down. It looks horrible and terrible. And in my community, it's glass when they don't pick up. So somewhere we need to write in something that talks about people that tow truck companies that don't clean up behind themselves. I see there's the money on here for drivers, but in our communities, it's vital that we don't have blight by parts left. And so if tow trucks are not responsible and we see a lot of violation of that impacts the blight in our city, and we don't need that. Like right now, that could be dangerous. Cars could hit that and have a wreck. So that is a top priority for me in looking at this, that there's some responsibility and that we have responsible tow trucks that see how vital it is to our community to make sure everything's cleaned up from glass to car parts and the like.
We agree. Again, that's already in the ordinance, and I will take it upon myself if any of you or if the public happens to be watching online right now, the 5 people that are doing that, when you see something, my number's Googleable. If you call me, I'll try to track down who it was, because the people that are sitting back here want to do a good job, and I'll take it upon myself to track some of those towers down and say, hey guys, can we clean up and have a little pride in what we do, because we do want to be doing that for you.
And I will say that I have seen a lot of, so there are tow trucks that do come and get vehicles from the side of the interstate and things that are not on our city rotation, that don't have to follow our rules. They have none that they have to follow. We follow our city's rules and guidelines the best that we can, but it's tow trucks that are not governed by the city. They're kind of able to do all that. Our officers, when we make a accident scene, they watch us clean our scene. So a lot of times some of that does come from private towers.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Any other colleagues? No other business. Let's take a vote. All those in favor of adding this item to tonight's add-on agenda? No. What did we decide? Okay, we're not. We're gonna wait.
First reading in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of first reading in 2 weeks, 1 week, say aye.
Next council meeting.
All those or any opposed? Ayes have it in the opinion of the chair. So be it. So moved. Thank you so much for your information. And seeing no other business before this committee is adjourned.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 25th meeting of Transportation. If anyone needs to have a conversation, I ask that you step outside the committee room. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item. This is an item discussing the ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, Chapter 6, to define entertainment transportation vehicles and to provide licensing regulation of the same. What I would like to do is to call Mr. Durham, Rhodes, and Wright forward, please, to go first with their presentation. And then after they finish, I would like to hear from Kevin Kane. Gentlemen, if you would each introduce yourself, give your name and address for the record, and then you may begin with your presentation.
Wesley Wright, 7940 Silver Spur Circle North, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
Okay. Chad Rhodes, 1653 Janice Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116.
Kevin Durham, 291 West Levi Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109.
All right, gentlemen, you may proceed when you're ready.
Would I be using this laptop for the PowerPoint?
Well, the PowerPoint is pretty much going to explain and introduce you to our business and how we operate. I think everybody has a copy of the PowerPoint. So if you look at if you start with the PowerPoint, it just pretty much tells you how the structure, there was comments made about the structure of our buses and about that it was unsafe. So we were showing you how the bus was developed. It's totally safe. We haven't had any safety issues with law enforcement. We haven't had any insurance issues at all since we've been in business. I believe the first bus with the topless roof came in business, what year was it, 2020? 2020. And our bus, that's the Party on Wheels. And the bus, we started in 2021. And as you go through the paperwork, you see that we do have safety rules that we do go through as well with every customer. You want to say something?
So pretty much on this PowerPoint, like he was saying, it's showing the beginning stages of the business. It's a converted school bus. The top has been, well, a section of the roof has been removed. Gives an open air feel for the customers. Have a few pictures of our riders, some roof that's been on it. My customers. we have safety bars installed on all the buses. They are welded in place. They can't be pushed over. We've been paying attention to the situation going on in Nashville with the problems they've been having with safety, accidents, and stuff like that. So we've implemented in our rules and regulations things that will help prevent those. So on each ride, we have two people on the bus. We have the driver, and we have a person also in the back, the host, watching the customers to make sure they're not hanging over the rails, hanging outside of the rails, or doing anything unsafe. There's no weapons policy. Speed limit is 12 miles per hour. So we do not have seat belts, but we have a bench style seating. So 12 miles per hour, you can actually stand in place without falling over. Our drivers are licensed. Drivers are licensed. And as far as rules, you have to be 21 years old to book the party buses. You can be on the bus under 21, but there can not be any alcohol on the bus. So if anyone in your group is under 21, no one can bring any alcoholic beverage on the bus. Like I said before, no weapons. These are pretty much our season for the operation. We began in early March when the weather permits. We go all the way down through really September before the weather starts changing, because we have it's open to the weather. So other than that, Thanksgiving in December, we pretty much do like parades and special events or events that are going on in the city. These are our routes. Our pickup begins right behind the FedEx Forum on 4th in Beale. We go up north to Union, and you can follow the green lines, but we pretty much make a loop downtown. We go up to Midtown, through Overton Park, Overton Square, come back down, back to our starting point where the passengers get off the bus. So these are a few of our media things. But we do have some statements as far as bus is concerned. As far as we know, we've only had 2 complaints about our bus. Both of those complaints come from one business owner and the manager of, or director of rooms at the Peabody Hotel. The Miss Riley, she made a statement that we have caused her business shut down on Sundays, which is costing her $500,000 a year, because our bus rides downtown. One, we can't go on Main Street, so where her business is located, we cannot go down Main. So we find it unrealistic that we cause her business shut down on Sundays. Also, online on her reviews, a couple past employees have mentioned that they shut down on Sundays for the betterment of their employees because they were understaffed and pretty much understaffed. Mr. Boucher, who's on the with the Peabody Hotel, he made a statement about that his guests cannot get sleep at night. We're causing his guests to not want to check in the hotel. But the Peabody Hotel has rooftop parties. On Thursdays, they start at the same time that we operate, same months. So if his guests can't get sleep, it's probably because he's having parties on the hotel top. That's loud. One of my business partner, Chad Rhodes, he has had some business dealing with the Peabody, and they always get complaints about noise.
And what we want to make sure that we're going off the statements that were made initially.
and that we listen to. And we feel like we're being targeted because we are a new company, and we do have an open top roof. So we just want to make sure that it's fair. We don't want to be targeted. We don't mind. We have insurance. We're fully insured, like you said, $1 million. Every driver is CDL certified. They go through very strict training. So I think it was also a statement saying that our bus was not safe. I'm gonna start with, we have a very good rapport with police officers in downtown. I know pretty much all of them. We have never had a complaint from any of them. I ask them, how are we doing? How is our drivers doing? I ask all the time. Never had an issue with that. The statement was made that the structure of the bus is not secure. That's not true at all. We've been in business over 2 years now, and we have not had any structural issues with our buses.
Thank you, gentlemen. Does that conclude your comments for presentation?
Yes.
All right. Councilman Warren, then Councilman Jones, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do y'all have a volume limit on your bus? I know I was sitting out at a outside venue last weekend when buses went by, and you had to stop your conversation till the bus gets on the other end. But so I think the issue may not be safety, it just may be volume. And the question is, how do you determine what's the maximum volume you have? Because if I'm sitting, from here to over there to the elevators, and I have to stop conversation as the bus goes by. Okay. That's where I think people may be getting upset. It's just loud. Okay. So how do you control that? What do you do with that to make sure it's okay?
Well, to be honest, usually the music that we play, it's bassy. So we have a sound system in the bus, of course.
It feels good as you go by. Sort of vibrate.
Yes, sir. We usually try to keep it as low as possible, but being that the top is off, the sound, of course, comes out of the bus. But we try to keep it down if we're going past businesses.
Yes, I don't know if you got a way that your host sort of controls it as you go by.
That's right.
I think that's where you're getting your complaints from. If you fix that, you probably won't have a problem. That's just my thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I see the language here. My question was really going to be, is it just the party buses? But I can sort of think of the other type of vehicles, those ones where you pedal. And I didn't, I've been on, it's been a year or so, I've been on Main Street, and the fact that you all aren't going down Main Street, there are those that I've heard on Main Street. And so are we looking at those that are on, is there a particular prohibition on Main Street for these vehicles, or is it just the downtown area in general that we're trying to?
Downtown area, but the owner of Sprocket Rolls here for the pedal bikes, they are regulated differently by the Transportation Commission.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Johnson, followed by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Hello, what times what's your operation time? What's your operation times, please?
Monday through Friday, we operate 5 p.m. to 11. And on weekends, Friday through Sunday, we start at noon to 11 p.m. Our last ride can be booked at 11. So the rides are 2 hours, so it would end at 1 a.m.
So it ends at 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Mine's end at midnight. So the last ride booked at 10 o'clock. So I don't go past midnight.
Let's back up. Am I talking about two different?
Well, it's two different companies. The Bus LLC, and he operates Party on Wheels.
Yeah, I have Party on Wheels.
Okay. Have y'all read the proposed ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your objections?
My personal objections are the operator. It wasn't specified exactly what areas we wouldn't be able to operate, but it was the operating area Operating area, we discussed the background thing. It will ask for a fingerprint-based background check. We just thought, on that one, we just thought it was kind of overboard. We was saying we was operating party buses and kind of not.
Background check, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it was asked for fingerprint-based background checks, and we was
For the operators?
for the operators, and we was kind of thought that was overboard, being it is a party bus, and we're not, escorting president like that. But
is that your only opposition?
no, ma'am. I'm sorry. Background checks, the operating area. I mean, to be completely honest, even with the certification and permits on our buses, if you're downtown, we're operating only 2 party buses with the top going off. So it's a couple in total. It may be on a night we may see 5 party buses, including our 2 with the top off, but they're regular enclosed like party buses. So just even with the fees, we think be honest, we know we have to have some regulation, but we think it's kind of I wouldn't say pointless, but to regulate 2 buses.
Only 2? Are you saying there's only 2 buses being regulated?
With the roof,
the roof off.
That's what's been targeted. We feel it didn't start until we started business. This wasn't an issue until we started business. Of course, you have the sprockets and you have the carriages that are loud as well. But the issue didn't start until our businesses hit the streets.
How long have you been around?
Party on Wheel started in 2020, and we started in 2021. And we pretty much feel, I mean, if you want to be honest, we pretty much feel that party buses have been downtown, but they've been enclosed, so you can't really see inside who's in it. But now that you can see, to be honest, black people dancing, she made a statement that it presented the idea of lawlessness. And we was trying to find out why would it look lawless.
Who is she? The owner of
Miss Riley for Majestic.
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Did she
ma'am.
personally come say that to you?
Oh, no, she said
did
that
you hear that? I mean, she did say it in the
Yeah, she said it
council meeting.
in the council
but I
meeting.
didn't know she had confronted you.
Oh no, we've never met her, but we watched the council meeting, and she said it presented the idea of lawlessness, and that the MPD was not down there to pretty much non-existent downtown.
Has anyone confronted you directly and said we got a problem with this operation?
Never.
We didn't hear about this until the city council meeting when they came, that there was an issue.
Okay, and so you're the only buses that
have
without a roof.
Yes, ma'am. It's actually two regular sized school buses, and we haven't seen it outside operating, but we've seen online a little short bus. But on the weekends, you will see our 2 buses.
Okay. Would you say there's? I guess I hadn't heard from the opposition to know what the real issue is. That's why I would like to hear from them first. If I could, Chair, I'm finished at this time, but after I hear from the other side, maybe I need to ask some more questions of them. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir, for what
Thank
you
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Oh, after Easter Thomas, I had another question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Councilwoman Johnson, that was going to be my exact thing, but gentlemen, after you gave your items, just some questions for you all and then questions for the folks bringing the ordinance. When you say the operating area, you mean you object to not being able to be downtown?
I mean,
specifically.
I'm sorry. Well, of course, Memphis is not as big as Nashville, so our operating area for us to operate to be in business would have to be, regular areas downtown. So we would have to be, near Beale, near areas like that to make it make sense.
Okay. I asked because I've seen like different party vehicles be like in Overton Square and around in the medical district and downtown. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
It's one of the routes.
We ride.
Okay.
My main streets downtown is like 2nd Street, 3rd Street, and Main.
Okay.
Down. Then we ride to Midtown.
Okay.
And make a circle around Midtown and come back.
Okay.
Then the main streets.
And the other issue you all said were the fees for the buses that had the tops off because y'all only have 2.
Correct. There's only
my bus, Pod on Wheels, and their bus, the bus LLC.
Okay. For the folks bringing the ordinance, what does it say? Is it just permits for all party vehicles, or is it just for ones that have the tops removed?
All party vehicles.
All party, and that includes the ones you pedal on?
Yes. Well, they're governed in a different ordinance. The open air, the pedal bikes. Is there more than one company? Okay.
Do you know if that ordinance has the same type of stipulations as this one? Do they have permits and fees too? Because they get kind of rowdy on those as well.
Mr. Boucher could probably speak to that from the Transportation Commission, rather.
They do. They have, that's part of why it's being brought up this way. They've actually got the ordinance. A lot of other cities are adopting an ordinance because of it still.
Is it the same? I'm sorry to bring you up before your thing. Is it the same level of fees and permits and jurisdictions as this one being proposed? Are they copy paste similar? Is my question.
They're similar. I don't know the exact amount. I'd have to go back and look at it. I don't know the exact between the two. The basic ordinance was set forward off of Nashville's ordinance for the entertainment buses. And it is entertainment buses. It's everything. It's not just open air. It's not none of that.
Yeah.
It's the design of the issues that they had and that other cities have had in order to try to stop it before it gets out of hand.
Okay.
And to have everybody apply. These gentlemen most likely are doing it the right way, but other people can come in and just put something together. They could take a tractor and hook up a
before
trailer
it's a slippery
to it,
slope, yeah.
and then just take it down the street, and there's nothing to stop it.
Right.
Okay.
And then also, so carriages are under the open air ordinance too?
Carriages are already under their Transportation Commission as a separate entity.
Okay.
So there is
Maybe
an
we
ordinance
need to
for
look
the
at
carriage.
that too, because if y'all
We
haven't
do.
noticed, they got big subwoofers on the carriages.
Recently,
and they're
yeah.
louder than, they real bassy too.
And
and I thought carriages
they
was
go
supposed to be your nice, quiet, calm ride, but they louder than,
And they
Chad-
also
Chad and I
the
talked
challenges that's coming down. the
They
street.
Chad and I
Nashville.
talked about that earlier because, it didn't used to be that way. Like you said, it was 2 people,
Yeah.
4 people in a
Now
carriage.
it's like 5
and it was
people.
now it's like 5 people in a
It's a
carriage.
private
and
party.
It's bouncing off the wall.
Yeah. I think,
What poor horse.
I think for who's bringing this? Canally Robinson is smiling. Can we look at, if y'all haven't, I'm sure y'all have. I just want to make sure it's being fair all across the board. Your name on here? Oh, okay. Just look at it across the board, because we want to make sure we promote safety, and we want people to feel like they're having a good time whether they're on the bus or on Main Street or down the street.
Correct.
Or on the carriage, I guess. So we just need to make sure that those other ordinances aren't less restrictive than this one, because it's, as you said, because it's more black people on something instead of just a couple. And that's kind of like the same thing we're seeing all day about downtown and folks unwanted downtown. So I just want to put that back out there.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Each Times. Before I go back to you, Chairman Jones, I want to make very clear, this is not to target anyone. This is not to shut down any business. This is for the safety of all of your passengers, and it's for the enjoyability of all people enjoying downtown wherever they are. And one of your pictures on Party on Wheels, that group on the left, I know every single one of them in the picture, so I can
You on
assure
the side of the picture?
I'm not in the picture.
Let me look again.
But
With the shirt off?
I sure. So what I would like to do after Chairman Jones speaks, I would like to hold this. I'd like to meet with the three of you individually. I'd like to go back through this with our attorney, and I would like to check the fees for the carriages and the other entities, and then I'll bring it back. I don't know that I'll be able to bring it back next week since we're coming back in 1 week, but maybe the second meeting in May, if that's agreeable to everyone. Chairman Jones.
Yeah, I just sort of wanted to align my statements with Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Perhaps maybe if we already have some ordinances on the books, is there any way to just bring them in under the existing ordinance? Or are we saying that there's a new ordinance that needs to be, if this can fit under an existing ordinance, maybe we go that route. If not, then we make sure that we bring the horse carriages into this one. We make sure that we bring the pedal wheels into this one, perhaps to make sure that we do have some alignment, regardless of what type of entertainment transportation vehicle that we're talking about, horses, you're using your own energy pedals, whatever the case may be, but make sure that everything is in alignment.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know we're over time, and I would like to hear from Kevin Kane just to speak on behalf of downtown and the tourism industry, just to show the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here. It's not to target any one business, it's not to target any group of people, but it's for everyone in our important tourism business, especially in downtown Memphis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Kane, President of Memphis Tourism and also the Chairman of the Transportation Commission. There's been some kind of misstatements here, and all due respect, we've kind of blurred all these issues with the questions and with some of the presentations. Bottom line is that we're simply requesting that entertainment transportation vehicles need to also be covered under whatever ordinance the council decides. If we need to merge horses, pedicabs, and entertainment transportation vehicles as they're defined under one ordinance, that's fine. But the problem right now at the Transportation Commission, when someone brings us a request to get a license, there's nothing that governs us at all as it relates to those types of vehicles. So we just carte blanche by law have to approve them because there's nothing in force right now. And I don't think this is trying to single out any one group. It's certainly not demographically driven. This is basically the way the entertainment transportation vehicles fall into kind of this area that there is nothing, an existing ordinance here in Shelby County that exists to cover it. That's all we're asking, is that we take a look at it. It has to come from the council, and you have to, authorize what businesses can do and can't do. And I think that's all we're asking for. Nobody's out targeting any particular groups at all. That's simply all we're trying to do. We're not trying to keep people from having a good time. We're not businesses from existing. We have received complaints from everything from horses to pedicab. We've gotten complaints on everything from time to time. This really resonated in Nashville, where it got to be so bad that it was really hurting businesses, and it was really causing traffic. It was causing all kinds of issues. And Davidson County said, because there was no laws that existed anywhere in the state, and they said, as a community, we got to get a hold of this. They called us and they said, we see some of these businesses are coming to Shelby County. As they grow, you're going to experience the same problems if we don't together get some rules and regulations to this. That's all we're simply asking for.
Thank you, Kevin. Colleagues, I hope that cleared everything up. And this ordinance was based, Clay and I worked on this, it was based off of what Nashville had passed. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think these have been great points. One of the things as we move forward and you look at the problem they have in Nashville, we may want to have like a limit of the number of buses that you have, and think about that as so you're moving it forward. Think about what's an ideal number and find out from Nashville, get some information from other cities. And you know, just like in New York, you can't have 1,000 taxi cabs. There's a taxi commission. We've got a transportation commission. What's an ideal number? What's the number of that we can support here? Because I do think these vehicles, they add a lot of life to downtown. So when people come through, you know, you can see there's a party going by. You wave to people, they wave back. It's a fun thing to do. The question is, that way you can regulate volume. We can regulate volume if it gets too loud. We have some sort of idea of how we do it. So great move. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you bringing it.
Councilman Colvett, and then I would like to ask Ashley Coleman to come up from Sprock and Roll.
Okay, real quick, you mentioned business licenses. So if it's non-regulated, what kind of license are we issuing them?
We have to approve them to be able to be on the streets of Memphis through the Transportation Commission. And right now, because there is nothing governing, they're in the transportation business, we have to approve it. There's no guidelines. There's guidelines for horses. There's guidelines for Sprock and Roll. There's never been anything that falls into this category. And that was kind of a gray area where we just basically were told from the city attorney that represents the Transportation Commission, you know, by law, you have to approve that. Really, there's nothing that governs.
So they come up with their business license. They say, we want to operate.
Correct.
We want to do this.
We had
and
rubber stamp
you
it.
guys just say,
yes,
sounds great,
yes,
without any ordinance directing. Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Coleman.
Good. How are you? Hey, I just wanted to.
If you give your name and address,
sorry.
please, real quick.
Ashley Coleman, 1249 Lincoln Drive, Birmingham, Alabama. I wanted to just address some of this as well as far as our ordinance that we got, 7 years ago, 8 years ago when I started. So, before I started Sprock and Roll, I made sure that the council supported it. We went through how many people can be on the bike, what the drivers have to do to be permitted. And so that's, I am in support of this ordinance, and I'm in support of it aligning with mine as well. I've seen a few of the copies that are coming through. My drivers have to get fingerprinted. They have to be 21. They have to do random drug tests if the permit office so asks them to do that. And so, why I'm in such support of it is when something did happen in Nashville and someone did get hurt on these party buses, everything stopped. They targeted party bikes, they targeted, everything. And I don't want to be wrapped up into something that I'm already following the guidelines that I'm supposed to be following. And secondly, if there is nothing that is regulating the party buses, who's to say there's not going to be a hot tub rolling down the road, in next month, because they can come in. Anybody can come in and start this business right now, and nobody can really say anything about it. And so I think that's where I'm in support of some regulations that align with mine. I don't have to have auto insurance. These gentlemen do have to have auto insurance. So there's some different things. I'm in the same ordinance with the carriages, but they have a whole different with the auto insurance and a lot of other liabilities that I may not. So that's also why I'm in support of it being something separate and not pushed into the carriages and the party bikes.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Colleagues, I'll bring this back to my committee on the 16th of May, and we'll talk about the changes. And if everyone is agreeable, then we can send it downstairs that evening for third reading. Anything else before this committee? We're adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Community Development Committee. Today is April 25th, 2023. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Canali. And Councilman Jones.
All right, Chair observes a quorum, and of course, Chair is present, observes a quorum. We have 2 items, colleagues, and we are a little pressed for time. But let's go ahead and hear the first one. Resolution approving a 30-year ground lease with 6 10-year renewal options to Capstone Development, LLC, for mixed-use development of multifamily residential retail on a designated site within the district at Liberty Park District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. This was held. Director Cash, I assume you have a presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main Street. I used to be over here, so it's hard to break the habit. I'm going to defer to Chair Ryan, or Chief Ryan, if you don't mind.
Good morning, Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Good to see you all. I just wanted to start with just a brief introduction. The presentation today is going to go back in history a little bit and remind us all of how excited we were back in 2018 when we were able to get the TDZ and all of the moving parts that are associated with the Liberty Park development. We are in an exciting time. We've brought some pieces of this puzzle online, and there are many other pieces of the puzzle to come. And so I wanted to provide some context in terms of this lease agreement. We're again not asking for a vote today. We would love your support on the item when it comes before you, fully comes before you in the first meeting in May. And with that, I'll turn it to Director Cash.
All right, thank you, Chief. And so, as Chief said, just a little bit of background. We started this process with a lot of planning and engagement around the TDZ, the boundaries for the TDZ, and then what that major draw for that area would be TDZ, Tourism Development Zone. And so what the statute says, here are the things that we have to do. We need 250,000 square feet of qualified public use facility space, which we have done through the Memphis Sports and Events Complex building and some other improvements to other public facilities on that site. We need $75 million of public investment, which we have also done, and council has approved that. We need $50 million of private investment. Once again, these are requirements of the statute. And then all of that does is increase our sales tax revenue over our baseline amount, and we use that to pay our debt. Anything excess we have to invest back into that zone. And so past actions here, I'm not going to read each thing, but this is what y'all did. It started in 2018 with a council vote. We've gone back to you several times, and then recently towards, I think, the end of 2022, you all approved the lease for Eastern Sports Management on that site. And so as we got the approval, did the development at the MSEC, we have committed ourselves to this project and also the debt that comes with the project. And so where are we talking about? We're talking about, this is what we're calling the zone, the Tourism Development Zone, and it is made up of this yellow area, 3 tourist attractions, soon to be 4 attractions. When we did the boundary, we actually looked at the adjacent communities and the natural or expected organic growth of the boundary and determined and submitted to the state that our plan only works if all of these areas are successful. So not just the Liberty Park campus as you know it, but also the Cooper Young District, the Arts District, Crosstown area, all of that is included, and we say we need it all to be successful and supportive in order for the TDZ to work. In other words, we can't cannibalize what's around it because then our project doesn't work. All right, and then specifically the district at Liberty Park. This looks familiar. We showed this last 2 weeks whenever we were here. So the upper parts are what we're talking about somewhat today, but then also what we'll be asking for a vote on next week, or a recommendation and a vote. Parcels 8 and 9, that's our 200 units of multifamily with 12,000 square feet of retail space. That retail is still being negotiated. It will include some restaurant uses, and that is anticipated to be less than around, maybe 3,500 to 5,000 square feet of restaurant space in that area. The family entertainment are the other parcels that are shaded in blue. That's anticipated to be around, I think, 70,000 square feet total. Thank you. 45,000 square feet of family entertainment, parcels 3 and 4. And then we've got a proposed hotel down at the bottom, which we're not discussing at this time because we're still working out the details and negotiations of that. But those are what we're looking at as our phase 1 development opportunities. Includes a public plaza, public parking, some improvements, a creation of a new street, Larry Finch Lane. And so this is essentially what starts to build out the private investment for the area, which supports not only Liberty Park, but also the tourism development zone as a whole. And then this slide just shows our sources of funds. So the city is making an investment in the district at Liberty Park, which is that square, that rectangle that we just showed. That's what we're calling the district. About 37% of that is in CIP and Accelerate funds. The balance is in TDZ bond proceeds. You can see it's paying for public infrastructure, new roads, improvements, which I just talked about, traffic light upgrades, public plaza, and then we're converting that 18 acres of green space to the business district. So that's mass grading, providing developers with a pad-ready site, stormwater and drainage retention, landscaping, and lights. And so we'll talk about this on the next slide, but the annual rents on the ground leases will pay about 40% of that, 46% of that site prep cost, which is essentially the public infrastructure, the public plaza, the public parts, the public components of that development. This is just an overview, kind of where we are looking at in terms of our sources and uses of funding. The total for phase 1 is $112 million. This is what the private developer, is responsible for paying and coming up with. And so we're investing $13 million. We're getting nearly half of that back through the rent payments. And then this will be the investment from the private development on that parcel. So it's a 1 to 8 return on the city's money. We think it's a great project. We've got some great partners here and great council who have approved other components of the project. And like I said, once again, we hope we get your approval as we move forward. All right, so this slide is looking specifically at how we earn our revenue. So for our TDZ debt service, we need $3.6 million annually just to pay the debt service. We have in these 3 bars where the funds are coming from. So the first smaller bar is Liberty Park facility. So what's currently built on site. We'll get about $370,000 annually.
That's incremental sales tax revenue.
Incremental sales tax revenue. The second bar is what we're calling the zone. So this includes all the organic growth, the natural things that are happening around the TDZ area, and then a future proposed private development. So Union Station Road is about 1/3 of that payment, and that is factored into the overall projected revenue. And once again, that's increment over the baseline sales tax. And then the last bar is where we get the balance of those funds. And so the last bar on there is the district. That is the private development area. And so with the development that we are proposing, the plan that's been submitted to you all before and also to Land Use Control Board in the past, gets us to an additional $2.4 million of sales tax increment, and specifically around these items. So hospitality, retail that we talked about, 12,000 square feet, restaurant, family entertainment concepts, and new households. And so the development team, we went through an RFP process in 2018 to identify a developer for this project for the private development portion of Liberty Park. In 2018, we didn't get any responses. We put it back out in 2019. We got several responses, one of which was James Macklin, local developer, who put together a development partnership with a national team. Through some transition, the original national partner fell out, and so now we work with James, and James has continued to work with the city to identify a new national developer to be in his partnership. We're very excited about the opportunity. We have always felt that this project needed those strong local ties and then that national support. And so there's experience on both sides with multifamily development, small and large, and then Capstone brings experience with hotel development as well. And then specifically on the lease, so we are looking at parcels 8 and 9 for multifamily, 200 units of multifamily, 12,000 square feet of retail space, as I said earlier. We will look at active first floors on the space, and this is what we presented to y'all last week. The rent is projected to be $77,000 per year, and that is paying off that debt service that initial payments that we made to do the site improvements. Years 1 through 5, we're looking at $77,000, and then we've got an escalator in year 6 and every 5 years thereafter. And then these are the terms of the lease. So a 30-year lease for 6 10-year renewal options. Common areas will be paid through common area maintenance fees from the developer. The tenant will pay a micro and a macro CAM, meaning they'll pay a portion of funds to maintain just the Liberty Park district, and then another portion of funds that are looking to help support and maintain the area around it, which includes security. So we did put some protections in place as a part of this lease agreement. One of those are sale or transfer. So the transfer of property, if the development team so elects to transfer for market reasons, they require city approval not to be unreasonably withheld. If they are needing to be transferred or sold for purposes of the lender or some other distress, the city gets right of first offer on the proposed sale. And then we've also tried to put some protections in for the city. So there are a list of exclusive uses that are exclusive to the site, and then a list of prohibited uses. And a change in either of those uses would require the developer to go back to city council for approval to change those uses. I think I've just got 2 more slides here. This is just letting you know, talking about our the time frame. So we're aiming to execute a lease in May. Like I said, we'll come back to you in a week to present again and hopefully get a recommendation and a vote. We're anticipating, the developer is anticipating 5 months for design, construction, et cetera. And so what this does is it helps us meet our debt service amount that's needed for FY26. And so we have the time in this moment. We've been talking, we met with you all 2 weeks ago, and we've had some conversations since then. But also as we start to shift beyond that May timeframe, time becomes of the essence, where we start to look at, if we don't have the project complete in FY26, then we're looking at other ways to pay back that debt service. And so one of those ways would be reserves. And then once we run out of reserves, then we will be looking at general funds to pay back the debt service. And so we think it's a good project. We think we have a great partnership, a great development team, and we think it's something to be proud of. But then also just want to keep in mind, as we start to push that calendar a little bit forward, then it does start to obligate the city to identify additional sources of revenue to pay back the debt for the project that has started with the MSEC building. And then I think this is my last slide, just to kind of close things out. Thinking about next steps. So we shared all this information, and happy to take questions. What we are looking for in a week, it's usually 2 weeks, but we're looking for in a week is a recommendation and a vote specifically on the 200 multifamily units, the ground lease for the 200 multifamily units, and the 12,000 square feet of retail space. That's the only thing that will be presented to you all for council vote and approval May 2nd.
All right, real quick question. That 12,000 square foot ground lease is the first floor of the multifamily.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I want to clarify it for my colleagues so that it's basically these 2 buildings, and retail is at the first floor, apartments on the rest of the way. All right, so we've clarified what we're talking about today specifically, and that is the multifamily with the retail underneath it. Are there any retail contracts out there? Do you have any fish on the hook?
So we're in negotiations with that family entertainment space. I think that was 45,000 square feet of retail space for some things that family and young people would like to do. That will probably also sell food as well. And then in the other piece, we are looking to, we're in negotiations around that hotel piece. And so the hotel would have a restaurant included inside of it. And then there may be some other bar top or some other bar amenities related to that. Those are the fish on the hook, so to speak, that we have now. And that all falls within that phase one development of the project.
Okay, because I think that falls into the concerns we are all hearing from neighboring apartment communities and neighboring restaurants, not necessarily on the retail side. All right, that being said, Doc, you're up.
Just a few questions. Bike and pedestrian access, public transit connection, what are the plans for those?
So we've done some sidewalk improvements to improve pedestrian access. We've improved some crosswalks in the area. I don't think we have bike lanes. I may turn to Mary Claire if you want to talk a little bit about the traffic.
Yes, Mary Claire Boris with HCD 170 North Main 3 at 103. Unfortunately, Nick Euler left us before he can complete the plannings for a bike lane to connect from the Flicker Street extension from the Shelby Farms Green Line and bring it down to the campus, but that continues to be part of the long-term plan. And then it would connect down.
So we have to wait for
Young.
another newt to come back, or is there anyone trying to do that right now?
I would have to check with the engineering department as to how those plans are proceeding.
And I guess the other question I have is, why is this the longest lease? And when I remember when we were talking about leases for the College of Art with, we're saying we can't do that long a lease. We never do a lease more than 30 years or 20 years. And now this is what, a 90-year lease?
So it's a 30-year lease with 6 10-year renewal terms. So
that's 90 years.
90 years total.
Yeah.
The facility has always been long-term leased out. I was not a part of the College of Art negotiations, so I can't speak specific to those. But we do know the type of use that we're proposing. So the multifamily apartment and hotel, typically the financing will require a longer-term lease. So 30 years is usually the minimum, and then those extensions usually are required in order to secure financing on the developer team side.
So you're saying you can't get a lease you can't get money without a 90-year lease?
Well, that's not what I'm saying, but I am saying that that's a part
yes.
of it. That's a part of it. The financial concerns and considerations are part of the reasoning as to why the lease is the term that it is.
So we've got our entertainment center here, and we've got we're going to have all this other stuff. We're bringing people from out of town. Why are we putting apartments there? Why? I mean, why are we like spending money for apartments on public property? When we got plenty of private property around that are building apartments. Why are we doing that? What's the thought process?
So housing continues to be a challenge in the city of Memphis, and housing costs and prices continue to be a challenge. When we did the RFP in 2018 and 2019, there was a lot of discussion around housing opportunities in the central part of Memphis, additional new housing opportunities in the central part of Memphis. The other component, and so that plays into the decision making. The other component is when a development team brings us a potential development, they look at a mix of uses. And so these are the various ways that we can accommodate the mix of retail and commercial uses on the site and also meet our goal. That's the multifamily, that's some food and beverage, that's family entertainment, that's hotel. It all becomes a part of the project.
And how many of these apartments are going to be affordable for people that live in Memphis? So do you have mixed income plan within these apartments? And if so, what percentage would be for low income?
So we don't have those percentages at this time. It's 200 units, and the developer is working out the mix and the use. And the, apartment mix of the units.
So we'll know that before we vote next week?
We can get some more information relative to the mix of the units, the type, and such, yes.
Because I think that'll be important for some people to know. And what happened as far as your negotiations with the Cooper Young business people as far as what you're going to do? Because right now you're talking 12,000 square feet here, but you've got your 40,000 square feet there plus the amount that's under the hotel. All we're voting on is this 12,000 next week. So is this a complete thing for the local business owners, or Where are you with them? Are they happy with what we're going to vote on next
So
week?
that's a really great question. And so that part of it is we have the time to work out those additional concerns around the retail because we're asking for the vote on the 12,000. In the interim, we have reached out. We did meet with Cooper Young Neighborhood Association that night. I think we told you they seem to be, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they received the information well, and we talked a lot about advertising relative to the business association. We have reached out to them several times via email, via networks, and we have not been able to get a meeting on the books, but I am encouraged that between now and the next week, they will make themselves available, and we also will be available to meet.
Okay, so it's, the reason you haven't met is they haven't met with you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilman brings up a great point. David Upton is with us as the I'm going to get to everybody. David, would you come up? I know you're kind of semi-officially representing so that we're because a lot of these things I feel like I'm dealing with 8 or 9 or 10 different groups.
Yeah.
David, let me get your name and address because it sounds like we're needing some meetings between here and there. Right. Share name, address, and your thoughts.
Yeah, David Upton, 216 Lee, Memphis, Tennessee. And I've got with me Charlie Ryan, who was here a couple weeks ago, and he's been a longtime property owner and one of the founders of the business association there many years ago, and Tamara Walker, who is executive director, and that they could probably answer some questions. I'm going to give you a really brief statement. I know y'all don't believe me because I talk too damn much, too darn much. However, to summarize their concerns, and Ashley called me, Ms. Cash called me Monday early, and I've shared as much as I could with her, and they're committed to meet and visit, and so that's all very encouraging. I was, this has gone on. By the way, I think they're gonna tell you they're excited about it. They do not want to hinder the plan, and I think they're going to tell you that they don't want to. They know they've got to have a developer, and they can't tie their hands completely. They've got to, but they're interested in some slight protections, and I think it may fit into what their plans are. I was involved in a meeting working with them and Mr. Ryan. I mean, this has been years ago. This started in 07. So the fact that it's finally been built and it's moving, everyone's excited about. And not previous HCD director and a previous master developer who is since not involved anymore. And they said, okay, you're going to draw in Cooper Young, all of our businesses. We've got these 50 restaurants or more. I'm not sure what it is now. It's quite a bit. And I think Overton Square and other restaurants too. You're going to draw us in, and the increased revenue that we collect will go to pay off the bonds. So we're helping to pay for it, right? They said yes. The next question was, well, that's good if you have convention goers show up at the site and then come to our restaurants. And they said that's the intent. And the developer and the HCD director said, look, this is all these studies out here say that this is these people are coming in cars. You know, at the time, the Northwest Hub had shut down. So our airport, we couldn't get direct flights in out of Memphis. It's much better now. But they had all these studies, and I think we can dust them off. She's got them, Ashley's nodding, that these people are coming in cars. They're families with the kids, they're this or that, they're college tournaments and things. So they're going to have cars. They're going to stay on the site. They're going to stay in other hotels. They're going to be all over, and they can drive to Overton Square and Cooper Young, and that's how we're going to lift all these boats up. And he says, well, we want to make sure you're not going to do a restaurant district. And it comes out, you get 10 or 12 restaurants. And that, quite frankly, that would be pretty cool. You come to a football game and you get all these places to go, you get it. They said that is not our intention, and we don't think that's necessary because of all. So that's not what we're going to do. We're not going to do restaurant district. We got to have some eateries. The hotel needs one, obviously. Maybe some big ones, and that's what they were told. And so what I think you're going to hear from them, and you can ask them, they'll be more specific, and I'm going to stop talking, I promise, is that everyone, a lot of these, y'all will be here in January. Some of the folks who work in the city, you'll have a new mayor next year. So even though someone says, look, we're not intending to build a restaurant district that will compete with yours, just enough to make this what they need, that could all change. You've got a developer, they could have a lot of interest, you could have a lot of new people. So when you do this lease, I think what they're going to be asking for in the next few weeks is come up some restrictions. This much of the retail can be restaurant and eateries types things that doesn't tie their hands too much, but gives them a protection. And what if you do that and you do it to their satisfaction and your satisfaction, and I think the administration's as well, it doesn't mean that this developer or another developer that might be included couldn't come in and say, hey, by the way, we've got some more interest from restaurants. We'd like to add a little more. And then you go back and the next council could amend it. It could be a work in progress, and it probably will be, hopefully as successful as we hope it will be, it'll be a work in progress for the next 15 years. So that's kind of where they are, I think. And I think they would come up and answer some questions, and I'll probably need to step away if you'd like to hear from them or what.
In the interest of time, I think you made the points. Let me go through the council members. I have Jones, Swearingen, Washington, and Ford in the queue. And again, in the interest of time, Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cash, I'm looking at the last page. Debt service amount in fiscal year 26 is $3.6 million. I know we probably have it some other place, but do I take it that that amount increases over time, that debt service?
No, the debt service remains the same. So anything additional we can reinvest back into the tourism development zone as a whole.
Okay, so it's in our best interest that we have the potential to increase this 3.6. That allows for more infrastructure improvements throughout the zone if we do that. So my contention is, do we tie our hands and do we have any other type of developments, TDZs, where we put restrictions on what the developers can do in that area?
No, sir, we do not.
If we don't do that, I would be objectionable to doing this. We know that our baseline that we have to service is 3.6, but anything above that, that allows for more sidewalks, more bike lanes, everything else that we are trying to do. And I think that it is anti-business to put any type of restrictions on this one or any others. The main thing, and I also heard that if we fall short of that 3.6, it then comes from the reserves, it then comes from the general fund. And the whole intent of a TDZ is not to use general fund money to do that. So it's with this in mind that we have it. We want this thing to be as attractive as all get out and potentially generate more than this 3.6, because that allows us to do bigger, better, and more things with the excess above this 3.6. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council Lady Swearingen, Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask that you be intentional with reaching out with all three of those groups before you come back and have those conversations. We could set up a date and time now for the Cooper Young Neighborhood Association. We have the Business Association because they're here today. They had some concerns, as well as the Arts District and Overton Square. We could be intentional in having those meetings. And the second question was, has the lease agreement been reviewed by the city attorney's office? Has it?
Yes, ma'am. And I want to say that you read my mind in saying that we can have a meeting today. So I'm happy to extend that olive branch and set time for us to meet today. Since everybody is here, we can leave here and have a conversation today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Yeah, my answer is kind of answered. If we don't vote on it today, y'all meet. Will 1 week be enough time for you all? I just moved it. Hey, give them that. Y'all can meet today, set up time, and then next meeting we'll be ready. And then we can deal with what you were saying also. Okay, we want to make everybody happy, and we want the city to grow.
That's right.
So I think everybody can get together, and then we can do that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think we're all
pretty good area. I just hope it was out there where my district is. And I'll take whatever comes that way. Okay.
No,
Appreciate it.
That's District 4.
No, that's 6.
And I think that represents where everybody's going with this. Is we want wonderful development, but in our efforts, we don't want to wipe somebody else out that built their business. All right, I think we're good. Now,
real quick, Chair.
Please.
Just a question. Is there I might have missed it in the before presentations, a community benefits agreement with any one or entity or institution surrounding the TDZ with this particular project? Or we may have missed it prior in another presentation, but.
No. And I'm trying to think. Is it So I think it's in the lease. We do talk about the community. There's a section in there where we talk about community benefits in the ground lease that we already shared with you all. And so that is captured in the lease agreement.
I'm asking just because of just looking at the map of the TDZ and looking at, like Chairman Jones says, if we go beyond that 3.6, there are a lot of beneficiaries in that area that could benefit that's not just on Liberty Park. I'm thinking about beyond Liberty Park. So, for example, you get CBU directly right there. You have Maxine Smith STEAM right there. You have U of M down the way. You have some community centers that's in this little block puzzle piece that's drawn for the TDZ. So if that can be, you said it's in the lease, but if that can be brought when we talk about this next time, just so we can have more information on anything that's brewing about how certain things can be benefited from after that 3.6 million is met in FY26, that will be very, very helpful, so that it's not just, I know it's in 4, but not just that we're looking and just seeing all the great things that's happening on Liberty Park parcel, but other things that can be beneficiary that everyone in Memphis can go to.
Especially in that TDZ zone. All right. Then if I'm hearing the committee's will, the chairman, I will meet with everybody, but because this is not my district, I would like permission to meet with them. And then because of sunshine laws, what I do is whatever we work out, they have to then come to you. So it's all, with permission, it's a 1-2, okay? Just to make sure, and also because we've never done one of these before together. That being said, there is no vote. That completes that. Do we have the library? All right, we do have the library. So what I would like is all of our representatives stick around. We're going to do this next one, and then we're going to retire to the library in the council office and have a quick visit and see what we can't begin to work out. Good, good, good. We're good. All right, let's go to item number 2. Presentation from Leroy Jackson on Next Gen Global Green Housing, Inc.'s Section 8 Homebuyer Program. All districts requested by Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones, you have the ball.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, I'm excited about this. When a number of us attended the National League of Cities, Mr. Vice Chair Smiley and I were introduced to Mr. Jackson, who talked to us and indicated to us that there's an ability, which was unknown to us at the time, that recipients of Section 8 vouchers can turn those particular vouchers into mortgages. What that will do, that will give people who are renters right now the potential to be homeowners. If we look at the number of speculators and investors that have come into Memphis, buying up properties, jacking up, putting on a fresh coat of paint, and jacking up the rent by $300, and then they continuously do that, that's not beneficial to our community. I think that if we have stable in order for us to have the city that we want to have, we need to have stable neighborhoods. And I think that nothing speaks stability like home ownership. So this novel concept that we learned about, I wasn't aware that this existed. I just wanted to bring this before the full council, before our community, to have this discussion. Where it goes, I don't know. These are just the initial steps, but I wanted to at least initiate this conversation and see where it goes from there.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I see we are getting our presentation ready.
The mic, please, Mr. Jackson.
Microphone, and may I have your name and address? Just go ahead and get it started.
Make sure the light is green. Yeah, there you go.
I basically live 2 places in Washington, D.C. and Melbourne, Florida.
Home address, either one.
But 1301 Delaware Avenue, Washington, D.C. is the basic where we're based
cool.
out of.
Please share.
Okay. What we have is we have the Section 8 Home Buyers Program, where in essence what we do, we take the Section 8 voucher, the renter voucher, and we turn it into a mortgage, and that person becomes a homeowner. And by doing that, it does 2 things for the city. It takes somebody that's on the Section 8 program. Now they're off the renter program, and it allows the city to put another person on that program. And I understand that you all have a backlog, so we move in that backlog. I heard what you said about time, and if I could just maybe sort of get off script a little bit and just explain the program, and maybe we can cover any questions, what you have. I think it may go faster. I'm 75 years old. My daughter puts these things together, and they're going to be long. And you guys, but anyway, So what we do is we work with the banks, and the banks are maybe one of the driving forces of this program, because they have community reinvestment funds that they have to, their loan portfolio due to Obama is connected to where they have to do so many low and moderate income families. So when I came to the banks, mainly M&T Bank with my program, they said this is great because they need the volume. They need that volume, so on and so forth. So it's a win-win situation. One of the things that I was telling Councilman Jones about was the fact that there's really no pure impact on the city as far as money is concerned, okay? What we do ask, though, is for the property that you have land banked, that we could maybe work out something with you on the property where it's given to us or sold to us at a lesser price or what have you, which would be a good help, because the rents here are low compared to other parts of the country. And I think it's a good program. When I was here earlier today, yesterday, I talked to a lady and she had a problem. And I said, wow, it really tore my heart, because people who are renters never have the opportunity for home ownership. And here's an opportunity for them to have not only home ownership, but home ownership in a new house, number one. And I don't know if you've ever bought a house, or those that have, I know I have. Every time I buy a house, the next year or two, something goes wrong with it or what have you. So we don't want to put these people in that situation. So quite naturally, we insure the house for everything. So if something goes wrong with it, it's insured and paid for. So out of the mortgage payment. So it's all encompassed in the mortgage payment, most of the problems that they would have. Now, are there problems they're going to have? Yeah. If they cut their grass or don't cut their grass, sure, there's going to be some problems. But I think overall it's a good problem. The cities that have utilized this program have had a heck of a result, very few foreclosures. I just think it's just a win-win program. I'm in love with it, and I've talked to your councilman, and I just think it's just a good program for the city. I can go over all this stuff here that explains how it works with HUD and the HUD regulations and all that. But I don't know if you guys want to, I can go through it, but I don't know if really that's necessary.
Well, let's do this in the interest of time. Let's throw it to questions. I'm going to go ahead and jump to the Liberty Park thing. But, sir, I'm extremely interested. Clay here is going to get your cell phone number, and we're going to have a further conversation on this. I like so far what I'm hearing. But in the interest of time, Doc's going to carry it, and I'm going to do Liberty.
Yeah,
all right?
I understand that.
Wait for it, but I want your cell number, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from other council members on this particular program? Chair Jones?
And I just want to reemphasize that this is the initial discussions about this. I can foresee additional conversations with the Memphis Housing Authority because as an arm of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, they'd be part of this. Now, it's my understanding that this is new to us. Doesn't mean that it's new, but from the standpoint, I don't think that it has been introduced to our community, and this is the process for introducing it to our community. I've set up a meeting tomorrow. I'm going to introduce Mr. Jackson to people at Liberty Bank here as one vehicle. We are going to be losing our largest bank here at some point, being First Horizon, when they're going to be acquired by TD Bank. So I would think that usually when you have those type of acquisitions, that there are requirements that they continue to do some reinvestment in that neighborhood, so in the areas in which they serve. So I'm hopeful that this can be a product that I can hope that this could be a product of that future acquisition. But like I said, this is the initial discussions. As Councilwoman Easter Thompson and I just had a sidebar. We talked to the county about this as well. When we talk about some of the properties right now in Memphis, when they are lost in a tax sale, they go to the Shelby County Land Bank. So I see this as an opportunity for everybody to win, regardless of what district that you're in Shelby County, as a way to to stabilize our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I just had a couple quick questions. One, have we approached Mayor Harris and the County Commission and arranged for a presentation where you can bring this to them? That's one question. Second question is, can you bring us examples from places where you've done this and how it works? Okay, i.e. like in Baltimore, we did this and we put 1,000 people in homes, et cetera, wherever it happened. So we can have that track record that we can use to take to people. And then let us know what we as a council need to do, because it sounds to me, Councilman Jones, that this is a program that we're not really going to have anything to do with because we don't control the land bank. We don't really control that, but we may be able to be a facilitator. Does that sound right? Okay, I'm done. And let me ask you questions, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yeah. As far as this program, there are 630 housing authorities throughout the United States that already have this program. I've worked with the Baltimore program when it first started. So and with M&T Bank and what have you, and I would gladly put you guys in contact with some people there that I've worked with in the past, and the program's been successful. I also want to say this, that because of the volume that I'm able to offer the manufacturers, Scottsdale, which is one of the oldest steel frame manufacturing company, has said that if we get a commitment, they're willing to put a plant in a particular city. So not only are we going to be bringing housing here to the city, but we're taking this government money also, and then we're also going to put a plant here because of the number. You guys have a need here. I'll just be honest. There's just a lot of business for us to do here. And we feel that, we want to put our stake in the ground heavily.
Well, we have some business property right by the old Firestone plant we can help you with. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you for always promoting District 7, Councilman Warren.
All one city.
Exactly. So I just want to thank again Chairman Jones for seeing the foresight in such a small amount of time that we had in D.C. I think me and Councilwoman Roberts were just sitting there, and Chairman Jones and Smiley came up and said, hey, you got to hear about this. And we were like, okay, let's see what's going on. And then just after the first 15 minutes, I think all of the light bulbs in all of us just went off on how it can really be transformative for our city. So thank you again, Chairman and Vice Chairman, for just bringing you here, and then also you getting here fast, because that was in March, and this is the end of April. Hopefully, with you all talking with MHA and Liberty Bank, we can get this thing rolling soon, because like you said, these are our, what do you call them, pre-manufactured homes.
These are
modular
panelized homes.
Right.
So they're panelized. We bring them in the sections, and we put them up in the sections. So they're made in the factory and what have you. And, the intent would be to eventually bring a factory here, because one of our expenses would be bringing them from to here. We could cut that expense out by just bringing a plant here and utilizing that program.
Oh, okay. There we go. a alternate identity today. So you said something, and down here, as John said, we had a sidebar. Even though that they will be getting the individuals from MHA, who will be on here, and the land is possibly coming from the land bank, we can still be thinking of how we can do everything in our power to make sure that this is streamlined, as supportive. As we had the press conference yesterday, you called the press conference yesterday, there were individuals there. As soon as he said the 2 sentence, what it was, their whole posture and demeanor changed. And I don't know if a lot of folks caught that while we were standing there, and they saw, I think, the same thing that we did, a whole different trajectory of future for your lives. And so as we're thinking about places in our respective districts and all over the city that used to be thriving and boisterous, in my mind, I'm thinking about Douglas. I'm thinking about Hyde Park. I'm thinking about places in Fraser. I'm sure we can all name 2-3 places in our districts that probably have 100 properties in the land bank right now. And if you influx with 20, 30 people, homeowners, that changes the whole trajectory of our city. It takes us away from folks calling us, asking us, well, what can I do about these predatory home buyers and folks trying to buy houses? Well, we're redoing our own lots and having a way to do that. So just colleagues, you can tell I'm excited about it. I've been excited since we met you. But just seeing how we can be able to streamline to be as supportive as we can for this process, even though we're not dealing with MHA, even though we're not dealing with Shelby County Land Bank, we have colleagues across the street that we can encourage to get on board with this. It's a win for the whole city. Win for the whole city. So I'm just excited to help in any way I can. Thank you, Chairman Jones and Vice Chairman Smiley, for doing it.
Well, thank you. No further questions. I think Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay, thank you. This question is just clarity because we have the community listening in. When you say that you need a bank to create a mortgage and they can use their Section 8 certificate, does it mean that that's enough money, that Section 8 certificate, to pay their house note, the extra things that you got included, their insurance, and then the home buyers program so they can get things fixed just with that one certificate? I think that's so important for them to understand.
Yes, it is. And what we do is one of the situations where within I think that could be a problem, if you want to have a problem, okay? And everybody's always looking, well, what's the downside? The downside is HUD. HUD only pays it for 15 years. And the mortgage is based on a 30-year mortgage. So at the end of the 15 years, if they haven't improved their situation where they can pay for a house, then they're going to be back in the same situation. But hopefully they will improve the house. Now, on the other end, what happens, and just looking at it realistically, real estate values go up. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the people have never had the opportunity of having a house that now the government bought for them for one price, and now it's $50,000, $40,000, or maybe even $100,000. Man, so that's a problem. But, I think that our job is to give people opportunity. Somebody gave me the opportunity to go to school. So if people give you the opportunity, it's what you can do with the opportunity that makes it work. And so what we want to do, I think, is give these people the opportunity. A lady talked to me about, well, hey, you know what? I have 6 kids, and, I really need 6 bedrooms. And there's no way in the world I can get a 6-bedroom house. Man, I looked, I said, man, how can I do this? I'll show you one of my designs. If I can show it right quick. Where we did a tiny home that was 3 bedrooms with 3 baths on it, so on and so forth. I said, well, what I'll do is I'll just reverse that, give her 6 bedrooms, and she'll be happy and everybody will have a bathroom and a shower and what have you. That's a big step for somebody that has never been had 6 bedrooms in their house. And we do it all, and it's all financed through HUD. What we do is we take the voucher, the amount that they're getting the voucher, and we take that and we turn that into a house payment, okay? And that house payment is what it is, and that's what we build the house for. And because we have the factory, we can control cost. So we can build them a house for the cost of the voucher. The problem that we ask here for is because the rent vouchers are so low that we ask for help. But if the city doesn't give us help, or they don't want to buy the lots or what have you, we'll buy the lots ourselves, put it into the mortgage payment and what have you. One of the things that's come out is that HUD has put more money in to help the closing costs. And there's other programs that we can have to assist them. Mr. Shirley here has a solar that he's trying to attach to the house to cut down the electric bill. So we have a situation where HUD will pay for their, whatever government agency will pay for their electric. So there's a lot of things that we're going to bring into this thing to make it easier for the tenant. And I don't want to keep on rattling off, but with the subject time, but it's an exciting program. I would like to immediately get my people in here to work with the housing authority and the banks and all that to get it moving as fast as we possibly can. And then once we get it all set up, come back here to council and hope you guys say, hey, we think it's a good thing.
I got 2 other questions.
Okay.
One, is there a possibility that, I don't know what the client has to do, because I don't understand what happens at Memphis Housing Authority. Do they have to have a job, or to get the voucher? I know they have to stay within a certain income level, but is it possible, because it's not that much in the note, if you change it from a 30-year mortgage to a 15?
Well, yeah. You can change it from a 30-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage. Like I said, I work with a lot of banks. Bank of America has a program of that nature there. What they do is they change it from a 30-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage and what have you. The problem is the cost of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And, it just doesn't work out when you do it that way because of the cost of the house. But they have are you familiar with the NACA program?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, well, the NACA program is one that's based because Bank of America has the same problem, like I said, about banks and what have you. And that's what they do. They prorate it on a 20-year, but they have them pay it off in 15 years and what have you. We work with the banks to come up with something that's reasonable for the people. Keep in mind, HUD wants to encourage people to get off the voucher program. HUD wants to encourage people not to be on the voucher. HUD does not want them living on the Section 8 voucher program. This program is designed to help them for a short period of time. It's not designed to help them for a long period of time. So HUD wants programs that encourage them to get off of the program. That's why they want them to go from renter to buyer.
Okay, so the question is, and I don't know what it is in this area, but how much money do they have to have a job?
Yes, but the good thing, when you say a job, the quick answer to it is yes, but the real answer to it is no, because they have to have income. But to be in the housing authority, you have to have income.
So income could be Social Security, it could be
any type
retirement, okay.
Any type of thing. In Baltimore, we have a lady that's in a house, $225,000, but she only pays $50 a month as her portion of the pay, because that's the way they prorate it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So basically it's 20% of your income, but if your income, some people's income is so low that 20% of it is not even $100.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
And I just want to add one other thing. As far as banks are concerned, we have the banks that are willing to fund the program. That's not a problem. We also, if the land is a problem, I have to be honest with you, land is expensive here, but it isn't as expensive as in a lot of other areas. So we can buy the land ourselves and build the house ourselves, so on and so forth. Now we, yeah, sure.
Councilwoman Johnson.
That's if you're employed, that's if you have a job type of employment. But that, like the vets, people that are on fixed income or what have you, disability, that doesn't apply to them. And seniors, something about seniors don't have, if you're my age, it's the other way around. Well, you have the voucher. See, if you have the voucher, your voucher is your key to the house. So, yeah, you already so you already have the voucher in their hand. So what we do is we take that voucher that they have and take it out of their hand, and that enables another person to get a rental voucher.
Councilman Jones.
Yeah, thank you. Quickly, colleagues, think about this. Somebody may be receiving a $1,200 a month voucher. And what I just did a quick calculation. Somebody who $100,000 home, this is just principal and interest. The mortgage at 7% is $665. So if they get in that $1,200, and that's on a $100,000 home, they're paying that $1,200 probably on a home that may, somebody coming in Orange Mound, for instance, they didn't jacked up the rent $400 or $500, well, $300 or $400. They're probably paying more for what could be a $50,000 home than this particular program here is. So I think that if we just look at what a lot of these voucher amounts are, they are above and beyond. They probably cover taxes, insurance, principal, and interest, and maybe leave some over for other household expenses, as we know that comes with home ownership. So I just want to put that out there.
Once again, thank you very much for bringing this, Councilman, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Really glad to have you here. You have one more comment from?
Yes, one more statement.
Yes, sir.
One of the, I guess this mic is working, I'm not hearing, but one of the largest expenses that people on Section 8 have is their electricity bill. If we come in and put together a program to federally funded to support them in their renewable energy implementation on their home, that cuts one of their largest expenses down tremendously. I just want to say that.
I'm just going to tell you, I'm in the process of building a house. I'm putting in solar panels. It has been really hard to do here. We'll talk offline. No further.
Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, may I have a motion to hear this one item, resolution to amend the City Council grant program for 2024? Okay, has been moved in second. Colleagues, some modifications in this mainly deal with the fact we're going with a more efficient, we're looking to add a software program to help staff with the facilitation of our grant program. The problem is that the implementation and the training of it is going to bleed into what would be the application process time. So instead of going through an operation where we would ask staff to do it twice, to do it manually, This is going to push back the application time, still have it a we're going to go from 6 weeks to 5 weeks. Well, from 6 weeks to 5 weeks. But we're going to, if we approve this amendment here, it's going to allow staff to just do it at one time. So the dates will be changed from May 15th to July 1st to June 12th to July 17th to allow for the training implementation of the software program to administer our grant program. So those are the substantive changes to this. One of the other amendments too, also what this does, this changes the dates by which we have to allocate those funds. So 75% would have to be allocated by August 7th, with the final amount, August 8th, I was thinking of my son's birthday, so sorry. And then the other part too being, the other dates pretty much are the same, but it just changes that July 25th to August 8th, and then the other dates stay the same. One other amendment is, we ran into a situation with a vacancy where if we have another vacancy, the person that comes in can only allocate 1/12 of what that budgeted amount is. So those are the modifications here.
1/12 or 1/12 per month that they're there.
Yeah, well, the equivalent of, yes.
So
If I'm only there for 2 months, I only get 2/12, yes.
Okay, got it.
Ms. Johnson. Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. Are we only having one period to accept applications from basically for what I'm hearing? Because we talked about 2 or 3 last time we were talking.
Well, no, we had one the last time, but we amended it to allow for other applications period. So unless, as is presented, just one particular time, everything is always based upon the will of the body. We can move City Hall to Mississippi.
I think that's important. I mean, and again, I'm trying to run through it quickly. Did you was it still back to 75% of the funds had to be used by a certain date?
Yes.
In order to.
That part is still in here, yes.
Okay. All right, I'll read over and see if there's anything else. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
amend that.
Okay, read that.
Be approved of Bob that the city council vacancy, the interim member may only allocate 1/12 per month of their service of the funding available. So if it's 1 month, it's like 1/12. If it's 2 months, it's 2/12. And we can get, is there a better way to say that?
No, just
Friendly.
Of the balance left.
Not, starting from the original, a 12th of the balance.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay, right, because if somebody's allocated that 75, and then it's 1/12 of what's remaining,
What
okay.
if the original person has already allocated everything that's been there?
Well, then there's nothing left, right,
Of the remaining balance?
Right.
Okay, got it.
right. That's not accounted for, okay? Got those changes, Ms. Owen? Okay, any other council member want to be recognized? Seeing those, all those in favor, please signify, I'm sorry.
So that has nothing to do with that end of,
The microphone, please.
Does that affect the end of year reporting?
The only thing that changes is the stuff in red.
Okay.
Yep. So if there are no other questions, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, we
Good afternoon. It is 1:05, and at this time, we're going to start the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Warren? Here. Chairwoman Johnson?
Present. We have 5 items that we need to address today, and we're going to start with the first one on the agenda, and it is Z23-05, Malone Road, a zoning reclassification from conservation agriculture. It's a district to be included in the employment district. This affects District 3 and Super District 8. This will be a first reading if it goes downstairs with approval. Can I have someone to move? You gonna move it and approve it too?
Second.
Move and second by Mark Davis. Okay, can we have a brief presentation since this is the first reading, but it will make the council aware of what the issue is and the community aware that it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Oh, sorry about that. You have before you case Z2023-005. It's a rezoning of 3.18 acres of property from a CA Conservation Agriculture to EMP. Here is an aerial showing you the portion of the lot that we're wanting to rezone to EMP. It's going to be in the back northwestern corner of the property. And this just kind of gives you the land use in the area and the zoning. As you can see, it's EMP for most of that property, and then on the backside where you see the red line, that is CA. And where the yellow star is. So this is just an exhibit. It's an excerpt from the 1980 zoning atlas, highlighted in yellow, showing that part of the property, what is to be known for EMP once, if council approves. And this is excerpt B that was provided by Mr. Whitehead, just kind of giving an overview of what it looks like. So basically, it's just a rezoning exhibit here, kind of showing it's a little blurred and they can't really see it as well. But if you look in the back northwestern corner, you'll see the property. Let's see if I can get that arrow here. That's the proposed site to be rezoned. And in conclusion, they're just requesting to rezone 3.18 acres from conservation agriculture to employment. The purpose of the application is the reclassification of the 3.18 acres located in the northwest corner of the property. And so staff grants approval with that. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for any council members? Did you get any opposition in regards to this?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Whitehead, with you being present, would you like to say anything? I have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh Whitehead, Birch Porter Johnson. I have no additional comments other than, historically speaking, I think this property was zoned, the majority of this property was zoned, its current zoning, when it was annexed, and that the little triangle in the back may have been the result of a shifting property line over the years. But other than that, we're just trying to get our parcel zoned in a single zoning district versus 2.
Okay. Not seeing anyone with any questions, we need to make a decision on this particular item. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, this will go down with a favorable recommendation. Let the record also show that Chairman Jones and Chairwoman Swearingen Washington has joined us. Chairwoman name? Thank you. Chairperson. Oh, no, councilperson. I was thinking chairman, okay. Councilperson. I was worried about the swearing in Washington, Thank you. Okay, let's move to the second one, the SUP 23-03, 400 West Levi Road, special use permit to allow a child care center. It affects District 6 and Super District 8. Who's here to speak on this matter? Yes, you may begin.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. You have before you a special use permit to allow a child care center in the residential 6 zoning district at 400 West Levi Road, approximately 0.172 acres. Here's an area view of the subject property showing in the residential neighborhood. It's residential 6 zoning, and it's just a land use showing that this is all residential. Here's a picture of the subject property. And this is the preliminary site plan for the subject property that was given to me by Ms. Hayes, the applicant. Additionally, the limited number of child care facilities currently located within the area indicates a need for increase in child care service locally. As a result, this application would represent a positive change for child care access in the Westwood area. So based on Memphis 3.0, it is consistent with the neighborhood. So you have before you a special use permit to allow child care center. The request, although it's not compatible with the land use description, however, this location was operated as a child care center in a repurposed single-family house that is contextually compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So it would not affect the neighborhood. It would actually be great for that neighborhood. And so staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Here for any questions. Yes, sir. To my understanding, it was a child. It just wasn't zoned, but I think what happened was when it shut down, it lost its use.
May I speak? Are you the applicant? Yes, ma'am. Okay, will you please identify yourself and your address? How many children will you actually be working with there at the child care?
12.
Okay, that's the maximum.
Yes.
Okay, that is fine. Thank you. Not seeing anyone else with any question. Let's make a motion to move this item. Second, all in favor? Aye. In opposition? Hearing none, this item too will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. SUP 23-08, 2292 Park Avenue, special use permit to allow a motor vehicle repair in a CMU-1, District 4, Super District 8. Planning and zoning, it's your show. Please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Seth Thomas with the Department of Planning, or Division of Planning and Development. So this is a special use permit to allow a vehicle repair use in the CMU-1 zoning district. Here's an aerial of the site on the north side of Park Avenue between Bruce Street and Sample Street. The zoning is a mix of commercial and residential surrounding the property. And that's reflected by the land uses you can see here. Red is commercial, brown is multifamily, and yellow is single family. This is the site plan that was provided by the applicant showing some site improvements in relation to what's currently present on the site. As you can see here, this is a view of the subject property from the corner of Bruce and Park Avenue. This is a view of the property from Park Avenue, just kind of looking right at the front of the building. And this is a view of the property from the other corner of the building, from Sample and Park Avenue facing northwest. So really, in conclusion, the applicant is seeking a special use permit to basically increase the intensity of the use that's going on in the site. So the property has been operating as a tire shop via legal nonconformity. So it was grandfathered to be a tire shop. And they're seeking a special use permit to increase the amount of business they could conduct. We consider tire shops as sort of like a vehicle maintenance use, whereas a higher classification would be vehicle repair, which gets a higher classification that's not allowed by right in the CB1 zoning district. So this is, the applicant is seeking to kind of increase the amount of business they can do, which in turn increases the intensity of the uses that will take place on that site. In staff's opinion, we feel this project will have a substantial undue adverse effect upon the adjacent properties, primarily because this particular property does not conform with the Memphis 3.0 land use plan. It's located in the Accelerate Memphis area, and as such, it's not conforming here. Let me get to my area in the staff report here. It's hard to get all the pictures on a flash drive or on a PowerPoint. So this area is an anchor neighborhood, and anchor neighborhoods are really for light commercial uses, and then single family or multifamily to a lighter scale. And because this particular use is not conforming with that, staff is recommending rejection. However, if approved, we have 5 particular conditions: that no window signage is permitted on the front facade. The existing signage will be brought into conformity with the current sign code requirements. The selling and scrapping of individual vehicle parts is prohibited. The storage and display of tires within the public right-of-way is prohibited. And this was a condition that was added by the Land Use Control Board, that this approval shall expire April 13th of 2028, subject to site plan review by the Land Use Control Board. So really, this is a 5-year, if granted, this approval would have a 5-year sunset on it, which would force the property owner to come back to the Land Use Control Board and basically prove that they are going to do and have maintained the site in the way that they show on their site plan that was presented to the Land Use Control Board. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Oh, sorry about that. David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. As Seth pointed out, this is a existing non-conforming use. It's operating as a tire shop. As you can see from the pictures, there's no landscaping. The site is not an attractive site, to say the least. The applicant is willing to upgrade the site for the expanded uses with the special use permit, and he was agreeable to the Land Use Control Board recommendation of a 5-year sunset on it. They have to come back at that time. It's a distressed area. When my client bought it, the building was abandoned. It was being used by some squatters. It took a while to get it to the point that he could even have a business in it. We had our neighborhood meeting actually on that site back several weeks ago, and we had 15, 16 neighbors show up to discuss it. Their concern at first was that it was expanding, that he was going to take the vacant lot next to it. When they found out what he was doing, nobody came to Land Use Control Board meeting. They were agreeable to it, especially with the improvements to the site, getting rid of some of the I think it's 2 of the metal buildings are going away as a part of this that are close to the right-of-way and within the setback, adding the landscaping, changing out the fencing, and in general, bringing the site up to and being in compliance with the UDC.
Planning and zoning. Did you attend the neighborhood meeting?
I did not. We do not attend neighborhood meetings.
I just didn't know if you took the initiative. Okay, I got a couple of questions. Chairman Jones?
Thank you. So if the council does not approve this, then this continues being a non-conforming tire shop?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm leaning towards approving this because it will provide some improvements in that area. You know, it's probably less than a mile from where I live. I pass it often, and it is an eyesore right now. And so if we reject it, it goes back to being what it is right now. We don't have any improvements, and what do we do for business that are non-conforming, or was this particular site grandfathered? So they still can be a tire shop, right? Yeah. So we either let it continue being a tire shop, which is probably one of the worst uses for many of our sites, or we allow an opportunity for a business owner to improve a site and hopefully make it a much more appealing give it much more curb appeal. So I'm hoping that your client would be committed to making substantial investments in that area to improve it from it just being a tire shop right now. Because when he first presented it, I sort of had an idea where it was. I said, "Oh yeah, I know that location," and we don't want it in its current state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Okay, let me ask you another question in reference to a comment Chairman Jones made. The question was asked, were they grandfathered in? is he grandfathered in for non-conforming at this point?
That's correct. So,
when did he acquire the property?
as far as when he acquired the property, I couldn't say exactly, but the use of it as a tire shop is allowed by right in that CMU1 zoning district. And really some of the uses that are going on, like the accessory structures being located within 5 feet of the right of way, some of the fencing and some of the signage, those things were present on the lot when it was taken over, and as such, they exist in legal nonconformity. When you change the use or to a higher classification, or if you were to make any improvements to the building, that would then create a non-conformity, because any sort of addition to a grandfathered use takes away that grandfather, and that's why he's before the board seeking a special use permit to allow him to do those things without becoming non-conforming.
Okay, so when did they actually acquire the property?
I want to say it was 2018, maybe in 2017.
Okay.
So since 2018, they hadn't made any improvements?
Chairwoman, I don't know what I'm calling you, Chair. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
So since 2018, they haven't made any improvements?
They've continued to operate in the building as it is, and no, they have not. And that's part of the reason that they need to expand the uses, is because as a tire shop, there's not enough revenue to improve the site.
How long would we give them to make those improvements?
5 years.
So basically, April of 2028 would be when they'd be required to go back before that.
So they don't have to do anything until then?
So, I mean, they would have to, I mean, basically, the site plan, if approved, they're you know, sort of locked into the site plan that would be approved if y'all approve it. And really that 5 years is for the developer to come back and show, A, that he's done the site plan, and then B, that it's stayed in a state that gives it more curb appeal and it hasn't become, you know, derelict, which unfortunately some uses become after.
Councilman Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If at 5 years they haven't done what they're supposed to do and we withdraw their approval, can they go back to being a tire shop, or since they've done this, they're no longer grandfathered?
They can go back to being a tire shop, because right now, under the zoning that the property is, it's legal to be a tire shop. CMU1 allows for vehicle service as a use by right. This special use permit is for the extra, you know, vehicle repair.
And there's no way we can condition the special use permit that says if you don't do this, then you don't go back to a tire shop later. You can't do that.
No, because they have vested rights in that use.
Well, I'm prone to listen to Councilman Jones. If he thinks this is good, we should do it.
Yeah.
My question now to the applicant is, can you not get it done sooner than 5 years?
Madam Chair,
actually,
if I may just clarify, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. I know that there was a question of how long do they have to complete the repairs to the site. They have to actually do that before they can do the vehicle repairs. So those improvements have to be made immediately for them to be able to do the vehicle repairs. They have 5 years, if they were approved, to actually perform vehicle repairs at the site. And so after that 5 years, they would have to come back and seek approval to extend that, or to do something different, or to decide to do something different with that. So those repairs to the site have to occur before they can actually operate.
Okay, my other concern is, what would be the maximum number of cars that would be parked on the lot as a repair shop? You know, we don't want cars all over the place.
That's one of the things we've added is designating the parking on here, so that, if my math is correct quickly, that'd be 14 spaces is the max they could have on the site, plus any that were inside the building.
Where's the 14? One?
5 along Bruce, 6 along Park, and 3 along the eastern property line.
Okay. Now, these cars, when they're parked, they're going to have 4 tires. They're not going to be jacked up.
Correct.
Is that clear, everybody? Okay. The other issue is he has some tin siding on the east side of the building. Sheets of tin, like serving as a fence. All that needs to be removed and cleaned up.
We've got a new fence designated on there.
Okay, so I would say that needs to be added as a condition. And the other condition, he has a tree that fell. That tree needs to be removed off his property as well, in the rear.
Okay.
Are there any other thoughts? It's fell and it fell onto the property next door. So it needs to be cut down and taken off the property. It just don't need to look like that in the backyard, back rear of the property. I don't know if you can see, but it's back there.
He has
It's actually fell.
3 sons that are all working for him, and I believe they're all certified mechanics.
That seems like a lot of cars, having 14 cars.
14 is a lot.
It's like a car lot.
They got more in there. They got more in it right now.
Any other discussion before we decide to move? Okay. First, I need to have this item moved, please.
So moved.
Move and second. By who?
I second.
Swearens, Washington seconds it. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? This item received a favorable recommendation, and it will go down accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman,
Yes.
I just want to state for the record, if we could please find some more businesses. We want some daycare, some smoothies, some restaurants. I think we have enough tire shops and mechanic shops. Okay.
Next item is item number 6. Items 4 and 5 are being held. So we're gonna go straight to 6. PD 23-05, huh? They're here. They're here. You wanna? Okay. PD 2305, 110 Byfield Drive, planned development to allow a retail shopping center, affects District 6 and Super District 8. Planning and zoning, may we have a presentation, please?
I'm sorry, I forgot. I neglected to introduce myself. I'm sorry, Teresa Shelton, Division of Planning and Development.
Okay.
I apologize for that oversight. You have before you PD 2023-05, Byfield Drive plan development. This is a plan development to include retail shopping center that would be normally in a CMU 1, where this zoning is residential 6. So the applicant is Thornton Realty and Property Solutions, represented by Mr. Smith. The address is 110 Byfield, and it's going to be 0.355 acres. Here's an area view. It sits on the corner of West Byfield Drive and Horn Lake. And this is the current zoning, which is a R6 zoning. Where you see the yellow star, that is the lot in question. If you look at the land uses, you do see this surrounded by residential. The red indicates the commercial uses that are there. And right next door to that property is a CMU 1. I think it's a tire shop or something like that. Okay, and here is the subject property, looking north on Byfield and Horn Lake. This is a picture of the property, and next door to it, you can see that tire shop. So here's an outline plan of the property showing what they're proposing. And this is the landscape plan. Once, if it's approved, this is the landscaping that they're planning on putting there. Okay, this was just added today, so Mr. Smith provided me with this proposed elevation of what it could possibly look like. We're trying to give it a more neighborhood storefront look to kind of be in conform with the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood. However, like I said, it's consistent with the adjacent land use. Additionally, the subject site is directly south of an existing CMU 1 zoning and commercial, but based on the information from 3.0, it is consistent for the neighborhood. So the applicant is seeking to do a planned development of 0.355 acres to include retail shopping center of no more than 3 bays that will be there. However, you know, it is not compatible, but along with the properties that are already zoned CMU 1, we thought that it would fit because it's a property next to it. These are the outline plan conditions. This presentation is a little long, so I had to put the plan conditions just so you guys can put your eyes on what they're proposing in the outline plan conditions. As you can see, those are the permitted uses. What we talked with them about was restricting the following uses, because I did listen to some of the neighbors. They were concerned about payday loan places, so we tried to make sure those type of things are not put there in the future with this planned development. So the following uses that are strictly prohibited is what you see here. Go down. So all of these are uses that will be restricted. So it was like 30 of them that he put in there. And this is just the bulk regulations of the parking, drainage, landscaping, sign, and just what we would allow for them to do here. Oops, I think I went out. And I'm here for any questions, but we did grant approval.
So moved. Just, mine's really quick.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Council.
You said that 3, but your slide said 3 to 4.
Well, at first they were initially talking about 4.
But now we're definitely 3.
We're down to 3.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ford, please.
Yeah, thank. Look, how many neighbors did y'all talk to?
We had 2 neighborhood meetings in both.
Please identify yourself and address. Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's on.
It's on? Okay. Hi. I'm Bernita Thornton, address 2570 Overlook Drive, Germantown, Tennessee, 38138, from Thornton Realty. We did have 2 neighborhood meetings. In the first meeting, we had two people to come, and in the second meeting, we didn't have any.
Okay. Did y'all publicize all of that? Because I done got more calls than what you're saying, okay?
We did.
I've got more calls.
Oh, well, those are the only ones that we have that have contacted
No,
us.
that was the word sent out. Yeah, because I sent the neighborhood notice.
Okay, he done.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no, I think he was looking at me. I thought he was asking.
I mean, I'm good. I want to hold this
Okay. It's
3 weeks
been requested.
where I can get back, because you're saying nobody showed up, and then 2. I've had many more calls in the neighborhood. Byfield is a neighborhood. You got Lakeview Gardens, which is across the street. That's the eyesore of that tire shop, but it was grandfathered years and years ago, probably before you were born.
Yes.
Okay, I lived there. That's where I'm from.
Me too.
Okay, yeah. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't want the rest of them to have a problem with it, okay? That's why I want to hold this for 3 weeks, and then we can come back and then just see. Because I need to talk back with some of these neighbors too, and ask them why they didn't show up at the meeting. Okay?
That's fair.
Okay, good enough.
Okay, it's been recommended that we hold it for 3 weeks. Anyone objects to that? Seeing no objection, we will hold it. But I do highly recommend you do similar to what Councilman Ford doing. Reach out to that neighborhood and make sure the neighbors understand what you're trying to do. It's a change. It would be a new look, you know. And I think everybody can adjust, but you just have to make sure they understand. Yes,
I need to ask one more
Ford.
question. I know y'all trying to get that property Byfield. What about the shopping center that's right from it? Have y'all tried to do that one?
We
You
did.
got more space, you got more of everything, and with that would really bring the neighborhood up.
Well, that gentleman who owned that property across the street, he was not interested in selling at the time. That was some time ago. He was not interested in selling. Now, he may have changed his mind since then, but I have not had any other contact with him. He was not interested when
You
I
got more
asked.
room, everything else, and he needs to sell because he got it as an eyesore coming into that particular neighborhood. It used to be very, very nice there. Okay, that's why. So inquire about that one too. But I don't have a problem with what you're trying to do. But look at that one too, maybe, and you can do something there also. Okay.
Get the neighbors to work with you and get code enforcement on them, and together we can clean it up. Okay. Thank you.
Reason why that shopping center used to be owned by the person that really built Lakeview Gardens. Yeah, they live right there on the corner, and all, but all that area, that was owned by them, and they built Lakeview Gardens, all the homes, everything, yeah. Lakeview Gardens is a place whereas you had doctors, teachers, that's all you really had in the neighborhood. Well, we were undertakers, so we got to have an undertaker around. But that particular neighborhood, that's all you had. If anybody at Ford Road,
I grew up on
Professor
Ford
Goodrich, hey, he lived on the corner. Brother lived directly behind, so you have nothing but teachers and doctors over there. So yeah, nice neighborhood. That's why he built just for those people. Okay, we good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for planning and zoning. We have one more item that we need to address. That is PD 23-06, 2453 Elvis Presley Boulevard. Planned development to allow a convenience store with gasoline pumps. This affects District 6 and Super District 8. Planning and zoning, give us a presentation, please. Name and address.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Brett Davis with the Division of Planning and Development. This is case PD 23-6. It is a proposed convenience store with gas pumps. There we go. All right, just some background information. The location is 2453 Elvis Presley. That's at the northwest corner of the intersection with Alsea in District 6, Super District 8. The owner and applicant is Falak Investment and Development, represented by Timbo's Construction. The site is exactly 1 acre, and it is within the Commercial Mixed Use 1 zoning district. This parcel was rezoned through the comprehensive rezoning process by the City Council a couple of years ago. Here's a map showing exactly where it is in Alsea Ball. The vicinity map showing all properties within 500 feet that received notice of the Land Use Control Board public hearing. We mailed 48 notices and received 5 letters of opposition, which have all been included in your packet. Here's a photograph, a satellite photograph with zoning boundaries. The property, of course, is highlighted in yellow. And this whole CMU1 district here was part of that comprehensive down zoning that affected hundreds of other parcels throughout the city and was in response to a moratorium on gas stations imposed by City Council. In response to that moratorium, the City Council approved a comprehensive rezoning as well as changes to the zoning districts in which gas stations are permitted by right versus permitted by special use permit, and imposed additional design standards on gas stations. To the north of this parcel, you'll see it's still zoned CMU3, and there is multifamily residential zoning on either side of Elvis Presley. So this land use map backs that up. The commercial corridor along Elvis Presley with mostly single family residential housing on either side, and there is a good deal of vacancy in both the commercial and residential areas. Some photographs of the building that's currently there. It's an old brick building from mid-century, currently vacant, once housed dry cleaning restaurant. Some more views of that building. Here's a view down Elvis Presley with the old sign there on the corner. Across the way, there are 2 existing convenience stores with gas pumps on the other side of Elvis Presley on both corners. The Exxon there is actually owned by the applicant. And on the 4th corner, which you don't see here, but you do see here, there's a dollar store. So that's the state of the corner. Here's the site plan. We would likely require some fairly significant changes to the site plan if it were approved, including better streetscaping and more landscape buffering along the perimeter to the west with that abuts residential. But essentially, you can see that there are 2 commercial bays and 6 pumps. Here are elevations provided by the applicant, conceptual, and a conceptual rendering. So in conclusion, Timbo's Construction has requested a special use permit for a planned commercial development to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. A special use permit is required because the site's in a commercial mixed use 1 zoning district, which is because of a comprehensive rezoning Z21-11 approved by City Council in response to that moratorium. That rezoning used the comprehensive plan as a guide, which designates this land as a neighborhood Main Street anchor. That future land use designation lines up pretty well with the CMU1 district. Both the future land use designation and the zoning district encourage neighborhood-oriented, walkable commercial uses and discourage auto-oriented uses. Why is this a PD and not an SUP? Because the site plan does not meet the design standards imposed by City Council following that moratorium on gas stations, and the PD will allow them to bend some of those rules. We are recommending rejection. The Land Use Control Board also unanimously voted to recommend rejection. That concludes my presentation. I am available for any discussion and questions. Thank you.
Warren. Can you comment on the Superfund site status that was up there? Is this a Superfund because that was a dry cleaner? There's ground contaminant?
So this site is not a Superfund site. We did mention in our analysis the Defense Depot, which is almost exactly half a mile from here, and just bringing awareness to existing environmental difficulties in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So I've received several complaints and concerns from members of the community. So I guess my ultimate question is, have you all had an opportunity, well, apparently y'all have had an opportunity to speak with them. I would ask if you be really candid with some of those remarks and any attempts you all have made to address some of the concerns of the members of the community. Either one of you can speak. Name, address, and company you're affiliated with.
Yep. We've held 2 meetings, 2 neighborhood meetings. First one we had 1 person show up. Second one we had, I would say about 12 people show up.
Okay.
You know, I try to schedule around their schedules and also allowed them, you know, set me a date. You know, when are you all available? And anyway, we agreed on a date, had a meeting. Like I said, I had 12 people show up. At that meeting, I was going over everything, and in the rendering, you aren't able to see the interior of it, but the interior of it would be a little bit different than any of your normal convenience stores. You would be able to walk in and shop for your household items if need be, but also be able to pick up some fresh deli items as well. And then the other side, of course, you know, if you were trying to get in and get out, you could also do that.
Excuse me, I think he had reference to your relationship with the neighborhood. Right. What type of discussions? Right. How did that go?
They have mentioned, you know, offering a healthier option or something like that, and I've tried to accommodate that throughout the entire process. And you know, I've even said, you know, if before Land Use Control Board voted on it, I was speaking to the members of those in opposition, and I said, you know, if there were some conditions that you would like me to meet, what are they? And, you know, I would, you know, say 3 weeks of time before the meeting was held that, you know, hey, give me some things that you want. And I'll make sure that we can, you know, put it on paper, put it in stone, that you get what you want, but also my client gets what he wants. So I'm just trying to be fair to everybody. And then when they offer, you know, they want A, well, I try to accommodate A as best I can, but then again, when I accommodate A, they say, no, we want B now. So it's a back and forth thing, and I'm not getting anywhere. I wish I were, and I wish I had good news that said, everybody in the neighborhood loves it, but it's I don't know.
Have you received? Have you spoke to anyone in the neighborhood that's in support of it? Because I think you said 12 people came.
Right, I had 12 people show up, and Miss Dearbone that works with Councilman Ford, she was there as well. She attended the meeting, and when I showed these people the interior of the thing, of the building itself, it's something that's not usual in a convenience store. You know, it's different, and they appreciated that idea of something different. They want something different. They want something that offers a fresh meal, that offers healthier options. And that's something that we can accommodate very easily. You know, we're willing to spend the money to accommodate these healthier options and stuff like that.
How many people showed up at Land Youth?
I would say.
Was it the same 12 people? Or was
I would say it's about the same 12 people.
Okay, because I think my concern, I think some of the concerns for the members of this body particularly is.
I would also like to mention that some of those that liked the idea that day at the site meeting and the neighborhood meeting showed up in opposition to the Land Use Control Board meeting. So I was just kind of in shock. I said, everybody kind of liked this revamped design, but then they showed up and it was a big turnaround.
So I think my concern and probably some concerns of the members of this body is, what we don't want to do is subject the community to something that they're saying, no, we don't want this. Although, we may believe it'd be beneficial, but if the community says not so fast, it's probably not so fast. I would be interested in hearing from some of the other members of this body, but I just, the few messages I did receive was like, we not for this, we don't want this.
And I would just like to mention that we're on the same email chain.
Okay.
We are, and they've just hounded on the point of, we don't want this. But when I ask them what do they want, I get no response.
So let me ask you this.
4 days prior to Land Use Control Board, they mentioned a coffee shop. Well, I'd have to start from the beginning,
You are on the property as it is right now. So you're on the property, and you're willing to develop. You want to develop on this particular piece of property. Right. What you want to know from the community is what? And right now, there is no answer.
Well, no, sir. I would like to say that his company mainly focuses in convenience stores.
Convenience stores. Gotcha.
That's what he wants. I mean, if it were up to him, he'd have 50 gas pumps out there, But I said, hold your horses, we'll try to accommodate the community as best we can and try to make some agreement. But he's backed off of, let's, try to be accommodating, but I'm just getting a harsh rejection from them.
So I'm gonna say this, and I'm saying this, so maybe you want to pause. At some point in time, at this body, we passed a resolution saying that we're going to put a hold on gas stations and convenience stores in the city of Memphis. I think Councilman Jones, in particular, spoke to the number of gas stations we've had in the city of Memphis in comparison to like cities. We far exceed those other cities, and I think, I don't know if the position of this body has changed as it relates to gas stations. I think since that time, I'm not sure if we approved another gas station, maybe one. I think it's going to be, and that one, I think the one gas station we did maybe approve. It wasn't significant opposition to it. This particular project seems to be a lot of opposition to it. So I'm not sure what position you want to take because I believe it's going to be voted down. I'm going to be very direct. I think it's going to be voted down. But I'm not sure if it would be more beneficial to you to pull it and say, you know what, let's figure out if there's a way that we can do something else with this particular project. Because if I understand the process correctly, if it's voted down, it's a difference about a time frame as opposed to if you pull it and say, let me go back to the drawing boards. I think you can come back a lot faster. So I'm gonna make some. I'm not wearing my attorney hat today, so there's no attorney-client privilege. But I think it would be beneficial to you if you would say, I don't think I got the support here to pull it and just go back to the drawing boards. Because if you go forward, you're talking about being voted down and not being able to move this particular property the way you want to. Because I'm not in the position of saying, hey, you own something, I'm going to keep you from doing anything with it. You know, I think most of the members of this body have all, we are for development, but good development that benefits the community. I think a lot of times we speak to good corporate citizens figure out what the needs in the community and find out ways to meet those needs, but also provide benefit to what you're particularly trying to do. And that's all for me. And thank you all for, attempting to do something good in the community.
Okay. Councilman Smiley, I have a question for planning and development. What was the decision by the Land Use Control Board as well as your recommendation?
So staff and the Land Use Control Board have recommended rejection. And again, this is a neighborhood Main Street anchor, which really focuses on corner activation and seeing that there are already 2 convenience stores on this corner, adding a third doesn't contribute to the plan goals as well as its adjacency to housing. On its rear are the main reasons we had for our recommendation, and the Land Use Control Board did have a unanimous vote.
Chairman Jones, you may speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Swearger Washington, when we were talking about the tile shop, you said, hey, we want smoothie shops, coffee shops. All money ain't good money. And we are going to electric cars. So what's going to happen? What's going to be the future of our city with all of these soon-to-be obsolete gas stations? I don't see them coming in and proactively. Well, we might need to go to one to basically say any new gas stations that we approve, you have to be charged with removing those gas tanks in 2030, 2035 at one point that we are electric, because we don't want these potentially long-term environmental hazards remaining in our communities. And so, colleagues, I'm to the point to where I don't need to see another gas station approved, and I won't be voting for this one or any other one. It's going to have to be a very compelling argument for me to approve another gas station with, as Vice Chair Smiler alluded to, per capita, we have more gas stations than any major city in our state. To me, we got enough. And then just to repeat, and then I'm gonna shut up, just the long-term environmental. If we're going to electric cars, we don't want these things remaining in our neighborhoods past what could potentially be useful lives that may expire 10 years from now. So I will be voting in opposition of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Ford.
I've listened to everybody in the neighborhood too. I told you to try to go back to the neighborhood. Right now, I would pull it, like what he was saying, and maybe we can do something else. I'm not into gas stations, okay? We got too many as it is, and then all y'all do is fluctuate and charge us more, and then go down one day, and then the next day you done went up 2 times more. And what was it? You own which one of the properties, Exxon or the MAPCO? You own the Exxon, worst place in the world, okay? Yeah, I'm just being honest. I tried to get some gas. I don't go there anymore, period, okay? Convenience store is not worth anything, okay? It's a bad spot, okay? Yeah, a lot of things going right there at that spot, okay? If you'd have maybe said MAPCO, I might have been just a little bit better, but that Exxon is a very terrible place. And I would pull it, and maybe you can do something else with it. And like he was saying, hey, because if we vote it down, you got more of an issue with that particular property and everything else. Yeah, and that's what I recommend for you to do right now today.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Applicants, I think you've received some very good advice today in regards to how to proceed with your project. And you will have until this evening meeting to pull it if you so desire. But in the meantime, I'm sorry, Councilman Warren.
I was going to say this until Councilman Jones came through, but no one's put up a coffee shop with electric pumps. If we're going to electric cars, you could be like the first guy, in the neighborhood with something different. and provide electric pumps out there where you've got your pumps. You wouldn't have to do your drawings too much and just change some plans. That might be something you could do to be a business plan and maybe make it where you can fix up the Exxon. Thanks.
Chairwoman Logan.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And I so align my thoughts with Chairman Jones and all my colleagues. You know, we've had this conversation too many times, and it seems like every time we have planning and zoning, we get gas station requests. And to your point, your study that you showed us, it was 10,000, you know, in the city, gas stations in the city, and 6,000, I'm sorry, we had like 10. It was a large number. But Director Zena and I have had conversations about this over and over and over again. We really need to look at what can be done to stop the proliferation of these gas stations in our communities, and then especially without any type of safeguards for the community in terms of the crime and then them becoming dirty and just unkept and untidy, and a lot of crime coming from them. I don't know exactly what we can do, but I do think we need to do something. And I would hope that the Board of Adjustment, the Land Use Control Board, Memphis 3.0, the council, administration, everybody else would really hone in on that and see what we can put in place to correct that for our city. So I'm with you, Chairman Jones. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Councilwoman Logan. I don't know why I'm gonna hear about the chairs today. Okay. As I was saying, I think you received some good advice. So we're going to take this vote, and then you can make that final decision by this evening. But I too am not in support of a service station being there where there's two others there. I was the one that showed up at the first meeting. I was the only person. It was me. Oh. So I know about the situation. And I also am supportive of the fact, help us keep these service stations clean. I know you have friends out there with other service stations. Clean them up. And maybe some of our attitudes about service stations might change, but there's a lot of trash and a lot of service stations throughout the city. So whoever you know, if y'all have an association, ask them to do what they can in regards to help cleaning up the service station. At this time, all in favor of a service station being built at that location with convenience stores with pumps, respond by saying A. All in favor? All not in favor, please respond by saying nay. That received an unfavorable remarks. So it would go down as such. So good luck. Think about it, and we'll see you this afternoon. That concludes all of the items to be addressed in planning and zoning. However, let me go back and summarize items number 4, which is a PD 22-21, and item number 5, a PD 23-04. Those will be held until July. So we'll be getting back with planning and zoning for those 2 items. And the byfield on item number 6, PD 23-05, will be held for 3 weeks. Are there any other issues that need to be addressed? Not hearing of any. Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. Item 1, an appointment from the Memphis Landmarks Commission, Michael Winter, requested by administration. Is Mr. Michael Winter here? please come forward.
So moved.
Can I get a second on this item? Second by Swearingen Washington. Mr. Winter, what do you know about the Memphis Landmark Commission? Why do you want to serve on that committee?
Good afternoon, council members.
Name and address, I'm sorry.
Michael Winter. Sorry, I thought it was on. My name is Michael Winter, 1611 West Crestwood Drive, Memphis. I'm a partner at Fleming Architects in Memphis. We do enjoy a great relationship with the city. In terms to your question, Chairwoman, I've designed several projects here in Memphis. Just as a little bit of background about myself, I'm a licensed architect, been licensed for about 10 years, had about 15 years of experience. And I've designed many, many projects in this city, some of which have gone before Landmarks Commission. So I'm familiar with the need and the process of how Landmarks works, but most especially the need to protect the historic nature of our historic neighborhoods. So I'm passionate about architecture and design, and I think my background fits the need that the city has very well.
Very good. Sounds good to me. Are there any questions from any of the council members? Not seeing any. Let's vote. All in favor of this individual being allowed to serve on the Memphis Landmarks Commission, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing now, none. That will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay. The second one is appointment for the Public Arts Oversight Committee, Kate Roberts, and it's requested by administration. How you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Hi.
Will you please tell us something about yourself and why you think that you will be an asset to the Public Arts Oversight Committee?
Sure. I am an assistant professor at the University of Memphis, a professor of art. And I am an artist myself. I'm a ceramic artist, and I create large installations. And so I'm interested in being on this committee in order to approve and designs that possibly might be put forward within the collection around here, and also any other public art projects.
Sounds good. Fantastic.
Was it moved?
We're going to move it now.
Okay, I move it.
Move it. Second. Any questions? Seeing no question, let's go for a vote. All in favor of Mrs. Roberts being allowed to serve on the Public Art Oversight Committee, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Not hearing any. That your appointment will be sent down with favorable recommendation. And thank you for willingness to serve.
See you later.
Okay. Easter Thomas, you gonna any other issues before this committee? Hearing now, none. The person is hereby ended.
It's 2:05, and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service. Oh, we really behind. To order. Ms. Key, you know what to do.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Here.
Chair Smiley.
All right, thank you. We have 2 items on the agenda. Update on solid waste and recycling schedules requested by myself. Mr. Davis, I guess we pick up where we left off.
Good afternoon. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. Today, I'm just going to give you an update of where we are with solid waste services. Of course, this is spring cleaning, peak volume time of year, especially for bulk waste. And so I'm just going to run through some numbers with you by area, by citywide and by area, so you guys can see where we are. So since January, we've seen requests for missed cart services peaked. Back in January, they've tapered off as they generally do. They peak with the seasonal volume Christmas holiday for cart service, garbage and recycle in the cart peaks around the holidays, and then it starts trailing back off when we catch up. Bulk collection, you can see where we're seeing the uptick in March with spring cleaning. We're continuing to have high call volume in April. Just to give you some frame of reference about what typically happens but is exacerbated this year, we had a freezing rain event February 1st, severe thunderstorms February 15th. Overall, the month of February was, I believe, the 8th warmest on record with, I think we had 10 or 15 days in the 70s. So while we may not remember that, when those storm events come through and then you have really pretty weather, people like to get out in the yard and pick up sticks. Thunderstorms, March 1st through 3rd, the 12th, the 24th, and 31st. And then again, we had thunderstorms on the 15th. Again, my problem, not y'all's, but I'm just giving you a frame of what happens seasonally with bulk waste.
So can we go back to the slide before?
Sure.
I guess you're talking about an uptick from the holidays, but your uptick doesn't occur until we get between February and March, which is, I guess I'm just trying to understand.
And I apologize for that. I kind of mixed apples, oranges, and pears. So the orange and blue lines are your carted
Right.
waste, and that's what I was talking about with the holiday, the Christmas holiday peak collection. So if you see the orange and blue lines, that's your garbage and recycle cart call volume. So that was up in January, and now they're coming back down.
And so those are calls, not tonnage.
Number of calls.
Number of calls. So your average runs somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 is normal, or is it around called around 1,000 calls?
Around 1,000.
Sure.
We would like to see 250 to 300 calls per area. Yeah.
Okay, and then for bulk, you're surging February to March, and you're saying for this year, the purpose of that was an inordinate amount of warm weather and then storms?
Storm debris, this seasonal high volume, yes, storms and bulk waste coming out to the curb resulting from it.
When you guys get time, can we get this laid out with like a 3-year trend?
Sure.
Just to see that?
Sure.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you.
So Area A, which is the northernmost stripe of the city, Raleigh over to Fraser, call volume. Again, you see the same trends, just a lower volume. And I did, in all transparency, I tried to put all these on the same scale so you would not just see the trends, you would see the call volume by area. Area B, again, you can see a little bit of an uptick in the volume. This is the, what I call the Walnut Grove corridor, but it's from about Baptist East. It does include everything south of the north leg of I-40 to about Poplar Avenue. So what is it? The Nutbush area, National, but also the Walnut Grove corridor over to the medical district. So you see less of a peak in the volume. I attribute this to a lot of contractors that their residents haul their own waste away. Area C, we've struggled in this area
This is the south leg of 240 north to Poplar, from St. Francis Hospital across through Orange Mound to the French Fort area. So you can see that we had that seasonal Christmas volume with carts, but bulk waste is significantly higher in this area. And then area D as well. So in area D is Hickory Hill across through Whitehaven. These are the areas that we have seen significant impacts with bulk waste just traditionally. Area E, again, had similar issues. Area E is the eastern stripe. It's running about third to fourth of the 5 areas with bulk waste volume. We did see in March a blip there. They had some personnel equipment supply chain issues with equipment and personnel issues that resulted in some higher than normal recycling issues, but we seem to have gotten those back under control. So some things we've been working on to continued efforts on this. We've trained 10 more employees for city employees to operate special equipment. This is going to help us combat when we have absenteeism, people on vacation, sick leave, that equipment. We don't like that equipment to sit, so we've trained employees to be able to step up and step into that equipment instead of letting it sit idle. Overtime is being offered for our bulk waste crews each afternoon and on the weekends. Team Waste has added 2 grapple loaders in their routes that's about a 25% increase in total equipment volume to combat waste over in Area E. We are, this week, we are activating the unmanageable volume contractor to supplement services. I appreciate the budget money moving that happened a couple of weeks ago that's allowing us to supplement between now and July 1. And we also have 4 city grapple trucks set for delivery between now and July. June or July is when we should start seeing those pieces of equipment coming in. So that's a snapshot of where we are with service. I'll take any questions.
Councilwoman Robinson.
I want to thank you for every time the citizens in District 3 call, you answer. But our question, number 1, is at one point in time in my history on this council, everything was being picked up. It lasted about 6 months, and then it fell apart. What happened?
I mean, we have been combating in certain areas absenteeism, and we have been combating in certain areas equipment failures. The supply chain for parts has been struggling. I know we work well with our general services folks, but difficulty getting parts does idle some equipment. And we have been combating the personnel issues by we've been doing a lot of hiring since probably the 1st of December, and we've been pushing those hires primarily south sector of the city, areas C and D, to combat the personnel issues.
Okay. So to the regular, ordinary citizen, what do I tell them? Yeah, you gave me a lot of information.
People not working.
That's right.
We're coming, and we're adding people and equipment to combat this.
Okay.
They need a job.
Yeah, and we are accepting applications. Every 2 weeks we're trying to bring on 25 new people.
Okay. So the recyclables, where are we?
Recyclables, carted waste, including recyclables, should be back on track. Again, we've added people and equipment in the south sector of town to get those recyclables going to the right location. Our MRF is operating. We are recycling, and those recyclables are being taken to the MRF to be processed. Now we do combat contamination, plastic bag waste. Anybody that's using their recycle cart as a garbage cart, anybody that's bagging their recyclables in plastic bags, we need them to do a better job of sorting so when the crew gets there, they're not seeing an overflowing recycle cart with bagged waste hanging out. They're not going to collect it because it's going to contaminate the rest of the load. They're going to leave that for the garbage crew to come back and get.
So how would the garbage crew know that that's why it was left? You know, I'm laughing about it. We haven't taught our citizens what
Right.
we want them to do, and they've got to relearn it. And it takes a long time to get people to do what you need them to do. So what is our plan to communicate with the community?
We are working with the Recycling Partnership. We've applied for a $1.5 million grant with EPA for education and outreach for recyclables. We know that we have a lot of behavior change that needs to work in our community to clean up our recyclables and to sort our waste better.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And my last comment, I was so happy. I don't even know if we do this street. Just a couple of days ago, I was on Elvis Presley Boulevard going home, 9:30 at night, and I saw a street sweeper at Shelby Drive and Elvis Presley Boulevard. I haven't seen one in so long. They had a big truck with the arrow to say, "Don't get in this lane." I was just over elated. Who does that street? Do we do it or the state?
I'm going to take 100% credit for that, even though I believe it's Public Works.
Thank you.
All right,
I want to make sure that we say thank you.
All right, y'all. So we need a considerable amount of time for executive. The word of the day, brevity. That's why I'm not going to call on Chairman Jones. All right.
Can we
I don't believe in
possibly
brevity.
get a tag that you put on the recycles that says we didn't pick this up because of X? And are we
We've
doing
been
that
talking
every
about
time?
this. We've been talking about this same thing since I've been on the council. This is the 15th time we've had this conversation. They serve you notice, they put a tag when you get your bin, there's stickers on it. Like, people just don't do it. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but like, we've had this education conversation many times. The simplest thing to do is basically say cardboard and plastic bottles only and call everything else. My question for you is just a data one. Can you just provide us the percentage of trash that goes to the recycling and actually clears? Because I'm going to ask you eventually when I see that, is it actually worth recycling? Because I often get the question, does the city actually recycle? And the answer is kind of. Kind of maybe.
And we do recycle. Yes, Councilman. Yes, we can talk about that number. We do recycle. We do put a lot of effort into recycling because of the contamination issue. You are correct. We do have OOP stickers that we place on a cart when it is contaminated. Now we need to do a better job of having our crews issuing those stickers every time. That is a continuing challenge for us as well. But education and outreach again. We hope with this grant money from EPA that we're going to do a better job.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carlisle touched on that. If the cart's contaminated, the whole thing goes into the garbage truck, goes to the landfill?
Yes.
And what's the percentage of those? On a weekly basis.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just off the
If
top
you
of
don't
your
have-
ballpark.
I
Is it
don't
75% of them?
I
are-
don't have that number, and the reason why we have a contract with our processor says anything when they crack the gate, if it's more than 14% contaminated, it's a rejected load. It goes to the landfill. And so if 14 carts out of 100 on a route are used as a second garbage cart, if we dump those, then it'll be rejected when it gets to the entire load will be rejected at the MRF.
So we never go through and try to pull the usable.
The intent and the process is that there would be a sticker placed on the cart. The customer would be notified via that sticker that says your cart has not been has been identified as being contaminated. You need to remove the contaminated materials before we will collect it. That is the actual process we have. The problem is that customers generally don't want to go back through their own garbage.
So, but Carlisle mentioned it too. So people say, like, I think that you're just dumping it into the garbage truck. Are you? And that's a big question. Is people are like, are you even taking it to the? They're basically saying, is it even worth my time to separate it and take what is needed to my recycle and the other to my other garbage cart?
I recycle at my own home.
I do too.
I do make the effort. And,
Absolutely.
But again, there's a behavior change. Again, with this grant money we hope to get from EPA, there's a behavior change component and education and outreach that needs to be done, because there's a lot of misunderstanding and there's a lot of what the industry calls wish cycling. People kind of throw things in their recycle cart saying, I wish this is recyclable. And
like if they put all of their recyclables in a Kroger bag and use that to drop it in there.
Right. And and that becomes, they're like the MRF, the company that operates the MRF has a note, they don't break bags. It's an employee safety issue. There's a lot of hand sorting that goes on, and you'd be surprised how many people will. We have employees go through HIV protocols because of needle sticks, because they've filled a 2-liter Coke bottle with their needles that from the medicines that they're taking at home, and because it's all plastic and metal, it must be recyclable, right? And so people, like I said, people do a lot of wish cycling, and we need to do a better job of education and outreach.
Sounds like a lot of work. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis, can you cycle back through the areas, and we can go back. So right, that's D,
E, D,
well, E, D, C,
B, A.
Okay, so I'm looking at particularly A and B. Can we, particularly B, can we just explain away that contractors are removing things when we have such high areas in C, D, and E?
It's a wealthier part of town, so private contractors are hauling stuff
away. Well, I get that part, but in mass, because my thing is, some of the complaints that I've heard has been, okay, well, I called, nobody comes out. Is it that they go to Area B sooner when those calls are placed? I don't know, but I'm just looking at this graphical information here, not knowing the numbers and the nuances behind this.
No, a lot of it can be attributed to in the area, city serviced areas, areas C and D. We fight a tremendous amount of attendance issues in C and D, and that ends up being our primary issue that we're combating every day is attendance.
Okay, and so what are we doing to address that? What can we do to help address that from our standpoint?
Well, since December, January, we've done a lot of hiring, and we've been putting those folks down south. That has created the equipment issue. That has exacerbated the equipment issue, because if you got people, you're using all your trucks, all your backup trucks are. So we're working with GS through the supply chain issue to get that. Plus, we've got new vehicles on order for delivery between now and July, August. Those are the main things that we can do. We just need to add assets down south to combat our absenteeism issue.
Okay, so but the council is doing their part. Is there?
Council is doing their part. When we get to budget, we do use our supplemental contractor primarily in areas C and D to come in and shore up the bulk waste collection in areas C and D, because when we have that high absenteeism, that's where we need it. We rely on the already assigned city crews in areas A and B. They seem to be able to hold their own. C and D gets a lot of behind. We do have a lot of, there is an affluence that you can see with rental set outs, a lot of contract, like people that do get tree work, yard work, remodeling work done at their house. They're, I would say, less likely to have their contractor haul it off in certain neighborhoods. Those things exacerbate the system, and that's what we combat every day.
Well, thank you for that, because that's the type of information that we don't see when we just see these graphs here. But that's helpful.
No, I understand.
But from a standpoint of whatever we can do to help you as far as showing up the numbers, please communicate that to council.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna let Jenna close it out after Councilman Carla. I want Jenna. Jenna's gonna say something nice.
Perfect.
Beating up on Mr. Davis too much.
Can you two kind gentlemen get us a fleet report? How many age and status, right? I know you said we've got some deliveries coming in. I know we did some road maintenance equipment through the Fund 245, just where we are, what's coming in, what they are, and I think we even did some ARPA funding for it too. So I just want to know where we stack up in that equipment.
Sure.
And then how often do you revisit the areas in general, like evaluating area size, number of areas, and how you break them down? And if you want to, I know we got to move on. So if you just want to catch me offline, that's fine too.
No, that's cool. But Rubicon has helped us with the route optimization, route balancing, and that is kind of an ongoing issue, ongoing process.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jenna Swearings in Washington.
I just want to say we appreciate your effort, your hard work. I see a lot of improvement in the South Memphis area. Parkway's been swept and clean, getting us some flowers on our median, and it's looking good. We want it to stay looking good, and please let us know if there's anything that we can do to support you all. We appreciate you. Now, how much do the workers start off with? See if I can recruit, get y'all some help.
Drivers are, I think, right at $21 an hour, and I think around 19 for crew person.
Okay.
And plus benefits. They're full-time employees, so they get city vacation, sick leave, insurance. And then the grapple loaders, the bulk waste crews, those guys can make up to $32, $34 an hour driving those grapple trucks.
Okay. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a much better comment than many of the previous comments. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate you. We have one more item. However, we are close to time, so I'm going to look to my distinguished colleague to my right and see if she'd be willing to hold this one more time. You. Okay, all right. All right. So item number 2, sidewalk violations and repair discussion, which was requested by Councilwoman Robinson, which was held from 4/11, will be held until the next council meeting in 1 week. We will talk about it. And with that, this committee is adjourned.
Good afternoon. The hour is 2:35, and I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Owens, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
Oh, I wouldn't miss this.
Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Johnson, Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items. I'm gonna reverse the order of this because I think that the second one can be dispensed of, either yes or no. But the first, item number 2, which is gonna be read first, is a resolution requesting the city attorney to provide an opinion on the city of Memphis' charter residency requirements for candidates for Memphis City Council and Mayor, all council districts, sponsored by yours truly. Okay, has been moved. Seconded. So, colleagues, we all know that there's a case that's going on now, and we know that there have been a volley, if you would, of opinions on this item. But as much as I respect Mr. Wade's opinion, I just have to, we're just thinking about this from a practical standpoint. Somebody mentioned this to me. They said, well, if we go with Mr. Wade's opinion, we might as well go mayor shopping. It basically says that, hey, Barack Obama, you can move to Memphis 30 days before the election.
And he win.
Well, he would, but
Absolutely.
But or any place. So based upon that, that's why I'm asking for, because although Mr. Wade is the counsel for the council, he is not the city attorney. Now the city attorney can agree with his opinion, but that's the city attorney adopting that. So that's the basis. That's why I'm asking that that we approve this resolution. And I open up a question.
I'm here.
Vice Chair Smiley.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the second whereas clause, I think that's the third whereas clause. It says, whereas the council recognizes that an ambiguity exists in the city's charter. The city council is currently undertaking legislative action to cure such ambiguity regarding residency requirement for members of the Memphis City Council and the mayor. But our legislative action only address any ambiguity after the 2023 municipal election. And, there is an ambiguity as it relates to the existing laws on the books for residency as it relates to the mayor. And I think, whether the city attorney weighs in, I think the court is slated to take definitive action early, I think it's the first week of May, maybe May 1st, that will ultimately put this issue to bed. But I think it's still the city's responsibility. I think we're skirting our responsibility by staying silent. I think the city should weigh in on it. I think we have weighed in on it in 2019. We weighed in on it when we allowed Mayor Harrington to run. I think we weighed in on it every year preceding that by allowing members to run despite allowing members to run without taking a hard look or taking a look at all as it relates to residency. I think, the attorneys at the time have weighed in on it. But I don't think we can skirt our responsibility, and I think that's what's happening here. But don't worry about it, because the judge is about to decide it for us, because we haven't said a thing.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor shopping don't sound too bad, but since we're not going to do that, just asking on here, does it need to say where she needs to provide it to, the election commission? Since they were the ones that were saying they were waiting on an opinion?
Okay. Vice Chair Smiley.
Not necessarily. So if the city attorney was to take a position, I think the election commission's attorney would have access to that opinion, because what they essentially has done, they've reached out trying to get access to an opinion, and the city administration has not taken an opinion. If she provides it, it'll be readily available. So if she posts it, sign it, send it to council, it doesn't matter. The election commission's attorney will get access to it. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, I was just asking if we want to be specific.
Councilman Warren.
I'm just wondering, I've been reading in the paper that aren't they being subpoenaed and sued or something in a lawsuit that has to deal with this? And does that have anything to do with whether they can, maybe our attorney can answer it. Does that make them not able to do it because of the lawsuit? I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's cool. I'll ask that of Mr. Wade, but colleagues, I would say too, it is, we got one lawyer up here, we're about to hear from another one, but the Solicitor General argues on behalf of the United States before the Supreme Court. We have the Attorney General for the state of Tennessee. And the state attorney, well, the U.S. Attorney, the Attorney General of the state of Tennessee argues what the laws are currently on the books.
But if they're being sued, do they make statements before the lawsuit, or do they wait for the suit to make the statements? That's my question.
I would defer to Mr. Wade and Mr. because we have two attorneys and we might very well have two opinions. So
he always wants the second one when I give one. He wants somebody else to give another opinion because he don't trust mine. But the status of it is, I believe, the lawsuit was filed against the Election Commission. Election Commission posted a 5-year durational residency requirement. They asked for an opinion from the city attorney. The city attorney declined to do that. So there is no adopted position from the city, but the Election Commission had already taken the step to put the item as a requirement, which now, since they did not get one from the city attorney, they pulled that. So there is no 5-year durational requirement at this moment for the mayor and there's never been one for the council since 1995. I asked the Election Commission lawyers and the other lawyers, were they challenging the requirements for the council, and they said no. I said, if you do, then you're going to be looking at me, and I'll be there. So they are not doing that. That's not on the table at this point. So, but it can be repeated. Therefore, the court is going to go forward and make a decision and interpret, in essence, which opinion it deems is the most appropriate.
And when is that
and then
hearing?
as far that's on the 6th of May. But as far as your question, I think the Election Commission is now in a conundrum because they've been sued. They took the position, but the limb is not. It's kind of wavering behind them, and so they want to bring the city into the suit so that they can just say, "Look, we don't have anything to do with it anymore."
And so, as I understand it, has the judge issued an order allowing that to?
I thought that was happening.
The hearing's supposed to
sometime this week.
The May 1st decide whether the city has to
whether the
necessary
subpoena is appropriate.
Yeah.
Or necessary.
And then I think Bonner, Attorney Spence, is arguing that it's not necessary because the judge can decide dispose of this case as is.
Yeah, because it's capable of, even if the Election Commission says, look, we're not going to defend it, we're going to let it go, you can just walk all over us and have your way. Somebody may bring it up later, so it's capable of being repeated and it needs to be resolved once and for all.
Councilwoman Robinson.
My trepidation around this issue is we have a charter. Yes, we have a charter. The charter says what it says. So what does it say, and where are we, and why are we going through judges and hopping through all these loops and hoops when we have the word in writing? Help me understand that, please.
I'm going to touch on it.
Without getting into the lawsuit, that's the precise issue before the lawsuit, that the charter says what it says, and you can't, by metamorphosis, make it say something different. So those are the two polar opposites, and that's what's being resolved.
So answer this question. So were we not clear in our wording? Is that the problem? No. It's
clear.
It's clear.
It's clear. The question is supposing that people didn't understand
what they were doing. That's the question.
Okay, so if that's the question, then we have to take it back to the people. Is that correct?
No.
No?
Not unless you want to. You're going to. You're going to.
The third where is fall.
Okay.
If you, I mean, the people can change it anytime they want. They can put a 10-year in if they want.
Okay. Thank you. You've answered my questions.
He touched on your question. I think what you have to consider is, I think what Alan was attempting to do without, he didn't touch on it, right? So what Alan was attempting to do, he's saying, hey, there is this requirement here, but then council decided to do something different. When council amended it, it essentially, and as Alan's belief, it essentially changed the residency requirement. What you would have to do going forward to have a 5-year residency requirement, in my opinion, is do something other than a plain meaning of the language that used to amend, if that makes any sense. 5-year residency requirement, then there was a change to it, and then what council?
No, the people did.
The people did, but the council ultimately implemented.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. So the people made the change, but somewhere along the council, they changed the people without asking the people.
No.
The language.
Because something like this had to go before the voters.
Okay.
You know, we put something. The council at the time approved something, put on the ballot. The people approved it. It was changed. So to your point, the charter says 5 years. So if the charter says, well,
it was repealed.
Okay.
It's no longer there. There's no 5 years.
Okay,
anywhere.
so we're going back to that, yes. So still going back to that, though, but based upon your opinion, Mr. Wade, though, I still say the way that it is right now, to have it open-ended, we can go shopping for Barack Obama, Donald Trump, anybody else. They can move here, and you're telling me they're eligible to be the mayor just based upon 30 days here? So that's why I'm asking for this opinion. But based upon Mr. Wade's interpretation, yes, that's it. But that's one opinion. I'm just asking the city attorney, does the city attorney agree with that? Hold on one second.
Hundreds of thousands of opinions.
There will be, but
and
only
those people that vote are
right.
the ones that decide.
But only one person speaks for the city of Memphis. It is not Mr. Wade. It's the city attorney.
Unless I'm asked to.
Unless you're asked to. But this resolution here is asking the person that's charged by charter to speak for the city to weigh in on this. That's all this resolution does, colleagues.
So I'm going to vote for it for this reason. I think ultimately the court's going to decide on May 6th. Whether Attorney Singh gives us an opinion before May 6th, that's one thing. Two, I tend to agree with Attorney Wade's opinion. Just because the council in its foresight decided to make some changes and put it to the people, when they made those changes and put it to the people and people voted on it, that did amend our existing laws on the book. The reason that I proposed the ordinance the third and final reading of the ordinance that we're voting on today, in which have you co-sponsored, because there is ambiguity. I think we're all educated people here who have some understanding of city government. Some of us still don't understand what's transpiring with our residency requirements. That's in order to address the ambiguity going forward after 2023. After 2023, I think that's the reason. That's the importance of the particular orders, and also one of the reasons. It's something Councilman Jones says. The person that speaks for the city of Memphis is Attorney Singh, although sometimes she defers to other attorneys to and adopt their opinions. I think we adopted Attorney Wade's opinion in 2019 when Mayor Harrington was allowed to run. And if she's deems necessary to change her position, she can. But ultimately, this case will be decided by May 6th. So why not?
So we know, and we've learned a lesson, that we need to be very clear about what we want, what we doing.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's a travesty.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson, followed by Warren.
I'm trying my best to keep up.
That's what I said. We gotta fix it.
It's going back and forth. So I guess my question is, her giving her opinion, how's that going to help us?
Well, I still would go back. The one person that speaks for the city is a city attorney, not the city council's attorney.
Okay, but I'm
That's the
still
only
trying to
opinion.
say, how does that help us when this is in a courtroom setting?
Because we have some clarity. Well, right now, the city is not a party. If the city is not a party to this lawsuit.
But the outcome of the lawsuit will become the action that the city will take. Election commission.
Yes. Right.
I'm just saying that we just want to know how she thinks.
Right,
That's
well-
fine, but I just want to know what we're going on.
No, but I see this as this is her interpretation of whether somebody can move to Memphis on on August 31st and run for mayor. That's what it clears up.
Well, y'all thinking the answer's gonna come by May 6th. Okay, let me ask you this question, and again, that's why I'm going all over the place. It's my understanding too that she was asked to address it, and then she asked someone else to write their opinion. Yes, JB?
Yeah. So
she
this
tells you
question,
what she thinking already.
So this question came up before, and I keep talking about Mayor Harrington's run for mayor. I do not believe Mayor Harrington lived in the city of Memphis at the time he ran for mayor in 2019. I think what happened, there was the city attorney requested an opinion. We had an Attorney Wade's opinion. Attorney Wade said, based on, these different ordinances coming into play, there is no residency requirement. Mayor Harrington was allowed to run for mayor of Memphis as relates to the 5-year residency requirements. And now we're having the same question again. And it's, to me, it seems like we're picking and choosing when we want to enforce a residency requirement when we did not enforce it in 2019. And the reason we didn't enforce it in 2019, in my belief, is because a plain reading of the now existing law would suggest that we can do what Martavia is saying is go shopping for President Obama. And President Obama, we would love for you to come to the city of Memphis.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, we never took it to court.
Absolutely.
So
And
now that we are in the court setting, that's what I said. So now it's been challenged, meaning that the outcome then would be a little bit more stronger, emphasized than just one person opinion.
But that one person, though.
I mean, it'd be irrelevant.
Well, no.
His opinion would be
But
irrelevant.
but the one person who represents the city's opinion is the city attorney.
Okay, so let's ask you this question. So if the city attorney is not the same as the judge's opinion, what we gonna do?
Well, we have to go by what the judge says.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm just curious why.
This is a policy question you're talking about, not a legal question. And the issue is for the people, do you want somebody to buy or walk in here and be mayor? That's a policy question. That's got nothing to do with the lawsuit and the opinion. And Jennifer may say, okay, you want an opinion? I'm gonna give you Mr. Wade and Mr. Myers. Bye. I'm out of here. That's what I would do. She could do that. But anyway,
Councilman Warren.
I'm looking at this. I'm not sure what we're going to get out of asking her to do this when she's had plenty of time to issue an opinion, and she hasn't. She's a smart person. So there must be a reason she's not issuing an opinion, because otherwise she would have done it.
Right.
Yeah. So
she ain't her own boss.
But
okay, well, whatever the reason may be,
but what
she's not issuing an opinion. Okay, and this is a legal thing in the courts, and unless we want to somehow get Alan involved down the road in another type situation, I think we're best to stay out of this. I'm not going to vote for it because I think we'd have an opinion. I'm going to wait to see what the courts say. That's what I'm saying. So I don't think we should do it, and that's why. So, and I'll be perfectly willing to be voted down.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
and so
Fair.
to answer your question, it hasn't been a request of the council, which represents this city as well, to do so.
I understand, but as a council member, I'm not sure it's in the city's best interest for me to take a lawyer who's had plenty of time to issue an opinion, who's made a decision not to, and try to force their hand to do it.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue to speak on this item. Ms. Carlisle, did you want to speak on this item? No, sir. Okay. All right, seeing no other members in the queue to speak on this item, Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Oh, my goodness.
Councilman Morgan? No. Councilman Carlisle? Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Okay.
Present, not
I mean,
Yeah. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley.
I will not let Councilman Jones be the only person. Yes.
Councilman Warren.
Nay.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson.
I don't go along with Jones all the time, but let's see where you're going to. I'll vote for you. If you can get it done.
Where are we going?
Councilman Colvett.
I'm not understanding it, but.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Chair Jones.
Aye.
All right.
It's a favorite 5.
Yeah. So yes.
4-3.
No, it's 4-3.
4-3.
And the rest abstain.
Rest abstentions. Okay, that item passes. Item number 1 is a resolution, not a resolution. Ordinance to revise and change certain council districts due to population changes reflected in the 2020 federal census so that all such districts will remain as equal as practical. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Okay, has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. Chair, everyone has received a packet. So this ordinance is coming forth as a non-recommendation from the redistricting committee due to lack of quorum for that day. And last council meeting, this ordinance did not have the needed information in it. And so now that's what's being presented on today. We'll get a quick and short because we want to make sure to make it to our council meeting. We thought this was going to be at 2 since we were talking about mayoral residency. But hopefully you've had a chance to go over the information. It's not new. It's the same maps and such that were sent to your email, I think last week. But I will turn over the floor to Dr. Harris, who I will say as of last week also removed himself from the redistricting committee. He sent that email, I think, to the chairs and myself. So just have that in mind. Dr. Harris.
Thank you. Derek D. Harris, 85 Riverview Drive West. So we've gone through these maps ad nauseum. We made changes based on the concerns and the questions of the committee. And this is just the final result of what we worked on and discussed. In my analysis, I did find a couple of problems with the current structure of the council's map based on the census data that was presented. I think the census numbers were 633,102, which did not back out the areas that were annexed. De-annexed. And that created a problem on 2 fronts, with your deviation and then also with the population balance in a particular district. In working through this, when I discovered the problem weeks before I actually said something about it. I basically assumed that I was wrong, actually. And then I continued to do analysis and had other folks to sort of double check it. And it turned out that I was right. So what's significant about the 633,102 versus the 627,448, which is the number post de-annexation, is that it will essentially make your map have a deviation of more than 10%. Now, I've seen several shapefiles with different data in it provided by GIS in Memphis and also by the Election Commission. And so those deviations could be as high as 22% or as low as 13, but both are higher than 10, the current map you have. Also, as I was going through trying to do a crosswalk, and that's one reason I didn't turn in a crosswalk to the body, comparing the precincts that that are part of the map that I proposed, comparing those to the current map you have, is because there was a lot of discrepancies there, particularly with the ordinance itself. If you guys go, I just suggest you go back and take a look at the ordinance that was passed, I believe back in August of 22. There are several inconsistencies with, there are multiple precincts within that are both falling in Super District 8 and Super District 9. That's a separate issue. I'm only bringing that up because that is the reason I didn't give an adequate crosswalk to what I did, comparing it to the precincts that you already have. So there are a couple of issues there. I mentioned them to Attorney Wade, and I've talked to GIS about it as well. Again, we've gone through the maps so many times. I'm here to answer any questions related to the way they were structured. There were only two big radical changes from what you currently have and what I proposed, and that is basically the putting together of the Cordova area, south and north, and moving District 1 primarily in the Raleigh area, letting it come down to, I believe, Summer to pick up population. So those were the main radical, if you want to call those radical changes. We did something similar to that when I worked with the county commission on the county's map. I also took some communities in the downtown area and put those in one district as opposed to having them split between two district council persons. So I'm here to answer any questions. Those are the issues, the problems I found, which are actually serious. And I know there was some discussion at the last meeting, the numbers that I found versus what you had. All I ask folks to do is just go to census.gov or whatever the site is, and it will show you what the 2020 census numbers were. They were 633, 104, 2020. So if our map or the map that you're using today is 633, 102, you're still using 2020 data, and you didn't back out the de-annexation areas. So anyway, if anybody has any question, I'm here for that.
Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I have a question for Attorney Wade. Attorney Wade, did you back out the de-annexation area when you did this current map that we have now?
We believe that the comptroller had done that. The information that we got from our mapping department used the 633-102. I believe that the numbers are probably closer to what Dr. Harris has indicated, but the city is probably going to have an independent party verify those numbers so that we'll know that right. There's probably some deviation in all of the precincts due to the varying uses of census blocks by the state, by the county, by the election commission, and by us. And so there's some judgment involved in doing it. But those deviations are not as material as Dr. Harris says legally. There is no safe harbor, and in local redistricting, you're allowed to have some deviation that may not be within the 10% range. But I do believe we have to address it to the extent that this plan doesn't pass.
So if we don't pass this plan, we'll have to address it, but do we have to address it at this election, or do we continue to look at plans and address it? If we don't like the way this plan is, do we have to address it, and how do we have to do it?
There's probably one change that could happen to address it, to make sure. The case law is such that I believe that it is not a material problem legally. So that's where we are.
What would that change be?
It would be to change, I believe, 1301 from 5 to 2, and that would eliminate the issue.
What is that in English as far as where it is and what it changes?
It's the northeast part of District 5.
So the northeast part of District 5 would go back to 2?
Yes.
So that's like the eastern, like East Memphis section?
Yes.
And after you did that, how would that change everything?
It would make about 7,000 people go into 2, and it would change the deviation in 2, which is now about 3,000. It would make, I think, 5 is probably under Mr. Harris's number, maybe 115 people over. So it would eliminate both of those problems with one change.
With one change. And so that means everyone who has been voting would still probably go and vote where they used to vote.
Yes.
And would that affect the super districts in the same way that Mr. Harris's
No.
plan does?
The super districts under our plan were not changed at all.
Thank you.
Anybody, Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. I just need clarity as well on what we're doing. I'm like you, Councilwoman Johnson, on the other one. I'm trying to understand. We voted on a map that we recently have been told was incorrect and based on the wrong numbers. So right now, are we saying that, okay, we got that information, but oh well? Or are we saying we're going to correct the information from the last one? We're either going to correct information from the last one if it's not correct or adopt the new one. Is that the question, or where are we? Because I can't see somebody saying y'all have some wrong information and you acted and voted on wrong information, but nothing is going to be done or refute that was wrong. So I just need to know.
We're going to verify what the numbers are.
Okay.
If they are as he says they are, I have done the legal research that it is not a legal impediment to it being valid. But out of an abundance of caution, I would probably recommend that we make that one move and fix it if this plan doesn't pass.
So the first step is to verify and confirm the map we currently have?
Verify the total population of the city.
The total population.
And you look at you analyze each district legally separately, and there are only two that are impacted. One is so minor that it would not be disapproved by a court of law. The other one has a variation that is greater, but it is not material, in my opinion, to be disallowed by a court of law. But out of an abundance of caution, there is a move that can be made to fix it.
Okay, when is that going to happen, that verification, and how long does it take, and how does it affect where we are right now in terms of the next election coming up?
You have 3 readings. I can provide you with a corrected ordinance to go in tandem with this one, maybe to go behind it. So if you don't approve it, we can approve that. The issue is going to be whether you can get the election commission to implement it. I believe that it's probably easier to get one change made than 20 changes made.
So what you're saying is you're going to have another ordinance to go alongside that ordinance and we'll vote on both of those.
It would be, the final vote would be a meeting after you vote on the final version of this one. So if this one doesn't pass, you can pass that one, and then we can.
So if they confirm that the numbers were as Dr. Harris said, you're saying we should accept this one and the one you're going to bring about.
Right. You'd have the option of making one change as opposed to multiple changes. That's what the big issue is.
The one that you're going to bring forth only has one change.
Yes.
Oh, and that's in District 5.
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at this one? Is this one, if the numbers are correct, is this one, the way it's drawn, is it similar to what you are going to present?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to be using the same precincts for the most part. He's split some, he's changed some, he's moved some around. We're moving the same puzzle pieces, essentially. Okay. Now, he's divided some of the puzzle pieces where I didn't. So I'm going to give an analysis of his before you vote on your final version.
Okay.
And that's what I promised to do, and that's what the committee asked me to do when y'all set up.
All right. Okay, that's what I need to know. Now I know where we are. Okay. Are you back, Chair?
Councilwoman Johnson?
I think Mr. Wade's last comments was my question. You have not yet analyzed the data, but you will do it before the 3 weeks or so.
Yes, I will.
The 3. Okay, that's it.
I was asked to give a report about this one, and that's what I intended to do.
Councilwoman Swearingen Wash.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you share what that specific change for District 5 was? Do you know?
I think it's 1301.
Which precinct is that? What area is that?
Northeast section of Division 5. I don't have the map.
If you go to this map right here. Somewhere right about there, 13016. Kind of right by the interstate by the interstate.
It's by where?
You can't see it, it's kind of the interstate is right here.
So that is in 1 now?
No, it's in 5.
But the proposal, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know where it is.
It's just north of 240 and I-40.
Oh, okay.
So this is super district 11. It's currently in 5. It would be moved from 5 to 2, would not change any of the minority dilution percentages.
Okay.
It's just moving the predominantly white precinct to another.
Is it essentially the area that's on the east side of I-240, bordering 2?
I guess so. I don't see, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
It splits it.
Population's
It like rides
west
it
of
like
240,
there.
but there's land east of.
It
Okay.
splits it.
Okay.
Couple of issues question that I have. Is there any situation where a precinct can be in both Super District 8 and 9?
Yes.
Okay,
If
so
they're split.
okay, so in the one that we approved back in August, were there any splits?
Yeah, there were a lot of splits. We had combined them, and we combined them on the map. If you look at the ordinance, it says if there's any discrepancy between the text and the map controls. The map is correct.
Okay, so between 633-102 versus 633-104, so that's census there. But between the 633 number and 627 number, that's 6,654, maybe 6,656 if we look at that 633-104. But colleagues, if you were in some of these exercises, because people are not in even compartments of whatever number that we're talking about, I think that impact, if Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Robinson, we saw some of those exercises. You click on one, it had a cascading effect. So I don't agree with the slight dismissal that it's based upon the exercise that we saw. You can do a couple of clicks. It has a potential to drastically change things. And so with that being the case too, I'm gonna support this because, and here's something cautionary going forward, colleagues. And, I think that if whenever this redistricting comes up again, there needs to be more than one eye on it. There needs to be multiple eyes on it. What we've relied upon as the city of Memphis has been just one eye doing this. And so it is quite significant. And as a council person who voted against all of this de-annexation, for people wanting to leave the city, particularly folks who didn't want to pay city taxes but wanted to enjoy all of the city services, as one who voted against that, to have numbers that include technically de-annexed people in our numbers, that's problematic to me. And it's not immaterial if you colleagues and I think that I might have some colleagues who didn't participate in any of these meetings who are going to vote against it. But knowing that sitting here, going through the exercise that this community went through, multiple community members, to do this, and to basically say, no, forget it. I think that's unfair to this community and sends a bad message. So those are my comments. Any other colleagues want to speak on this item? Okay. Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. I tried to participate. I don't think I missed but 1 or 2 meetings. But my concern is that we have some numbers off. We rectified it here, but in the last edition, we didn't rectify it. So are we saying that we're not going to rectify the other one so that we could compare it to the one that we have? Help me understand.
Yes, ma'am.
But before you speak, so now keep in mind, colleagues, I asked for some information from the last meeting. When we were downstairs, I asked for information that talks about their population changes that I hadn't gotten yet.
Okay.
We can go back, and so I think I think we got perhaps three choices. We reject this, and if we reject this, then I think that Mr. Wade is saying he's coming back with a way to fix the previous ones. Is that
That's correct? And it would be brought next time, and you will be able to look at them both. Okay, nobody's hiding the ball. This was a clerical error by our mapping department that gave us the numbers. That's the problem.
So if we move this downstairs, we have 3 readings.
right? And so we can pull it at any time. It can die on the third reading, and we accept what we got, and then everything that we're talking about.
But we'll have all
Yes.
the information by our
Yep.
next meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
And just like we did earlier, can we move this forward? And if it doesn't work out, we come back to the third reading and pull.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, seeing no other members in the queue. Yes, Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some very fair points. I'd like to. I've got this count. I don't understand. I've got the visual effect. I don't have any comparative data on the moves. So I don't.
We don't have the before and after.
I don't have a way to compare.
So,
Yeah. That's all.
Right.
So, whoa. All right, hold on.
No, well, we got to move on, but I would say if we can provide that between now and then, because my contention would be, when we approved it the last time, we didn't have a before and after. This similar information was presented to us, and we approved it based upon that. And so,
with all due respect, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I hear you.
before and
Hold
after.
on. With all due respect, we moved 3 precincts for a single member who was running in a special election. That is apples and oranges to what we were talking about now, and trying to conflate the issue. While the numbers may be wrong by 6,000 votes, there is a way to keep the map consistent by moving 1 precinct versus trying to claim that it creates some massive cascading issue requiring a wholesale change of the map. Like that's a fact, not an opinion, because our attorney just said that that's a factual statement. It is an opinion to say, or a position to say that you want a larger change, which you are very entitled to, but you can't mix either or and confuse people. So if the mapping is off, as it has been suggested and appears to be agreed on, it can be fixed by moving 1 precinct from 5 to 2, not wholesale changes. That's a fact. All I'm asking for, and I'm sure Mr. Harris has, is just I'd like to see, I appreciate these maps. I just would like to see next time, if you would mind emailing me the changes from where it is today and what you're proposing. I'd be curious to have that information. It seems like a very valid thing. And I'll make one final point, Mr. Chairman, as I know we need to move on. While there were some community members, and I'd like staff to provide it, I'd like to see the number of online views from those meetings and any online or any members of the community that signed in and participated in those meetings, so that when we talk about the community's involvement, we actually have the hard numbers, because I believe there were sign-in sheets for that, and we can see how many people subscribed to those meetings. Because I've received almost nearly 100 emails from community members that are upset with the proposed maps because it's splitting their neighborhoods in half all around, and not just white neighborhoods, black neighborhoods. Berklair is upset, the Heights is upset, Yorkshire's upset, because they're used to having consistency to it. So let's ease back when we say, quote, the community. If we're going to be representative for all Memphians, we have to take everyone's position into account, white and black, as we go through this process. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Seeing no other members, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to correct 2 of those statements. One, this map comes as a product of council and community committee members that were selected by you all, by 12 council members. That's a product of that. It's not a product of what you said, which was to correct something that either is or is not incorrect substantially or not. This was done without an intention or without knowing that we had a small, minuscule, however you want to say it, issue with the former map that we voted in last year. Also, last year's map was not just about special election for District 4. There were plenty of substantial changes that were made if you look at District 6 and District 7, as Attorney Wade kept telling us, because he kept mentioning people were moving. People were moving out of our district, and as I think it can be a coined statement that he said every time, you can't go into the river. We've heard that consistently because we know that those changes were also there from that last map that was happening from the special election. So I wanted to correct those two statements because those were not true. However, I do understand what you're saying. Chair, thank you for co-sponsoring on this and moving this along. I think we also do have something to hear from the next council meeting when we get that ordinance on any changes that were made from the previous. But I do want to note that if you're looking in the district I represent, and Councilman Ford, there were a lot, and District 1, there were a lot of changes that precincts were moved beyond those ones in District 4. With that, Chair, I see somebody else's hand up, but I was about to call for the question.
Yes, Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I agree with the argument that this is kind of apples and oranges. There is a lot being moved here, and not being able to compare it is a big problem for me. In saying that this process has been, I think, one, rushed. Two, we're still rushing it, and it didn't need to be, and it shouldn't have been that way, and this shouldn't be that difficult to be able to sit here and look at very simply what is being changed. District 5 is going to have a completely different personality. And I've heard, I think, from 5 times as many people against it out of my district than people that ever attended these meetings in the first place. So I'm going to object to this being added onto the agenda this evening, and we're moving forward with this when we don't even have the information to make a decision. There's a point for things that are this heavy and this weighty in terms of significance to have 3 readings, and it's just so it can be evaluated for 3 readings. And here we're trying to move forward without even being able to evaluate it in the first place. So I'd object for it to be added to tonight's agenda, and if there's a second council member, then it ought to automatically be kicked to the next meeting.
I'll object.
Okay. This will be, unless there's a motion to suspend the rules, this will have to go to the next meeting.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Okay. Is there a second to suspend the rules so that we can send this down with a first reading tonight?
Mr. Backer said it had to be done downstairs at 3:30. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The suspension of rules?
The objection would have to be made downstairs, and if you suspend the rules, you'd have to vote on it downstairs. You can't do it up here.
Okay, can't do it up there. Okay, so this will, so we have to take this up, and if it be on the first reading tonight.
If 2 object and you don't overrule that, then it would automatically be on the next agenda.
Gotcha, okay, okay. Gotcha, okay. So what I'm taking now is a roll call vote on this item number 1.
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. No. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. Majority is abstain, 2 no. So it
And
passed. Oh, sorry. Oh, Councilman Corbett abstained.
Okay. Colleagues, that brings us to our same night minutes and polls. Let's see that. Okay, so item number 20, the ordinance regarding entertainment, transportation, vehicles, and item number 8, a retail shopping center in District 8 have been held to the May 16th meeting. Zoning items 5 and 7 have been held to the July 11th, 2023 meeting. That brings us to our add-ons. We have 3 add-on items for this afternoon. 28, an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of City of Memphis, Chapter 41, records and towing operators to allow impounded vehicles to be stored on private storage lots. Ordinance number will be provided. This is sponsored by the administration. Request to add to the fiscal consent agenda for first reading. Number 2 is an ordinance to revise and change certain council districts due to population. So that that'll go down. That'll be for the next meeting. Item number 30 is a resolution requesting the city attorney to provide an opinion on the City of Memphis's charter residency requirements for candidates for Memphis City Council, council and mayor, all council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. So our same night minutes are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 30. The add-on items are 28 and 30, and our same night minutes, well, we just read those. And seeing no other further business, we adjourn. See you.